All right. Ooh, that's quite loud. So, yeah, we'll just pass. Do we have hay otros para participantes? Fantastic. Well, welcome to the session. Thank you guys so much. I know it's an early start, and by being here, you're probably missing out being somewhere else important. So we are very grateful for your attendance, and of course, I'm extremely grateful for the panelists for making the time and the coordination that went into this. My name is Masha Kalinina. I am with the Pew Charitable Trusts. I've been following the Convention on Biological Diversity for the past 6 years now, and we're very excited for the fisheries elements that have been embedded throughout the framework. And I think that's a testament to the work of some of the folks in this room and also the advocacy that happened on the margins. There's been disproportionate attention to Target 3. I think we all know that. We have a representative of the 30 by 30 hack here, Jasson. And we understand why. It captured the imagination. It's publicly easy to communicate this target, right? We have a relatively easy metric to measure progress. What we wanted to do here is bring attention to the other targets that are ultimately helping us halt and reverse biodiversity loss, right? There's a complementarity between Target 3, which is about the 30%, and sustainability in the 70%. So the targets that are the discussion for today are Targets 5, which calls for the harvest and trade of wild species to be sustainable, safe, and legal. Target 9, which calls for sustainability in the management and use of wild species while ensuring benefits to people. And Target 10, which calls for areas under agriculture, aquaculture, fisheries, which is the focus today, and forestry, that they're managed sustainably. So in the fisheries context, that it means going beyond traditional fisheries management toward an ecosystem-based approach and delivering biodiversity-friendly practices. So we're here to create space for a discussion around these targets. We have amazing 3 speakers. I'm going to introduce them one by one. First, we'll start with Farah Chaudhry. She is the head of marine at the, I'm messing up because I pulled this from your LinkedIn. Head of Marine within the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, DEFRA, with the UK government. She also leads UK DEFRA efforts on 30 by 30. And she will speak here today about a recent global stocktake and best practice review on the application of the ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management. So I do want to turn it over to Farah, and after that we'll have a little discussion before we turn it over to our other participants today, our panelists. Thank you, Farah.
Okay, I think I made that work. I think Masha just gave me a promotion to head of marine, which I'll take. Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm Farah Chaudhry from UK government, from DEFRA, and I head up the Marine Convention on Biological Diversity team within DEFRA, and very, very interested in how we are implementing fisheries targets of the GBF. Was very heavily involved in the negotiations at COP15, but really my attention is turning to implementation of the GBF and the fisheries targets in particular. We head up the Global Ocean Alliance, and we have 77 member states who are really interested in this work, so really, really keen to get people engaged on fisheries here. This project, great. This project is produced by ABP MER, a consultant in the UK that was contracted by DEFRA, specifically to look at a big review, a global stocktake of our current understanding and level of implementation of EAFM, the ecosystem approach to fisheries management globally, and to look at a number of case studies to really determine what is working in terms of implementation globally and what best practice recommendations could come out of that. The ecosystem approach is specifically cited in Target 5, but does have application to Targets 9 and 10, which Masha just introduced. So it is of interest more widely. I'm presenting this on behalf of the contractor. I'm not a technical expert on fisheries, so I may not be able to answer any difficult questions. So the report initially used FAO landings data to look at the number of respondents to surveys that are using the ecosystem approach in their implementation of fisheries management. You can see on this map here that there is a number of regional percentages that are showcasing how EAFM is used. 82% globally of respondents have responded that they are using EAFM in their fisheries management, which represents 61% of landings data. It is important to note this is very data dependent. So it depends on where you're actually getting the data from in the first place, how accurate that data is. There may be data deficient stocks, variation in management globally, and also in terms of the actual interpretation of what EAFM actually means. And it doesn't reflect the nuances of how you then implement policy versus practice. It is also noteworthy that the top 7 countries that land fish represent 50% of the total landings. So actually there is a real opportunity here to implement EAFM in those countries and therefore have a big impact on the landings data globally. This is quite complicated graph, so don't try and read it all now, but this is effectively some outputs of the literature review using the FAO data to really showcase the types of components that are involved in implementing the ecosystem approach to fisheries management. And you can see on the graph here, there are a number of different components that are implemented in varying levels around the globe. 94% of the respondents to the FAO survey have developed fisheries management plans that tackle some of these components. So that's a really positive figure. And there's a lot more information in the report, which you can go and find on the virtual table. And there's a QR code at the end of this if you want to scan that. This is just a quick map to show where the case studies that are used in the report are based. So you can see there's a good global spread. We tried to ensure that there are varying different types of fishery included, as well as gear types, etc. So that's I'll go through that now. Again, don't try and interpret the graphs without looking at the full report. They're quite detailed, but this is effectively those different components that I showed on the previous graph for each of the case studies and how well they're being implemented. This isn't a comparison across the case studies because they all are quite different, but it's an opportunity to show where approaches to EAFM are being used under different circumstances, and therefore where there's opportunity for other fisheries to be learning from these case studies, what approaches could work well for those fisheries or not. One of the main things the contractor noticed was that the literature often talks about implementing the ecosystem approach in a stepwise process to implementation, but actually what works in practice is more what that fishery particularly needs itself in terms of the priorities and the challenges. So perhaps the stepwise approach isn't really applicable. So the report ends with sort of some lessons learned, some best practice recommendations, things that are particularly successful in the implementation of the ecosystem approach. And you can see these on the screen here. So undertaking a baseline review can help understand where approaches are already in place or small changes that can be made to existing approaches. Frameworks that are really, really helpful to structure implementation. The fact that actually sometimes strong drivers are what change the speed of uptake in EAFM, such as stock collapse or where there are concerns in food security. How management measures, one can address multiple components, such as bycatch species, discards, etc. And multiple management measures can also be mutually reinforcing, which can be really helpful, such as gear modification, for example. Cross-cutting components are really important for implementation. That can include things like participatory approach, precautionary approach, social and economic considerations, and collaboration is also really key. So that's with other countries, academics, even just collaboration within departments. So we all know that fisheries and environment departments often don't engage directly, and that can be really helpful as well. And then finally, adaptive management can really help to ensure that there are clear objectives and review of the processes in terms of how they're implemented. Again, don't look at this graph in detail. It's provided in the report. It's a big infographic that sort of captures some of the really key findings of the report. You can see the best practice at the top there, the proportion of fish stocks within biologically sustainable levels in the little fish graph. And it's a kind of helpful one-pager to try and capture some of the findings of the report. This was a really, really quick whistle-stop tour. The summary report is about 20 pages, and it's available at that QR code there. It's on the virtual table on the COP16 website. There is also a much longer 200-odd page technical report that sits behind this that will be published on the DEFRA evidence platform very soon, and I'm happy to share that information with anyone who wants to provide me their contact details. The author of the report is on the screen there, and she would be very happy to provide any more information on that as well. But I guess I'd also like to put a question to the room, which is around if anyone has any thoughts on how the ecosystem approach has been successfully implemented either in your countries or within your organizations, if there are any recommendations you think haven't been captured that could be considered that would be useful for us to share back to the community, particularly when it comes to updating NBSAPs, which is obviously a main focus at the moment. So big question out to the room.
And I think thank you, Farah, first of all. That was great. And I also, now that I realize we have colleagues here with us that speak Spanish, it would be useful to translate this into other languages. So that's maybe some feedback, just so that we can make this information accessible to all. So as you think about this question, well, let me see, are there already hands? Yes, okay. But please introduce yourself. And then, because we're such a small group, I think we'll have a chance to have everyone introduce themselves eventually. That's my hope. And Fariz, if you could maybe just come over here so the camera could see you. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Masha, and thank you so much for the presentation, Farah. I'm Fariz Ahmadov with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Really looking forward to reading the report. My question mostly is around whether this study also included any input from regional fisheries management organizations, just because the ecosystem approach is really important to their work and areas beyond national jurisdiction. So yeah, just wanted to maybe hear a little bit more about that part of the study. Thank you.
And once Farah answers this, if you have any insights that you could share about the application of the ecosystem-based approach in Canada, we'd love to hear from you. If you think you can...
While you think about that.
Yeah, while you think about that, yeah.
Yeah, so for the literature review at the beginning of this project, we used the FAO data, but we also put out a survey that went to all the marine focal points within the CBD, went to the members of the Global Ocean Alliance, and it went out to about 5 different RFMOs to make sure they had a chance to respond. And we did get responses from 3 of those RFMOs, so that was included in this report as well.
Thank you so much. Yeah, maybe just to add quickly that as an example more from the regional fisheries management organizations was that for the Northwestern Fisheries Organization, NAFO, in their last amendment of the convention text, they included the ecosystem approach in the convention. So we think that would be the right step for the other organizations and any other efforts when it comes to the implementation of ecosystem approach in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fariz. Anyone else interested in coming in on the ecosystem-based approach? Okay. Before we, do you mind if I shift the program a tiny bit, Cynthia and David? I just wanna acknowledge we have participants in the room, and I wanted to have the ability to give you the opportunity to speak, because I think it's been challenging to translate so far. And so because we will actually have a representative, David will be speaking to us about community fishers. So, but I wanted to maybe start with some of your thoughts on these targets, on the importance of the contribution from community fishers to the GBF as a whole, and maybe what are we doing wrong? Where can we make things more efficient? And I know it's a lot of pressure to translate, so let's see.
Sí. Sí, despacio. Ajá. Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Marta Machacek, soy del Caribe de Panamá, de la comunidad específicamente de Bocas del Toro. Soy una mujer afrocaribeña, pero como mujer pescadora afrocaribeña, estamos aquí con la esperanza de tener mejores días para el sector de pesca artesanal.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you. So Martha is from Panama, from the community of fishermen and women from Bocas del Toro, and she's happy to be here to represent her community today.
Como mujer pescadora caribeña, sentimos que no podemos hablar de sostenibilidad cuando nosotros como pescadores, como pobladores, tenemos pérdida de nuestra identidad como pescador, de nuestra tierra y de libre acceso al mar, con muchas actividades que se están dando de espalda nuestra.
As an Afro-Caribbean representative and as a woman in fisheries, she feels that the representation in the fishery space, the access that they have, and even in terms of the freedom to and inclusivity and equity of being part of initiatives and sustainable management of fisheries has not been put in place.
No podemos hablar de sostenibilidad cuando nosotros como comunidad, como pueblo, estamos perdiendo un derecho ancestral.
We cannot speak about sustainability if us as traditional knowledge holders are not being part of the conversation in an inclusive way.
No estamos en contra de la conservación. Quiero que se quede claro, nosotros como pescadores no estamos en contra de la conservación.
We are not against conservation. I want to make that clear that conservation is important for us.
Pero sí pedimos, exigimos nuestro derecho a que se conserve con las personas.
But we do ask that conservation comes in hand with people.
Nosotros como personas, más que la pérdida de un espacio físico, estamos perdiendo nuestro espacio cultural y nuestro derecho a vivir como personas.
We're losing our space and our cultural heritage as people more than losing a space for fishing. It's about our culture.
Nosotros estamos preparados a conservar. Nosotros estamos preparados, pero que nos tomen dentro de los procesos, que seamos visibles en cualquier toma de decisión.
We need to be visible in the decision making and the processes that lead to decision making. More inclusivity and more participation on our side.
Ya nosotros queremos mandarles un mensaje a todo el mundo entero, a las ONG, a los conservacionistas, a los gobiernos, que nosotros queremos participar con nuestras voces, que otras personas no hablen por nosotros.
We don't want other voices to speak on behalf of us. So this is a message to NGOs, to government representatives, and to civil society in general.
Siempre se hacen trabajos, se hacen investigaciones y se toman decisiones a espaldas nuestras, con la exposición, con las experiencias y los temas de otras personas. Ya nosotros queremos que se escuchen nuestras voces.
We want our voices to be heard and to be part of all the investigations, the knowledge products that are being developed without the traditional knowledge of our communities.
En esta COP se va o se está evaluando algunas metas que no se cumplen a cabalidad. El derecho a nuestras tierras, el derecho a las mujeres en la tenencia de las tierras, en el que nos escuchen como pescadoras, el derecho de tantas cosas, esto que nosotros sentimos que es importante estar aquí, es importante que nos escuchen para que escuchen a los pescadores con su propia voz.
We want for you to hear in our own voice, in our own words. A lot of things are being discussed within the targets on land, on rights, and specifically on fisheries. And we want to be part of this discussion as well.
Muchas gracias.
Oh, muchas gracias a ustedes. A very important perspective, and thank you, Cynthia. Can we please, yes, of course, we would also love to give you word. Thank you.
Muy buenos días. Me siento muy orgulloso, muy feliz de ser parte de esta mesa. Sentimos que hoy sí lo van a escuchar.
Good morning, and I feel very proud to be part of this roundtable, and I am hopeful that today you will listen to us.
Mi nombre es Germán Hernández. Soy el representante de 2 millones de pescadores en Honduras. Son 2 millones que estamos organizándolos cada día para poder proteger, para poder tener mejores áreas protegidas. Y déjeme decirle que cuando venimos a estos eventos nos sorprendemos bastante al ver tanto fondo que hay y nosotros no podemos lograr ese apoyo para poder seguir conservando nuestras áreas.
I represent 2 million people from Honduras. We are a group of fishermen that are concerned about creating more marine protected areas. We keep hearing about all the funding through this COP that is available, but not to our communities. We do not have access to this funding, and his name is Germán Fernández.
Tenemos conservación en pesca responsable, porque lo que más estamos haciendo en Honduras es conservar, tener responsabilidad en pesca. Por eso hemos formado grandes organizaciones por comunidades para poder conservar.
We have all organized ourselves into different groups to preserve our natural resources and have sustainable fisheries, and we are conducting ourselves in very responsible ways to deliver on the targets of conservation and sustainable use.
Y vamos a seguir trabajando como país. Hemos sido un ejemplo de otros países, cómo estamos organizados. Cada día los organizamos más. Casualmente en esta semana pues delegué otro grupo para otras comunidades que se me organicen para poder conservar más y ser más responsables en nuestras áreas de conservación.
We are, as the people from Honduras, we are leading by example. We have created a structure to work within our communities. We're being responsible, and we're being highlighted because of the protection efforts that we are leading.
Ahorita estamos peleando fuertemente por la ley de pesca, que la ley de pesca solo da 3 millas y nosotros estamos peleando que la rectifiquen y que los den 12 millas para poder restaurar esas áreas de pesca porque están siendo atacadas fuertemente por los industriales y están destruyendo toda la fauna marina que está en esa área.
We are now in the fight towards a more equitable law on fisheries. The proposal is to have 3 nautical miles, and we are asking for 12 miles for restoration purposes. Industrial fisheries are actually depleting. Thank you. Depleting our capacity as sustainable small-scale fisheries.
Como presidente de los pescadores de Honduras, hago un llamado, un grito de auxilio porque también nos quieren poner una planta petrolera en nuestro país y estamos desesperados porque sabemos que ese va a ser el final de nosotros los pescadores al ver un derrame de petróleo en esa área.
There's a need. There's an oil plant that wants to be installed in our country, in Honduras, and we know this will be the end of the sustainability around fisheries in Honduras. So this is a call for action to help us stop this from happening in Honduras.
Yo sé que esta venida a esta COP es de gran bendición para nosotros los países, porque todos los países estamos pasando por estos grandes conflictos. A través de la pesca teníamos el conflicto de lo que era el pez león, que el pez león nos estaba devorando todo lo que son los bancos de pesca.
Lionfish.
Lionfish. Okay, good. So, thank you for that one. So we're now trying to preserve the lionfish. It's important for our community, and we're keen on reaching the right conservation efforts.
Ahora tenemos otro conflicto más que se ha llevado la conservación del tiburón. O sea, tenemos una gran invasión de tiburones que están dejando los bancos sin pesca y aún están llegando hasta las playas a atacar a las personas. En este mes hemos tenido 2 ataques fuertemente a 2 turistas que andaban bañando en el mar.
We are also working because of an invasive migration of sharks that are behaving a bit different as opposed to how they used to, and have, of course, changed the ecosystem balance in terms of the fishes, fishing capabilities, and have also come very close to the coastline. So there's been some incidents with regards to even tourism, coastal tourism related.
Sí, allí en nuestro país nosotros pescamos en cayuco, no en lancha, en cayuco. Tenemos años, 7 meses que pues se lo desapareció un pescador, un compañero de nuestra comunidad, que creíamos nosotros que era otra cosa, pero hoy sí lo estamos dando cuenta que fue por ataque de tiburón que desapareció de su embarcación. Entonces eso los tiene bastante preocupados. Y esto es lo que presento de Honduras. Estamos con todo el 100% de conservar. Nosotros sembramos mangles y los conservadores que agarran el dinero solo llegan a tomar las fotos de lo que nosotros hacemos y eso es lo que presentan para ellos tener su recaudación de fondos. Entonces pedimos apoyo a estos sectores que estamos conservando cada día.
Herman is requesting support for 2 sectors specifically. One is for the security of the fishermen who go out in their drafts and are now being attacked by sharks and feel they're not secure anymore. And the other ask is with regards to funding. They keep planting mangrove and they feel the funding never stays with the community, stays somewhere else.
Nuestra pesca es con línea, es responsable, no es contramayo, es con línea, con cordel. Entonces, por eso pedimos apoyo, que los apoyen a seguir conservando y que los apoyen a que podamos obtener esas 12 millas náuticas para conservar más el ambiente en esa zona marino.
We lead sustainable fisheries and our fishing is sustainable. We need your support. This is a call for action to support our communities. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you. Thank you to both of you for sharing your perspectives. We heard you support conservation. You want to be a part of the decision making. You want the knowledge that we use to gauge progress, the metrics that we collect towards these targets, 5, 9, 10, for you to be a part of that contribution, right? And we heard about the importance of finance to go directly into the communities. Thank you. So at that, I want to turn it over to David and introduce him first, of course. And if you have any reflections on what you heard too, that would be very interesting. David is the founding director of Coordio East Africa, and their work ranges from promoting sustainable resource use within fishing communities in Kenya to national and regional research to support the improved governance of marine ecosystems. So David will speak to us about continuing this topic, the role of communities. So with that, over to you, David.
Okay, thank you very much, Masha, and good morning to everybody here. So very nice to follow from the presentations from the fisher communities here, because I will talk about our work in Kenya with fishing communities. But we, as researchers, have been working for 25, almost 30 years with some communities on the coast. And so, of course, I can't speak for them, but I can speak from the learning that we have together with them. I'll also say, in my current role, I'm also working with IPBES, the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, as a scientist, now as a chair as well. So I have a real role now in representing and presenting these issues, the inclusion that we use in our procedures and that we incorporate in our reports to combine knowledge from indigenous communities with scientific information as well, to present that for decision making, and to ensure that that decision making also is, or to promote the decision making is inclusive as well. So just adapting a little bit to what we've heard, one of the frameworks at IPBES, and I learned this working with fishermen, one of my first projects after my PhD was mapping and participatory monitoring with fishing communities in Kenya. This is 25, 27 years ago. And now seeing how much that so at the local scale, people's identity really ties in with the environment very deeply. Culture and perspectives on life, livelihoods and so on. And in IPBES, we have identified through a values assessment a few years ago, trying to synthesize, identifying the importance of 3 types of values. So one is the intrinsic value of nature. That's what, the rights of nature, a species to be there. It's also their properties, that give us livelihoods as well. We use those through instrumental values. That's the livelihoods that we make and the economic activities that we promulgate. And then also relational values. And those are really the connections that people have with the environment. And in indigenous communities and at local levels, those 3 things are really very closely entwined with one another. And as we modernize, as populations grow, as people move around, and as economic practices degrade nature, we lose the intrinsic values of nature, we degrade it, and we also lose a lot of the relational values, so the connections that people have through long cultures. And we eventually lose the instrumental values as well, because we overexploit resources and degrade them. So really understanding how do we promote conservation, this is the Convention on Biological Diversity, and those 3 really intertwined sets of values, because we can't survive without any of those. We need all 3 of them. I think this is where we're talking about targets 5, 9, and 10 now. We're talking about sustainable use, and I think this part of the convention hasn't had enough attention in the past. And the challenge that we have is that I think we understand a lot about what needs to happen, but our decision-making processes don't support that. And in a way, you see it in the targets of the GBF. The breadth of the GBF is critical, going from all the way from the nature-based, the nature targets to ones focused on livelihoods, to ones focused on policy and finance and decision-making. But they get a bit muddled up in the negotiations. And I think for us to work out how to best leverage the targets, it's important to try and understand what each target can do. So Masha introduced some of the wording. Target 5 mentions focuses around the harvest of wild species. So that's the actual fishing and taking out of species in this case. Target 9 focuses around the management and the benefit sharing from that use. And then target 10 talks about the areas that are used for fishing. So that's an area-based target. And I think it gets a bit confusing now with the focus in target 3 on other effective conservation measures, which are really, in this context and what we're doing in East Africa, is looking at how do we really promote other effective conservation measures to really promote sustainable fisheries and also to address the rights and the stewardship of communities and fishing communities on the ground. But OECMs are under target 3, which is about conservation, whereas really when communities look at other effective conservation OECMs, they're looking at how do we secure our livelihoods? How do we secure our place here? And we need to work out how to make this structure, other effective conservation measures, work for target 3, for target 5, 9, and 10. And that's going to be complicated because we haven't really done that very well in the CBD and the IUCN processes for distinguishing what this other effective conservation measure category does. So I think advancing on that is really important. And not only it's critical we do it, but let's look at this as an opportunity of how we advance this discussion. So I think I'll finish with that because I think that's sort of where the crux of the matter is. We've just finished a study, we're writing it up now really, that identifies this as a challenge when we're trying to promote other effective conservation measures with community fisheries in East Africa. Should we be looking at just the core zones for biodiversity conservation within a community fishery management area? And those are quite small. Or do we need to look at the whole community fishery management area? But most of that is really designated for fishing rather than conservation. And we want the fishing to be sustainable, but there's many challenges to making that happen. So how do we use this most effectively to secure rights and to improve the state of the coral reefs and mangroves and seagrass areas within these community fishery areas? I'll finish with that. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, David. Thank you so much. Before we turn to, yes, please. Before we turn to your question, which we wanted this to be a discussion, so the panelists have prepared a question for you all. But I note that, for example, we have the FAO here with us. We have some lovely participants, and I would love to hear your reflections on what you've heard so far about communities. What has this brought up for you? Does anyone have thoughts they'd like to share with us on the heels of what you've heard so far? Putting the floor. Yeah.
My name is Lina Saavedra, and I am researcher at the University of Magdalena here in Colombia. And I work with traditional knowledge, with the ecological knowledge from fishers in particular. And even though they don't use the word ecosystem-based approach and they don't know the concept, they are doing that, right? So, and we have, through my experience, what I have seen is that fishers had been the guards of the ecosystems for a long time. And but they need also the science to improve the practices. And they have decided measures of to recuperate some zones, to fish in another zones, and to put actually their own rules in the areas to continue fishing, because they find out that the situation is not the best as it was before. So definitely, I think that one of the key messages here is that fishers and the people that live in the ecosystems, that use the ecosystems, if they cannot be part of the decision, we will be using double discourse, but really we are not promoting sustainable use and actually going against their rights too. Thank you.
So David, what was going to be your question to the group?
So my question is really about how do we use these targets more effectively together? Well, I suppose that's a very global biodiversity framework focused question. The real question perhaps is introduced by what you've just said as well, as how, I don't know that it should be a question anymore. If fishers are not part of the decision-making process, stakeholders and rights holders must be part of the decision-making processes. So we need, and these co-management processes are essentially, I think, what we're leading towards. So I suppose my question is really, how do we make that happen most effectively? In this context, if we're talking in the convention, how do we integrate or look at targets together rather than in isolation to address the challenges of community fisheries?
Okay.
Very long-winded
Yes,
question.
that's great. All right.
Thank you. So I'm Vera Agostini from the FAO and the Fisheries and Aquaculture Division. What David just said really resonated with me. I was trying to think quickly about your invitation to the people in the room about their thoughts. And I'm really going to improvise here, but I feel like, there's a set of people that are telling us the work that they really do, it's in supporting biodiversity. And we all know fishers are stewards of biodiversity. That seems like an obvious, just like David was saying as well. It's not a question whether they should be at the table or not. They must be at the table. So what is happening? And what helped me crystallize my thoughts was David's statement about, rather than looking at these targets one by one, we should look at them together. I feel like we need to really come to a language that resonates in both directions. At the moment, we don't have that language. And I think doing that and moving these conversations away from quibbling over which targets should be fisheries, which should not be fisheries, let's look at them together. So a big focus of our work has been what we often call translating work. So for example, OECM, we put out some guidelines for the fisheries sector. It's not perfect work, but just to say that I think that part of the problem is that we're both speaking languages in separate venues or in separate circles. How do we get to a common language? I think we should all be putting effort to that and not quibble so much about this is not your target, this is this target, this is the other target. For the people that are actually the ones that need to do the work, like the fishers, it would tune me out. It tunes me out as an FAO specialist, as a fisheries specialist. So I hope I made some sense. I was just improvising, but I really...
Improvisation is exactly what we want. Thank you, Vera. Thank you so much. So if there are no... Yes, please. And then we'll turn to Cynthia.
Sí, yo creo que el punto más importante cuando se hacen estos tipos de investigaciones, deberíamos de participar nosotros, y nosotros no participamos en ningún tipo de investigación de todas las ONG que van a hacer las investigaciones relacionadas al área donde están los pescadores. Entonces, si nosotros estamos dentro, se van a dar cuenta, porque hemos tenido...
So we feel like we haven't been part of the research efforts. Please do count us in when you are researching and investigating, and we want to be a part of it, since we have so much to say and we always come last when it comes to research efforts.
lo que dijo la compañera, que primero tienen que tocarlos a nosotros, buscarlos a nosotros para poder hacer un análisis científico sobre las áreas. ¿Por qué? Porque nosotros conocemos todo, nosotros vivimos, anochecemos, amanecemos en la área y conocemos todo el área.
We are the ones who know the area. We are there. We know how it works and how everything is part of the planning, and also we could guide the research and be part from the get-go.
Por eso yo di un grito tan alegre a ser por primera vez ser parte de una COP, nosotros los pescadores. Por eso nos sentimos orgullosos de estar aquí, porque sabemos que ustedes lo van a escuchar y se van a dar cuenta de la realidad de lo que es, como dice ella, la realidad. No algo que le vengo a poner porque nosotros hemos tenido científicos que han llegado y han quedado asustados. Más bien nosotros les hemos enseñado a ellos.
We have led the way to so many scientists that have come to us and are a bit surprised about how much knowledge we have. And we are happy and excited to be here, first time in a COP, for our voices to be heard in terms of all the knowledge that we can bring to you to make all the important decisions and also be part of those decisions.
Imagine que llegó una y le enseñamos nosotros los bancos de pesca sin ningún tipo de GPS, sin ningún tipo de tecnología, y nosotros le decíamos, ahí está tal banco, en tal zona está tal banco, tantas millas hay tal banco. Entonces quedó asustado y él tenía que andar un aparato para darse cuenta.
We had a scientist who brought a GPS, but we know where our fish is. We showed them the way, and we showed them where our fisheries best capabilities are. He was quite impressed with our knowledge. We don't need GPS, we don't need technology. We know where the fishes are.
Cuando él salió del mar, lo felicitó y dijo que las mejores personas que podían tener el control de todo ese proceso del mar éramos los que vivíamos en el mar. De ahí lo llevé a las viviendas de unos pescadores y le digo, imagine que los preocupamos tanto por la conservación de lo que es, pero menos la conservación del ser humano. Mire cómo duermen estos pescadores, mire esta familia cómo está durmiendo con manacas, con nylon en la orilla de la playa, y nadie se preocupa por esa área del proceso humano.
We took the researchers and scientists to where we live, and they were surprised that they never considered the human side of this. Where do we live? They were impressed about the conditions and how fishermen live around the coastlines, and they were reflecting on not adding the social aspects to the conversation as well.
I think we have time. We'll have Cynthia close us with this recent exciting development with the 100% Alliance. But Kim, please, I'd love to hear from you.
Kim Friedman from FAO. I was lucky enough to be working beside traditional fishers in a remote area of the Pacific in Vanuatu this year. And we had a great opportunity to go from the people working on the water through the civil society organizations, through the government at the Fisheries Department level, to the government in the Environment Department level, and further towards international processes and regional processes in the Pacific. And what I really like to mention is that we have a small problem in that the value chain of what international processes offer degrades as we go to the people on the water. So what happens, as was explained to me, is approximately 90 to 95% of the value that we put together in financial assistance gets eaten up by international processes and regional processes. When you get to the actual country of Vanuatu, when you get below the head government level and you get to civil society organizations, you might be at about 4% of what funds are still available to assist. And then when you get to the community level, they aren't even looking at 0.01% of the value that the international processes are delivering. So the plates at the top of the table are well filled. And where we want to make the big changes, amongst the people on the water, they're finding it hard to find the information, even how to apply for a grant, even how to have their systems recognized in a reframing exercise where they can be recognized. Even coming to a meeting like this would be hard for them to achieve. Thank you very much, Pew, and all the others who are supporting these voices, because as you go around the country delegations, you'll find that even the country delegations cannot afford to bring the agriculture department, the fisheries department to this meeting. So that just the one point I want to bring to everyone is, how do we flip it a little bit so that the plates get filled up more evenly across the table? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim. Yeah, I think we have the right audiences here in this building, not this pavilion, but the venue, to hear that message. So please, we'll pass it on together with you. So I want to introduce Cynthia, and first, just an enormous thank you for translating today. Your mastery of both Spanish and English is impressive. Cynthia is with the World Resources Institute. She's also the director of the Ocean Action 2030 Coalition. And Cynthia is the former Deputy Minister of Water and Ocean Affairs of Costa Rica. And today we would love to hear about sustainable ocean plans and also the 100% Alliance, which I think could really bring all of this together. I think that's the beauty of an ocean plan, is it can actually help address some of the issues that we've covered today. So over to you, Cynthia.
Thank you. Good morning, buenos dias, and thank you for joining us today. This has been such an interesting conversation, and I think Vera just opened a bit of a discussion that I wanted to bring in, because basically I work with 19 world leaders around the world from the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. These leaders decided back in 2018 that they wanted to learn a bit on the status of the ocean and what could be done. 73 actions actually were delivered by 2020 on the transformations agenda. And at the headline of this commitment and vision from the ocean panel was to sustainably manage the ocean through sustainable ocean plans. So why is this important, this conversation that we're having this morning? I'll tell you why. Because this holistic approach actually delivers on the interconnectivity that is very much needed in terms of connecting not only all of the targets, and I agree with you, we do have to not work in silos again through the targets, because I can easily mention target 1, 3, 5, 10, 9, all of these targets actually are connected to sustainable ocean planning, which is a unifying umbrella under which governance, sustainable practices, conflicting uses of the ocean, sustainable fisheries, sustainable tourism, policy making, watershed management, interconnectivity from source to sea, all of these elements are part of sustainable ocean plans. So that's the beauty of it. It's iterative, it's integrative, it's inclusive, and takes into account all of the stakeholders and the traditional knowledge holders, as well as indigenous peoples and all of the communities into one. This is the first time I ever joined a COP on biodiversity. I'm always joining the climate COPs. So that's part of the deal. And I know it's difficult for all of us to be everywhere, but we need to try to make these connections so we can spread the word on how all of this are connected. One of the latest reports on climate from the Ocean Panel, commissioned to a group of experts of 350 experts around the world so far. And very proudly, I would say that gender balance and geographically balanced, because as we discussed in a tall ship last year, where I was the only Latin American on that boat, we need to create the perfect ambience for scientists to get together from everywhere. I come from a developing country, so I understand this reality on this side of the table, and I understand how important it is to hear all the voices and to bridge science to policy, but also to remember that sometimes for us, it's even difficult to even have the capacity, human capacity, or in terms of funds, to even write terms of reference, to have access to all this funding that it's out there, but it's not easy to understand how to navigate. So the matchmaking It's something that we do at Ocean Action 2030 in terms of the technical assistance and the financial assistance that is needed. Fast forward, UN General Assembly just took place. In the margins of, we had the leaders meeting of the Ocean Panel members, and President Macron announced the 100% Alliance. So what is that? It's basically reaching out to everyone globally to engage into this ambitious commitment and agenda of the Ocean Panel on delivering sustainable ocean plans. Sustainable ocean plans, I must say, are only for the EEZs of the countries. Together, these 19 countries make up 50% of the world's coastlines and 45% of the EEZs. So we need to get to 100%. We need to include everyone in this discussion, and we need to have global outreach. That's the whole purpose of the 100% Alliance campaign, is the more the merrier. I hope Honduras, I hope Panama, I hope Colombia could join us in this effort, and we will bring the technical and financial assistance needed to start the whole process, but also we'll include all the communities, because this is where the knowledge comes from. We are launching, and I'll stop here because I get very excited, but we're launching the latest Blue Report from the Ocean Panel on Monday, the 28th, at the CAF's Pavilion at 9:30. Please do join us, because this is about co-producing sustainable ocean plans with indigenous peoples and the knowledge holders. So this paper actually speaks about equity, speaks about inclusivity, speaks about how we need to respect, but not only have the participation of all stakeholders, but as Germán was mentioning, they have the science that we need to hear too. So we need to understand everything that Marta and Germán have told us, and how their traditional knowledge could be part of the solution, as well as has always been, and speaks directly to the targets we're discussing today: small-scale fisheries and industrial fisheries, and OECMs and marine protected areas, and everything that we have discussed today are part of this holistic approach. So if you want more information on sustainable ocean plans, please do contact me afterwards. And thank you for the opportunity. And sorry for the translation. I tried. I did my best, but it's not an official translation for folks who are following us live. I disclaimer here. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, David. Thank you to Farah, who had to leave. Thank you, Marta, Hernan. And now is the Marine and Coastal Biodiversity Contact Group, so I think everybody's going to have to run off. So we'll wrap it up there. We just appreciate everyone online, and we'll see you guys throughout the week. Don't forget, 29th, CAF Pavilion. 28th, correction, CAF Pavilion. All right, thanks, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning. We have 1 minute for the event. So may I just invite all the panelists, please take your seats. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming this morning, joining our discussions. I'm your moderator of this session today. My name is Helen Ding. I'm a senior economist with the Global Restoration Initiative at WRI. Today, we have a very exciting lineup of panelists joining the discussion day, and The main objective of the session is, first of all, to explore some proven solutions that are already delivering nature and climate solutions, and also financial returns. And secondly, we want to learn from the experts coming today with us, with the practical experience in NBS investment. I think many of you are very interested in this topic as well. That's why I saw very crowd full of participants today. So we wanted to explore practical examples which could also be useful to inspire more private sector engagement and build a more robust pipeline of NBS investment. So the objective is to mobilize more much needed private capital to support this very important initiative. And I think most of you are here today know the reason why we wanted, this is such an important topic, why nature is important for the business and the finance sectors. And roughly 50% of the global economy depends on nature. And if the vital landscapes and ecosystems collapse, 51 countries would lose 10 to 20% of their GDP by this decade. So it's really important and affects every economy in the world. And nature is also a critical contributor to the net zero targets that all companies are setting for themselves. More than half of the world's 2,000 largest companies published the list of companies have already committed to net zero. Without nature, achieving net zero is impossible. And nature is declining. The capacity to sequester emissions is also declining because of rising temperature. So this is a really pressing issue that we need to address today. And yet, the funding for nature restoration and protection, it's lagging behind. There's over 200 billion annual shortfall in financing for nature. And what is more concerning is that over 80% of the finance is coming from public. As you all know, we need more private capital to be mobilized to support this initiative. So we also wanted to recognize that there are challenges that the private sectors are facing in financing NBS. And just want to mention a few that many of you are already familiar with. One is we know that a lot of NBS projects do not really meet investors' expectations. Secondly, there are risks. Return ratio of most NBS investment today is not attractive to private sector because of issues like very small deal sizes, limited revenue streams, long payback periods. So on the other hand, companies are facing a lot of challenges as well when trying to identify a very clear business case for investing in nature. And this also affects their ability to secure financing for projects and justify initial investment. And for investors that are investing in listed companies, on the other hand, is also very challenging to see how investing in NBS can be translated into tangible shareholder values. So there are multiple challenges we're facing today. However, on the bright side, we also see their future is really promising. The market for NBS is expected to grow rapidly over the next 5 years. We can see, for instance, in agroforestry, there will be increasing from low billions today to up to $100 billion in 5 years. And there's also increasing in sustainable forest management for increasing another $500 billion in 5 years' time. So there's a lot of opportunities. So today, we have our panelists today to join us to see how we can, how the private sector, especially corporate and financial sectors, could collaborate and overcome those challenges and capitalize on some really interesting growing opportunities to scale up investment in NBS. So without further ado, I think you wanted to listen to more what the panelists will talk about today. I will introduce our 6 panelists. So from the left-hand side of the stage, that's Clara Corkett head of nature-based solutions from WWF UK. Clara has a lot of extensive experience on NBS Accelerator, which is a part of 5-year partnership between WRI, WWF, and HSBC to identify opportunities to support climate solutions to become more commercially viable and deliver real-world impacts. And the lady next to her is Natasha Boric. She is the head of policy and positive impact from Finance for Biodiversity Foundation. Finance for Biodiversity Foundation was established in 2021 to support a call to action and collaboration among financial institutions to reverse nature loss in this decade. And the next gentleman is Jamie Mulligan, who is the head of carbon neutralization science and strategy at Amazon. You all know Amazon, so I'm not going to introduce it anymore, but what you don't know is Jamie also is a former WRI colleague. And on this side, next to me, the first gentleman is Abid Kamali, who is the managing director for ESG and sustainable finance from the Bank of America. Bank of America is the second largest bank in the US with over 2.5 trillion asset under management. And next to him is Edwina McKinney, Executive Vice President of Corporate Engagement from Leaf Coalition. Leaf Coalition is a unique public-private partnership focusing on halting tropical deforestation by 2030 and channeling funds to forest governments by purchasing high-integrity jurisdictional REDD+ credits. And last but not least is Esther Choi, is our WRI colleague. She's a research lead for NBS and climate private sector, and is also co-author for a corporate guidebook for NBS investment. So without further ado, I think I would just move on to our next session, segment of the session. So today we don't have a lot of presentations. We have a conversation. And you will also have some time later to ask questions. But let me just get it started first. I wanted to actually pick Clara first because of her experience and her extensive research. I was just wondering whether you can share with us some of the main barriers to mobilizing and scaling finance for nature. Are there specific challenges tied to how financial institutions and corporates operate? Could you share with us some concrete examples from the real world? Thanks, Clara.
I think it's on. It's working now. Okay, thank you very much, Helen. So yes, so I'm Claire Cockett. I'm from WWF UK, and my team is responsible for WWF's role in the Nature-Based Solutions Accelerator. And as Helen said, that's a collaboration, a philanthropic collaboration between HSBC, WRI, WWF, helping to get nature-based solutions to scale. And my team is particularly focused on helping unlock the barriers to resourcing nature-based solutions, particularly for those projects that are interested to and want to suited to seek private finance, helping to bridge the skills gap to allow them to get there. And I guess that's, in terms of the big barrier, the big obstacle, I think that for us is probably what we would say is at the moment, to bridge between the aspirations of companies and financial institutions to invest in nature-based solutions, supply. It's a real barrier. So, I mean, I'll dive into that a little bit, and hopefully you can hear all right. I think it's a bit in and out. But yes, so fundamentally, we have a technical assistance process. So our accelerator supports projects around the world through a combination of technical assistance and seed funding, seed grants. We went out, our goal is to support high integrity nature-based solutions aligned with the IUCN global standard for NBS. And our approach
So basically, we went out, I did a global call for applications for projects that were interested to receive our support. And we were looking for projects that met 5 key criteria, that they were high integrity, as I said, according to the IUCN standard, that they had a good management capacity, that they would be able to have, get there, that they would be able to resource themselves and deliver, that they were set up in a way that actually would be suited to unlocking private investment, because not all nature-based solutions are, and that's fine. But those that can, it's obviously an opportunity to really unlock that side of the market. We were also looking for projects that would meet WWF's social and environmental safeguards requirements, and with the capacity fundamentally to be able to get there in the time frame that we're looking at. So we're looking to try and help these projects reach bankability within a fixed period, basically towards the beginning of next year is our goal, that they will be ready to go out to the market and seek that investment. So following that expression of interest process, we assessed various projects, and we've ended up with six quite diverse projects right across the world, ranging from kind of mangrove restoration, regenerative cattle ranching, seaweed farming, just to name a few. They are in diverse locations. They've got quite diverse structures, different developers behind them. Some of them are NGOs, some of them are private or kind of social enterprises. Interestingly, none particularly were from community-led or indigenous peoples kind of groups. And actually, that's an area that I think is a latent opportunity that would be good to see grow. They have different structures and different market focuses. That some of them are looking at the carbon market, some of them are looking at commodities, some of them are looking at a mix. Interestingly, though, very few are looking at kind of disaster risk reduction, and I think that's symptomatic of the state of the market and the need for kind of enabling policies to help that side grow. I guess the key thing, as we've said, in terms of plugging that skills gap, is really helping to work through this process of technical assistance. So my team focus on 2 key areas. One is the high integrity NBS design, talking through the IUCN standard, thinking around theory of change, thinking around baselines in terms of what's the impact they're looking to deliver for people, for communities, for nature. Because obviously the NBS standard is all about delivering benefits both to societal needs, but also for the environment, for nature. So really helping make sure that design, stakeholder assessment, that's done well, and also bridging then through to the more commercial aspects. So thinking through market assessments, cost kind of forecasts, and again thinking through to what actually the revenue stream is going to be, when it's going to come, how much is it going to be, and the legal structuring. So the technical assistance process takes them through the whole process. And it's been interesting to note that obviously, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, just like NBS is never a one-size-fits-all approach. We have to flex according to different interests and skills gaps and really modify with each of them. But it's all going really well, and really looking forward to kind of seeing them go to market. Most of them go to market in the new year. And I guess maybe just to mention in terms of barriers, we're really keen to help bridge understanding. And I think, as you said, Helen, in your introduction, there's some challenges around different timeframes, as you said, really making sure that both sides understand that these things take time for design, that it takes time to deliver that return, particularly in this space. There obviously are risks, and actually those risks are shared by both project developers and the investors. And understand, and fundamentally, integrity and community participation is really key. And I think we can dive more into that in a moment, but I think fundamentally, when approaching private investments and that project-based view, it's really taking the time for the dialogue, thinking through, the enabling structures that are needed around it. Thank you.
And we'll dive more into that.
Thank you, Clara. So you talk a lot about high integrity projects. I think that actually brings the question that I want to ask our next panel speaker on this side. Advina, you work a lot on developing projects, especially delivering high integrity carbon credits. So, I think Clara talked about the revenue streams, and then we know that the majority of the NBS project today focusing very much on the carbon credits. So I'm just curious, from your experience, what do you think is the, is it how scalable is carbon credit today? And as a coalition, what are the challenges and opportunities that you have encountered when trying to collaborate with private sectors? could you share some examples as well? I think people here just wanted to hear more about, concrete examples in the world. Thanks.
Wonderful. Can you hear me okay? Great. Lots of questions there, and happy to try and knock them all off. So Edwina McKechnie, I work for Emergent. We're the nonprofit facilitator of the LEAF Coalition. And the LEAF Coalition was launched in 2021 to really address the issue of scale. How do we scale and mobilize the finance needed to support incentives on the ground where there are tropical forests to try and halt and reverse tropical deforestation by 2030. There we go. Which is, we know, is crucial to meeting not only our climate goals, but also our nature goals as well, recognizing the biodiversity, sociocultural, ecosystem services, as well as climatic impacts that tropical forests provide to us all. So LEAF was really launched around how do we deal with both the scale and pace challenge. And the way in which the founders of LEAF came together, so a number of leading companies, Amazon being one of those, together with the UK, Norway, the United States, and now Korea, to think around how do we catalyze a new market for jurisdictional REDD+ forest carbon credits. We do that by essentially transacting these credits by aggregating demand from private sector players with those sovereign donors directly with forest country governments that have been working for many years with public sector finance from the multilateral development banks through initiatives like the FCPF to establish their jurisdictional REDD+ programs at national or large national, subnational scale. So what does that mean? That means that we have an actor that the government that can do only what government can do, set policy incentives, work cross-stakeholder, cross-industry, enforce regulations around land use management, et cetera, and do that in collaboration with local peoples, indigenous peoples and communities to try and change incentives on the ground, develop new economic pathways, and importantly, generate emissions reductions credits with the explicit intention of being able to access market mechanisms. So what LEAF has done is, through the work that these countries have been doing for many years, as they generate and verify emissions reductions to the high integrity standard trees, which is facilitated by the Architecture for REDD+ transactions, lots of acronyms I'm trying to avoid there, but we scale the finance by bringing in private sector actors. We do that with a sovereign guarantee, so the donor governments involved, the US, the UK, Norway, also participate in those deals. They guarantee a minimum floor price, they guarantee a minimum transaction volume, so it mitigates some of the risks of the private sector participating in these types of new transactions. And from the jurisdiction's perspective, we have future offtake agreements that guarantee large-scale revenue streams for the foreseeable future as they deliver their programs and policies to reduce deforestation. So bringing a blended finance model, but importantly, that builds on the framework that's been developed on the ground, and that is not mutually exclusive to projects. So high integrity projects, high quality projects are really key in terms of developing and supporting the wider jurisdictional policies and programs that a forest country may be developing. And I think on the point of scale, it's not just on the pipeline of supply, and LEAF has 24 jurisdictions that are, let's say, moving down the sort of readiness pipeline, as we call it, but it also is about demand. And a key part of the LEAF Coalition was putting that demand signal out there, showing that there are high integrity buyers, companies that are willing to take a leadership position, recognize that global tropical forests are key not only to climate and nature, but also business resilience, and they're willing to commit and put money on the table to support that and reward the efforts and the results that jurisdictions are delivering. So, in terms of some of the sort of challenges and opportunities there, I think on the opportunity side, a coalition has been very helpful. We have a number of like-minded peers on the corporate side, and Jamie can probably speak better to this than I can, but that come from different sectors, but all have a common goal, a common objective. They also are open to exchanging, to sharing,
and also recognize that working as a high integrity group helps to increase confidence. We know that the voluntary markets have had some ups and downs over their life, and in particular in the last 12 to 18 months, and we see improvements in a lot of the integrity infrastructure around the market. But importantly, on the jurisdictional side, the Archery's crediting program, being able to rely on that, but also noting that integrity also lands on the demand side as well. I've seen the 1 minute sign, so I'll stop there. I could keep on talking, but I'll pause. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Edwina. I think you touch upon very important questions about high integrity. How can we bring companies and governments together? And from the conversation I had in the past, there were a lot of mistrust between the private sector. And I think, we are very lucky to have Jamie joining us to talk also a little bit about the corporate side of things. Jamie, so I think I just want to build on what Edwina already mentioned, and you are heading the carbon neutralization work strategy in the Amazon. So what is the Amazon's approach to carbon neutralization, and in particular when it comes to high integrity projects? And how significant is the role of MBS in this whole journey? Because I think that's also one of the challenges that we're trying to overcome these days.
Thanks, Ellen. Oh, I'll get this right. Sorry. Well, first, let me say Amazon has a net zero 2040 climate pledge. And the vast majority of our effort under the climate pledge is focused on decarbonizing our own businesses for the simple reason that that's what the science requires. And if we're not keeping pace with the science, then we're falling behind, and we're going to face competitiveness problems in a low carbon future. But when we look at the science, when we look at the IPCC pathways, it's obvious that the science requires more than decarbonization within our own value chain. We have to get to net zero globally. We need to get to net zero as a company. And so what that creates then is an obligation, but also an opportunity to step outside of our value chain, take a big step back, take a big deep breath, and ask the question, how do we really drive climate mitigation and nature conservation and restoration at massive scale? We have so little time left. Amazon's a very big company. We have a real responsibility to think big and to act with scale and with a sense of urgency. That's my job. It's a lot of fun. We decided early on that halting tropical deforestation and restoring forests that we've lost 500 million hectares of tree cover since 2000. It's larger than the European Union. And if you look at the IPCC pathways, we not only have to halt deforestation by 2030, but you have to bring back about that much by 2050. So we got to stop, and then we got to bring it back, and we have to do these things in tandem. We have to be smart about it. The carbon market is there. Maybe I'll circle back to that on the challenges side. But we really start from sort of first principles, working backward from climate breakthroughs, and in this case, halting deforestation, restoring millions and millions of hectares of land. I want to just walk you through one illustration of kind of how our strategy has landed. The first thing we did was help to co-found the LEAF Coalition. I won't repeat what Edwina said, but we did this because you have to change the political economy around land use if you're going to halt deforestation. There are high-quality projects out there. There should continue to be high-quality projects out there. Those projects aren't connected to a theory of change that will halt deforestation across landscapes. They're part of the solution. We have to work through governments. We have to leverage public sector mechanisms. So we created the LEAF Coalition. We have more than $1 billion of finance mobilized for that. In the state of Pará, just one example, there are 24 countries coming down the pipeline. This state is twice the size of France. It's accountable for more than 10% of global deforestation. One state. A major driver of deforestation in Pará is land speculation. People are clearing forests not to feed their families, but to lay claim to the underlying land with an expectation that they will get amnesty and they will eventually get regularized and they will get to own that land and produce commodities. And they have every reason to have that expectation. There's very little enforcement, fines don't get paid, tractors get burned as a cost of doing business, and eventually the forest law is updated and they get to have their land. You have to change that expectation. We're using restoration to change that expectation. The state is going to issue restoration concessions. They're actually, for the first time, they said, we can't take the land back, we don't have enough resources. Now, they're going to take the land back, they're going to auction concessions, not for timber, not for mining, but for restoration. And you're going to have the carbon market come in, billions of dollars is my expectation for the scaling potential of this. It's going to finance additional enforcement, it's going to finance in consultation with local communities, school, hospital, tractors, and so on for the local folks. It's going to restore the forest, it's going to sequester carbon, and in the process, it's going to change the expectations, this is the hypothesis, of land speculators. That's going to drive deforestation down. When deforestation comes down in the state of Pará, they have an agreement now in place with the Leaf Coalition. It's going to send the funds from global north countries and governments and companies to the state of Pará. Those funds will get distributed to indigenous peoples, to Afro-descendant communities, to other traditional communities, to family farmers, subject to an equitable benefit sharing mechanism that the state is now launching robust consultations around. Super excited about that kind of work, but it's hard. This didn't exist when we started. The carbon market has a spotty history of creating high-quality projects. We need high-quality solutions. It's not always going to be a project. So we really had to blaze our own path. But I'm hopeful that once we've done that, it's going to be easy then for others to follow. And I'll cut short now. And so that's the idea. Thanks.
Thank you, Jamie. That's really impressive. 500 billion hectares you mentioned.
Well, I didn't do that. That's how much forest we've lost, according to GFW.
Yeah.
Since 2000.
That's yeah. I think we really need to scale it up. Of course, Amazon is leading the way, and many other companies as part of the Leaf Coalition as well. But I think we also wanted to understand that what are the key drivers of scaling this up. I think I just want to turn to my colleague, Esther. I was curious about the research that you're doing, developing guidebook for NBS investment for corporate in particular. So what have you observed through your research? What are key enablers that actually motivates most of the companies like Amazon and many others participating in this? And what can inspire other companies to actually follow suit? Thanks.
Thanks, Ellen. So like as Helen said, we are developing a guidebook for businesses on NBS, and as part of the research process, we conducted interviews with 41 companies. There was a series of surveys and interviews. We identified a set of enabling factors, as Helen mentioned, but I think they can be divided into two: those that come from externally, so external to the companies, as well as the internal factors that actually help facilitate materializing this corporate ambition on NBS. So I'll briefly talk about three external factors that are putting pressures on companies to do more, as well as two internal factors, enabling factors. So I guess the first external factor would be coming from the policy and regulatory pressure, which is increasing in its scope and ambition. And for example, there's a European Union's regulation on deforestation-free products, EUDR, that prohibits the import or export of agricultural commodities that are linked to deforestation and forest degradation. And there's a corporate sustainability reporting directive that's going to take effect starting from next year. And that's going to mandate companies to disclose their sustainability data in a systematic manner. And this is marking a significant step towards standardizing sustainability reporting. And of course, there are national regulations in key emerging markets such as China and Gabon, with China banning commercial logging in natural forests, and with Gabon mandating FSC certification in its logging concessions. So these are collectively creating the pressure on companies, and they're starting to, due to this pressure coming from the regulations, they're starting to rethink their operations and business strategies. The second one would be reputational risk and competition, as Jamie briefly mentioned. So there's one survey that said over, I think, 82% of respondents, consumers,
said that there is a moral obligation for companies to have a positive impact on both people and biodiversity. And this puts companies in an important position to be not affiliated with negative impacts on the environment and social aspects, such as climate change, biodiversity, and the displacement of local communities. And this is going to hurt their brand image and market standing if they are not addressed in a proper manner. Third one would be, of course, investor demand. The investors are increasingly aware of the global biodiversity framework and other sustainability reporting requirements. And they are putting pressure, or asking questions to their portfolio companies, whether they're doing anything about their the science-based targets, what are they doing with their sustainability plans. So, for example, an American agricultural cooperative said to us that they're increasingly getting questions from institutional investors like BlackRock, Vanguard, about these points, and this is creating a sense of urgency at the board level. So those are the three external factors, and the two, I guess, briefly, two internal factors that are actually facilitating this process of making nature-based solutions strategies and implement projects. Internally, one being the leadership. I think the leadership is maybe the key critical factor that really moves the needle internally, because having secured a strong leadership helps set the vision, secure resources, long-term resources, and a company-wide commitment to NBS. And yeah, that's without the leadership, I think in a corporate setting, it's very hard to move any sort of agenda related to nature and NBS. The second one would be securing internal buy-in. It's one thing to have a visionary, leadership, and it's another thing to really operationalize this leadership, this vision and strategy into actionable items. So I guess one company based in South Asia, I really liked how they approached this. Once they set this nature strategy, they proactively make sure to integrate this in the daily operations of the company. And so by holding a series of workshops, inviting business leads, operational leads that have nothing to do with the sustainability initiatives or teams, nature projects, to make sure that this vision and strategy really work for their daily businesses, so that what they care about, their KPIs, to make sure that they're aligned with the national vision set by the top leadership. So those were the two leading factors that we've identified through our research.
Thank you, Esther. You mentioned a couple of very important and interesting factors that I wanted to actually bring it back, especially related to investors. You said that there's increasing investors' demand on biodiversity-related investment. But it just we are at the PLI, we're developing a separate guidebook looking at how to invest in NBS for the financial institutions. But from our own research, it seems that finance for nature is still at very early stages these days. So, I'm very grateful Abid could join us today. And we know that the Bank of America has a very strong agenda on climate. And I'm just curious, what is the role of NBS in that strategy? And how could you share some examples of your investment related to nature so far? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Helen. And yes, our strategy on climate is similar to Amazon, to be net zero across all scopes by 2050 in our case. 99% of that is obviously coming the emissions of our clients, so that's scope 3 emissions. The second piece of it is we have a sustainable finance target of trying to mobilize 1.5 trillion by 2030, and we're more than a third of the way there. And then the third piece is the newer leg of that, which is to do with the nature strategy, which is still evolving. But the wonderful thing about NBS-related investments is that they fit very well within all three pieces of that strategy. They are uniquely positioned, as you've said, Esther, to deliver on climate, biodiversity, and actual social benefits. But as a bank, most of what we try to do is to figure out how to deploy capital into that space. And so we've taken what we call a sort of whole-of-house approach. We're a global financial institution. We have many different lines of business. What are the different ways that we can deploy? And, Edwina, you mentioned the importance of aggregation. So the way we look at NBS from an aggregation perspective is using blended finance vehicles. And this is where, some of what you'll hear in the COP is quite relevant, because it's critical for the public finance to provide de-risking where that risk-return nexus is not quite right for commercial investment. And you mentioned that, Helen, in your opening remarks. So what we've done is invested in a couple of blended finance vehicles that have a strong focus on climate-smart agriculture, food systems transformation, where the whole intent is to change, significant areas into a more regenerative agriculture that's contributing back to the soil, the nutrients, etc., to improve the productivity and also make it more climate resilient. The second approach, and again, this is thinking about how to mobilize a particular set of investors, is using debt for nature swaps. So some of you may be familiar with a transaction that we completed last year in Gabon. Again, the de-risking is important, and this will be something you hear in the COP. In this case, the US DFC provided a guarantee which enabled a broader pool of investors to be attracted to this particular opportunity. And unlike previous debt for nature swaps, this was the first one conducted entirely in the full transparency of the capital markets. Why is that important? Because it means you can immediately broaden the types of investors who are interested in this vehicle. Now, Gabon, as you might imagine, is not a country that finds it easy to attract mainstream investors from the capital market. So that's why that DFC wrap was so crucial. It is enabling $150 million from the transaction to that amount of money to be hypothecated into a governance fund, which will be deployed in a whole variety of areas, some of which include mangrove restoration in Gabon. So that's another example. The mangroves restoration is another example of MBS. Carbon markets. Now, we've heard from a few people on the panel about the importance of carbon markets. We also think they're important, and like the LEAF Coalition, we've tried to be part of some efforts that are basically, first movers to try and build the demand side. Really, that's what it's about. It's giving security to those who are working on project development that the demand side will be there if the projects come to market. And so we're part of something called I hope I get this right, Natural Climate Solutions Investment Accelerator, a long one. But through the NCSIA, we've managed to do some interesting projects in the NBS space. Some examples, I won't go into all of them. Peatland restoration in Indonesia, carbon soil sequestration in the US, working with a company called Indigo Agriculture, which is an innovator in the space. And then the last point I'll mention, because actually I think it was Clara, you talked about the importance of disaster risk resilience. So banks also have access to philanthropic capital. And so one of the things we did several years ago is provide a relatively innocuous grant to the Nature Conservancy, TNC. And it was to look at the possibility of coral reef insurance using parametric methods in a very small area called Quintana Roo in Mexico. Amazingly, one of my activities over this next 2 weeks is to go to a dinner hearing all about, commercial ready parametric risk insurance for coral reefs globally. So in the space of less than a decade, this has gone from a pilot to now something that's commercially available in the market. And I think that's a good example of, again, NBS, but looking at coastal ecosystems. I'm getting the signal, right?
Yeah, thank you, Abid. You're perfectly in time. I'm just very excited about all these, exciting opportunities that you're mentioning. And I heard a lot about collaboration. I think the biggest word I've heard today is about scale. Scale of demand, scale of supply, and banks and corporates need to work together. And so I wanted to now turn to our last speaker, Natasha. You are working a lot with financial institutions. So we have only one representative today in the room. I wanted to invite more, but we don't have enough seats. So could you maybe share with us a little bit more about the main drivers that actually motivates more other financial institutions who wanted to participate and invest in nature? And what kind of motivations can we use to accelerate NBS investment, as we are talking about scaling, right? So I think that's the biggest challenge. If you could share some examples of companies or financial institutions you're working with, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yes, well, thank you for this question. I find it absolutely key to understand the motivations, the human motivations that guide the allocation of capital. So maybe to get started on NBS investments, there is a study that I would like to put forward. It's called the Market Review of Nature-Based Solutions. They have studied 88 transactions and their revenue models. And what they identified is that the vast majority of them, around 60%, find their revenues from commodities production. So we identify a sort of premium around commodities productions with relying on NBS. And then the other models, leading models, were about carbon credits and payment for ecosystem services. So this is one example of a study. There is a growing body of research on revenues for nature. There is a growing interest of financial institutions about NBS investing. However, for this panel, for the sake of the overall picture, I wanted to go to another route, maybe speak of something else, which is more about NBS integration into economic sectors, and how NBS can transform the operations of companies, how they can reduce main drivers of loss, and thus help companies and financial institutions supporting those projects to contribute to the GBF targets. So, yeah, this idea of transformation of economic sectors is absolutely central in a new report that we launched, Finance for Biodiversity Foundation with UNEP FI, on Finance for Nature Positive. And that as we explored the concept of Finance for Nature Positive, we came across two resources, two studies that really emphasize the integration of NBS in economic sectors. The first one would be WBCSD, the Nature-Based Solution Map tool, and they help companies identify how NBS can be integrated into their models in an efficient way. The second resource would be the IFC Biodiversity Finance Reference Guide. It acts as a taxonomy of opportunities in nature finance, and one of the three categories is integrating NBS into infrastructures. So we see the notion of integration as absolutely key here. On my side, I would like to underline another one, because to get back to motivations, and it would be resilience. Integrating nature-based solutions into operations can reduce costs and reduce long-term risks. And that's absolutely key for financial institutions, notably because financial institutions, they use a formula, the return on investment. It's maybe a bit different for banks and insurance, but it's like a way of thinking. And return of investment, it compounds revenue over time. And there are different levers to increase revenue, return on investment. You can increase your turnover, you can reduce your cost, or you can reduce your risk. And so if you demonstrate to financial institutions that NBS can reduce your cost and your risk, you have a recipe for attractiveness.
Thank you, Natasha. I feel like you're also making promotion of our upcoming guidebook, which is exactly touching upon that topic, to demonstrating why NBS is so important. And I heard what you're saying is we need to shift the finance model, the economic model, how we are running our economy today. We can't just rely on the extractive economic model as we had in the past. We need to shift the mindset and then the financial landscape. I think I wanted to now just go back to our panelists to ask, based on our experience, could everyone, each of you, just take a minute and think about, what are the key trends of MBS investment from your experience? What do you expect in the next 5 years about the key trend of MBS? And we have talked also a little bit about the barriers and challenges. Where should we focus? We have very limited resources. I'm an economist, we have to optimize resource spending. And if we have limited resources spent, where should we focus in order to mobilize and accelerate MBS investment today? Where should I start? Maybe Esther.
Hi. So I think nature finance and NBS finance will continue to gain traction, especially with a fuller integration with climate finance. But what I think we need to improve is our ability to monitor, evaluate, value, and validate the impacts of nature-based solutions. Without this, we can't really build confidence within the private sector to secure long-term financing of nature-based solutions projects and expect a full effective implementation of NBS projects.
Great. Maybe just to close, I'd say, I don't think the voluntary carbon markets, nature-based solutions are going away. I think if anything, they are remaining as a key tool in the corporate toolbox of how to drive not just climate, but also nature and people impacts. I might just put in a shameless plug that we're here in beautiful Colombia at the moment. The climate COP30 will be in the heart of the Amazon at the end of next year. We've talked about scale, and we've got some great examples of what action and collaboration with the public and private sector can look like. But we have a window of opportunity to really build on that and really go big in the next 12 months. So if you are working with the private sector, if you're in the private sector, you're thinking about how to engage on these solutions, on board now, whether that's with LEAF or other sort of coalitions, advanced market commitments. We see ones around nature-based removals, symbiosis on the tech side as well. So I just encourage everyone to find out more and to engage, because this is a really unique tool that has the infrastructure building around it for you to engage and invest with confidence.
So +1 to both those two ideas. But I think, look, from a pure finance perspective, I would say there's sort of three dimensions that we need to see more of. One is more patient capital, and that's to address this, what we call sometimes the J curve, which is, sometimes when you're regenerating landscapes or seascapes, it takes a bit of time. And obviously that means that the return to investors is going to take time. So hence the need for patient capital. The second is concessional capital. So I didn't mention, KfW anchored that fund that we invested in that's focused on food system transformation. I mentioned DFC on the Gabon Debt for Nature structure. So more smart use of DFI funding to give us more concessional capital that will then crowd in private funding. And then the third piece is, it's smarter and more targeted capital, because if you think about where the transformation needs to occur, oftentimes it's at the very end of the value chain, right? So you've got smallholder agricultural communities, or if you're talking about coastal, SMEs operating in things like aquaculture. So how are large financial institutions going to get funding all the way down to that level so that you can get the change that's required? And that's where a lot of thinking still needs to be done.
Thank you. Abid. Jamie?
I'm going to try not to be too pessimistic here, but I'm in the carbon market, and this is the tool that I wield here to advance nature and biodiversity. We're sort of in the midst of this reckoning, right? People have realized that the technical quality of the credits isn't there. And it wasn't a surprise to us, by the way, but we're going through that now. And I came from New York Climate Week, and in those conversations, you almost get the sense that people think like, okay, now everyone knows there's a problem. We're going to fix the problem. We have the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, which is great. and then we can move on, and then we'll have real fungibility, and we'll have high quality credits, and we can just let the market do its thing. The market will always struggle. I think the notion that the market is a optimal solution, sort of allocating capital to the lowest cost solutions is a fallacy. We will always have to be extremely diligent about where we're placing our capital. Already we're seeing in the restoration space, you're seeing monoculture plantations generating carbon credits. Even the developers that really care about biodiversity are doing native reforestation. They're buying farms to restore because it's easier to unlock capital because you have land as collateral. None of those things are going to scale. So I hope that maybe next COP, the kind of trend I can note is like, people get it. This is perilous. We have to be super, super diligent and just obsess at every step. Is this thing connected to a coherent theory of change that can actually scale? Or am I doing a little thing over here that's not ever actually going to add up? So that's what we obsess about. And I'm starting to see that. I spend a lot of time with project developers and with investors, and that message resonates, even though sometimes they're not doing it yet. But we all need to push people into that mental model. Thanks.
About addressing barriers, because we are at COP16, I want to speak about policy. By the way, the Finance for Biodiversity Foundation, we work with financial institutions that are committed to the protection of nature, 177 committed to integrate biodiversity into their processes. But the pledge is also structured as a call to action for global leaders. So really, the policy messages is absolutely key. And one of our message is that we need sectoral transformation. We need governments to lead the transformation of the economy to guide allocation of capital that can enhance results. Unfortunately, we see how difficult that is, implementing taxes, implementing environmental regulations. So maybe my message here would be for governments that there is also the possibility to reward positive behaviors, and positive is the key word here, reward behaviors. One of the key lessons for me at COP15 is that putting a price and giving value to nature is not the same. And if we don't express collectively our values and the value of nature, then implicitly we accept the destruction of nature. So yeah, my message is to reward positive behaviors for nature.
Thanks.
Thank you. And yeah, I guess I would echo a lot of what everyone has said already, but I guess as we've heard, really the importance of taking that place-based approach and really, as you said, Jamie, thinking about what's needed in the landscape, what's needed for the long term, how the nature-based solutions investments nest within that, supporting resilience, and all the different actors and stakeholders that need to be involved. I think, we need policy, we need collective action between different actors, we need community participation, just making sure that that is always front and center of our approach. Obviously, kind of emerging frameworks like TNFD and people kind of beginning to think about how their investments, the risks and opportunities. I think all of that kind of thinking about it in the round really helps. That's the way that the world is moving. So I think just keeping that trajectory and powering forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. So I promised to the audience that we are going to give you a couple of minutes for questions. So I think we have time for 2 questions. That lady there first.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Katie Hutchinson from the University of Oxford, working on NBS. I have a question for Claire. Sorry if I got this wrong or understood at the start. You were saying that you had 6 projects being invested in, but none of them are led by IPLCs. I wonder how you kind of frame that, considering now that we're all here kind of really emphasizing voice of Indigenous peoples and marginalized groups. And I'd love to hear a bit more about the regenerative cattle farming. Because obviously I work in Ecuador in South America, so I'm very kind of interested in that field. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think maybe we'll take the regenerative cattle ranching conversation into the break, because it'd be great to chat. I think it's just a reflection maybe at the moment in terms of the structures or the mindsets of different actors in terms of how they're approaching this space and this opportunity. In our first call for expressions of interest, there just weren't those proposals that were at that stage. I think fundamentally we really want to see that, and I'm really interested in trying to working through how we can support Indigenous groups, local communities to to consider this opportunity. They may not wish to, in which case there are other sources of funding available, but at the same time, for those that are interested, really keen to engage, to understand how we can best bridge between and build mutual understanding. And I was having a conversation actually earlier on today about how, because we've been doing quite a lot of work about how we can help projects speak the same language as the financial sector. You know, for example, aligning with the TNFD, we have a report and a guidebook. But I think it's also really important that the other side listens too, and that we listen, that it's not just a one-way street, that we also, you know, get together, discuss, work out where there are opportunities, but also where there are ways to ease that process.
Thank you so much. It's really fascinating conversation. I'm really interested in some of the comments and pushing how we can really integrate the true value of the nature into the economic decision making. So far, the conversation remains still very much project by project basis. How the economic system or financial system can truly integrate the true value of nature, which is not really priced fully. So that my question for you is, have you seen any kind of bright direction to shift accounting system or rating system or regulation, MRB system, so that we don't necessarily have to struggle project by project basis, but the entire ecosystem, I mean, market infrastructure system could move towards that the more like a genuine nature-based solution. So have you seen any of them where we can really focus on going forward?
Thank you. That's a great question. I think maybe not. No. Maybe Albina. I think that's a great question. And shifting landscape, shifting mindset, shifting economy. I think we talked a lot about it today. And could you maybe comment a little bit on, you know, from a coalition perspective? Address that.
Is that working? Yeah, sorry. Happy to take that question. It's a fantastic one, so thank you. I mean, I think I can speak a little bit to nature-based solutions and the carbon crediting world. I think we're seeing a trend and a move towards accounting baselines at project level that align with the jurisdictional inventory accounting approach. So there is an opportunity for projects to either continue to work independently or to what we call nest within the jurisdictional framework. And that way there is a way to sustain and to scale that project level work from a jurisdictional red point of view. So without going into sort of the intricacies of that, there are increasingly mechanisms to allow those two to fit together and to fit together nicely in terms of the sort of broader biodiversity, sociocultural benefits, at least the architecture for REDD+ transactions tree standard, which validates and verifies jurisdictional REDD+ forest carbon credits. They're also working on what they call a sort of co-benefit certification. So if as a corporate you want to talk about biodiversity, wider ecosystem services, sociocultural value of the forest, that's place-based about where you're procuring your emissions reductions from, that's also a sort of a number of modules that could be added on to, again, allow it to speak to not just the individual project, but the broader scaled solutions as well. I hope that somewhat answers the question.
Thanks. I just maybe wanted to give a bit another minute, just a response to that question, because I think there's a lot of issues about shifting the financing model, and yeah, what are your 2 cents on that?
Yeah, and I have to say, disclaimer up front, I'm not an accountant, but presumably, if you're talking about changing the accounting system, that's really where you have to start. The financial system more generally, through the TNFD and adoption of financial disclosure of nature-related impacts, dependencies, risks, and opportunities, I think it's a step in the right direction. Obviously, we're at the early stage of those nature-related disclosures, but I can see with investor engagement increasing, with financial regulators becoming more interested in this topic, and potentially, a shift in direction of more adoption, that more data will come to light and investors will be able to allocate capital more efficiently.
Thanks. One last question. Sorry, and I think you could stay mingle after the session with our speakers if you have further questions, but we do have a time limit. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Hannah Brocke from Plain Blue. And I would like to know, so I understood that to really enable financing instruments, we need to enable the value chain. So we are just rising little companies. 7 years we were locked away doing our innovation. Now we can do marine monitoring, so automated. We can detect biodiversity, look into carbon sequestration, look into stresses of the system. My question would be, how can those innovations get into the value chain? Like, how are companies like us make it into being part of enabling this financial chain?
Thank you. I would maybe ask Jamie and Esther to answer that question, because I think it's about realizing the value chains along.
Yeah, thanks. I'm interested to learn more about your specific technology, but for at least from where I sit, I'll make a point about engaging in the value chain, right? So when we get to 2040 in our net zero commitment, the vast majority of our remaining emissions will be our suppliers' emissions. And so we can't get there on our own. We have to get there together with our thousands and thousands of suppliers. And likewise, we supply lots of businesses. We have millions of companies use our cloud infrastructure, millions of businesses buy business supplies from Amazon as well, and they can't get to where they need to go without us, without our suppliers. So I think as the kind of dust settles from the reckoning in the carbon market and sort of high integrity actors emerge, they're going to start putting pressure on their positive pressure, friendly pressure on their suppliers to engage along with them. And that's one way, at least, how we get a sort of a domino effect, and you get more companies in. Those companies on their own may not have felt the pressure from, retail customers or that kind of thing to come in and make a commitment, start acting, start pledging. They may not have the internal resources and expertise to figure out how to navigate. But big companies will move first and will blaze that trail, and then we'll be shepherding others in. So I'm excited about what's to come in terms of value chain engagement in this space.
Thanks, Jamie. Esther?
Quickly. So the companies that we've talked to develop this guidebook, they have dedicated sustainability team with a lot of expertise. But even those companies struggle with partnering with local experts, technology companies like yours, and they are looking to partner because they acknowledge the limitations of their own capacity in order to. And they do care about having impactful projects on the ground. So I think they're starting to really reach out to different stakeholders on the ground, the geographies they're interested in. So I think that's also a trend that we're going to see with more and more engagement between the private sector and local experts, technology companies, or basically a multi-stakeholder programs or platform to really facilitate and enable these MBS projects on the ground.
Thank you very much. I think we're just a couple of minutes overdue. I wanted to. I think I learned a lot from the conversation today. I just wanted to highlight a couple of key takeaways that I've learned, and I hope it's helpful for the audience as well. I heard a lot about the needs of shifting policy incentives, and we need to send signals to seize also. So I think we've talked and covered a lot of ground. And finally, I just wanted to mention some of the challenges we're facing actually are highlighted in the 2 guidebooks that WI is developing. And we're aiming to launch both of them, the 2 NBS investment guidebooks for finance and corporates in early next year. So please stay tuned. If you're interested, there is a sign-up sheet at the reception desk, and you can sign up, and we will keep you informed when it comes online. Thanks very much for your time today. Thanks very much for your time today, and thank
Carlos.
Tony, I'm also part of the panel.
You're also part of.
It's instead of Laura. Oh, you don't have me yet. Sorry. Tony Nello. No, I'm speaking on their behalf, but I'm from ICCA. Uh-huh. You will.
Good afternoon, everyone. The next session is going to start in a couple of minutes. For those that are still in the back chatting, we have some seats available, so please come to the front, and then we'll start in a couple of minutes.
And you'll give my apologies if I'm disappearing.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. And then Frank, I think it's best if you say it. I'll have one question for you. I can also say.
So I go after Mathieu, so I should sit there, right?
Great. One more minute, guys. Sit down. Grab your seat. Otherwise, you're standing for 60 minutes. Can you sit down, Stuart? Please sit down so we can start. Stuart, Madhu, can you sit down? If you can sit in the middle. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this interactive session of 60 minutes, contributions to nature positive, balance, speed, and rigor. My name is Romy Goedeke den Hertog, and I co-lead the work on nature at UNEP Finance Initiative. But prior to joining UNEP Finance Initiative, I worked for IUCN Netherlands Committee for a number of years. And working for IUCN is a little bit like the Hotel California song. You can check out anytime you want, but you can never actually leave. So here I am on stage still. But I think also my work is an example of how people that have worked in the conservation community increasingly are working for banks, investors, or insurers, driving action on nature from that side. And I think that's extremely important to have that conservation background because it relates to the rigor of the decisions that are taken within private financial institutions, but also within corporate action. So let's move into the topic of our discussions today. As we all know here, we have a very small and ever shrinking window of opportunity to realize the goals and targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework, which is the reason why we've gathered here today. However, it's equally important that these contributions are both measurable and verifiable. People often say perfect is the enemy of the good. At the same time, excuse my French, bullshit in is bullshit out. So we also need to ensure that the data has the quality and the rigor that is needed. So in this session, we're going to explore the Measuring Nature Positive initiative developed by IUCN and the various ways in which private sector companies have piloted the approach and learned lessons about balancing speed and rigor. We'll hear from scientists. We're exploring different requirements of measuring impact on species and ecosystems, and we'll also get insights from governments about regulatory frameworks and civil society about how they can contribute. So as you can see, I have a very full stage here. So let me introduce my speakers to you, and then I'll go to them with a first question. So first, sitting next to me, Stuart McGuinness from IUCN, Mathieu Delaby, Chair of Committee TC331, that's one you need to explain in your first answer, from the International Standards Organization. Then on the other side of the screen, we have Tony Nello, who works for IUCN, but who is here to represent the government of Costa Rica. And we have Madhu Rao from the IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas. And then last but not least, obviously, sorry, Warwick Mustard from Anglo American. This is an interactive session, so I'll pause after each section. So if people have a question, you can raise your hand and ask a question, so it's more interactive. Stuart McGuinness is here with us, but unfortunately needs to apologize himself after this introductory intervention and will be replaced by his colleague, Frank Hawkins, who is in the front row. So Stuart, how is IUCN helping companies deliver rapid and high integrity contributions to the Global Biodiversity Framework?
Okay, well, thanks very much, Romy, and sincerely, I apologize, but I'm double booked, so I have to dash across to another pavilion once I make this intervention. I wish I could stay with you for the rest of this, because this is a fascinating topic. So maybe to get to your question, I'll start with a word of sympathetic understanding. Yes, we know the private sector need to do more. Yes, we know they need to move from CSR. They need to start to account for the materiality, their impacts on climate, on biodiversity. They understand their dependence. We know all that. But I think the other thing is we've also got to know is that businesses is confronted with a confusing mass of regulations, emerging regulations, requirements for disclosure, reporting requirements, etc., and also the demands from their shareholders and from their customers, and not least on how to contribute to the goals of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So for those companies, and as I'd say particularly maybe for small and medium-sized enterprises, there's a lot of work in prospect to comply with these emerging reporting frameworks and maybe new regulatory requirements. And as we see new disclosure frameworks coming through, for example, the TNFD. And then, of course, there's this other issue that we need to recognize in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, that action requires a whole of society approach. So what IUCN is doing, and what I think we're going to focus the discussion on today, is how to explore nature positive framing, and particularly and especially rapid and high integrity frameworks that can enable setting of baselines for and measuring progress against outcomes that both safeguard and restore excuse me, I got a frog in my throat at the best part, especially focused around an area that IUCN is particularly concerned with, living nature. In other words, species and ecosystems. That's okay, thank you. And at IUCN, we think we have identified a valuable opportunity to help companies deliver these rapid, high-integrity contributions to the GBF based on IUCN data sets. And again, as you know, IUCN has very, very deep data sets on biodiversity, on living nature. And being able to co-opt that and co-opt also the experiences that we've had over the last couple of decades with the integrated biodiversity assessment tool to present data to companies in a way that can facilitate decision making, and I say not just decision making on how they disclose, but helping to have rapid, high integrity definition of outcomes that they can then form the basis of action. Because I do think this is one thing we do need to keep coming back to. Disclosure is great, it's fantastic, completely supported, but we need to make sure that that disclosure then follows through to tangible, concrete action on biodiversity conservation. And so what Frank is going to present is a web-based tool to help companies work through these pathways, and also to bring government and civil society to facilitate the process, but really to get a clear and concrete idea of what is the living nature that a company is dealing with, what are the impacts on it, and then how one can take real substantive remediative action either to safeguard that or to restore it. So with that, I will thank you, and again, I will sincerely apologize for having to dash off. I wish I could stay with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Stuart, for the great opening statement. And if I can summarize it, is reporting is a means to an end, and this approach is helping companies to deliver that end more effectively. Thank you so much.
Beautifully put.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Nice little move there, very balletic. My name is Frank Hawkins. I'm a policy advisor and science advisor to IUCN. I want to describe to you very quickly where it is we've got in terms of a web-based application to help companies deliver rapid, high-integrity contributions to the Global Biodiversity Framework. This is basically the hole that sits at the end of disclosure and reporting. In order for us to achieve the GBF, we need companies to really be able to move very quickly to deliver 2030 is the point at which we want
the negative impacts on biodiversity to stop. We've only got 6 years, so we need to get people moving fast. So the idea of this approach is that we have an interactive, easy-to-use website that leads companies down a pathway to deliver those outcomes, and that these are quantified and verifiable outcomes based on changes in the status of the underlying biodiversity. We're starting with companies that have control over individual assets on the ground, not currently companies that are participating in value chains, although that's going to be an essential part of the process. We built this from an initial concept in Day2 during the Leaders Forum 2 years ago, and we now have one of the major comments that we've had as part of the consultation process that was launched in November last year was, we've got to make this simple and interactive and easy to use. So this is the first draft of that process. If we can go down the screen a little way, you can see the purpose of this approach. This is the draft web-based application. You can see what it's intended to do and how it's intended to do it. I won't go into details here. This is a linked series of pages that have information about how it is that companies can work through this process, stepwise contextual information about how it is you can screen your holdings, your land holdings, for opportunities to deliver impact to the GBF, identifying which ones are the most important opportunities, very much in line with the LEAP approach of TNFD, but then actually working through the process of calibrating those impacts and then delivering reductions in threats to biodiversity on the ground. We will expand this to other categories of company, those that have participation in value chains and also in for finance companies, and we're aiming to launch the operational version of this at the World Conservation Congress in October next year. So just to underline, this isn't the whole of Nature Positive. It's a very specific subset of actions that are necessary to deliver the global biodiversity framework. It's an on-ramp, if you like, to making rapid, high-integrity contributions that can then be iterated. You can improve them as you go on. You don't have to wait. You can get going right now. And we're going to extend and integrate this with other applications and make this applicable to a whole range of other stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Frank. And you can also sit next to me if you feel comfortable with that. I want to ask you one question and then go to the audience to see if they also have a question for you. We're here in the Nature Positive Pavilion, and as many of you will have seen, the Nature Positive Initiative has reviewed nearly 700 different metrics, and they have asked for feedback now on their proposed approach to state of nature metrics. And I would be curious to hear how the IUCN's measuring nature positive approach fits into that approach of the Nature Positive Initiative, which I believe you're part of.
Yes, thank you. We've done a great deal of very positive and energetic work with the NPI to formulate a set of metrics, state of nature metrics, that will be used by, are proposed to be used by companies, for instance, in the TNFD LEAP process. And the metrics that we would use for this approach are completely integrated within that framework. There is a species extinction metric, the species threat abatement and restoration metric that some of you may know. We'll hear more about that later. And there's a series of components of an ecosystem metric that we're in the process of working on with collaborators. So it sits within that nature positive metrics framework.
Thanks, Frank. Are there any questions from the audience? I have some microphones up here. Not yet. It's also a technical topic, so I can understand that you're a bit shy to ask questions now. So before we go to Costa Rica, I want to go to you, Mathieu. You are seconded from the French government towards the ISO, and I'm very interested to hear what TC133 stands for, and what is the motivation for companies to use the ISO standards, and how TC133 can help companies to deliver contributions to the GBF.
Okay, thanks for me. First thing I wanted to tell you, TC331 is just the number of the TC when it was created within ISO networks.
So it's a technical committee,
yeah,
right?
It's a technical committee. So ISO, I don't know if you know ISO, but I can tell you a few words about that. ISO is a very huge network, 180 country members. more than 400 technical committee, a catalog of standards which is more than 28,000 standards available actually, and a very deep know-how in a way to build standards, mixing competencies all together. And this is very important because we are living actually a period where disclosure makes finance be interested in biodiversity, and conservation wants to build together some tools, some frames, some alignment, I would say. And within ISO process, experts are coming from different horizons. So they already built standards together, mixing the competencies, mixing the experience and the expertise. And at the end of the day, they have some standard which is a production, a common production, and it's belonging to all of them. So this is a know-how in a way to build standards for all purposes. Some of these standards are very used around the world. We have some standards which are reaching more than 1 million companies using it. So 1 million companies using the same standard, the same evaluation process in all sectors, in all countries. So it's something very interesting if we want to spread off biodiversity processes and to improve a relationship between companies and biodiversity. The TC 331 is one of the last TC. It was created in 2020, so it's very recent. We have only one standard which will be available within a few weeks. This is the first standard from this TC. But we are working in different ways to fill the gap in standards we need for the purposes of the moment. So we have a working team working on vocabulary. What are the words? How vocabulary produced by conservation institutions will be used by standards and businesses. We have a working group working on measurements. We have a working group working on reporting and disclosures, and another one with renaturation and also. So we have actually 40 country members, 4 working groups, and we are working on all topics which are discussed all around between disclose, reporting, and assessment of biodiversity net gain or so on. We have made a first exercise of mapping of standards. This is so recent because it was made and it's now published on the ISO site since Live Friday. So since Live Friday, if you go on the ISO site and you question biodiversity, you will see the first mapping which has been made within ISO between what are the standards which meets the Koenig-Montreal targets. So we have identified already existing standards, which are about 500 standards, which are already exist, dealing with pollution, with all water, with soils, which could comply the targets on the NetGF targets. We've got 91 TC working on it. So there is a large, huge on standards which could be used by companies within their value chains, within their relationship and supply chain, which could be some answers for biodiversity purposes. What we discovered is that we have two choices. We have to build new standards. This is the job of the TC 331, from which I am the chair. And maybe we have a more rapid way to spread off biodiversity is to make all already existing standards be upgraded, updated with biodiversity. A standard is revised every 5 years. So every 5 years, we've got the ability to put some biodiversity inputs in all standards. When a standard is revised, you have 3 years to use the new standard or to use the previous one. So it's an 8-year standard, a time frame of 8 years to move from one standard to another. I think it's realistic regarding the time frame we are facing actually. And in this way, we have very good opportunity. If you took the ISO 14001, it's used by more than 700,000 companies around the world. It's under revision at the moment. The revision will integrate climate issues with it. And by so, we could make a step altogether for a large numbers of companies. And ISO is producing standards which are voluntary standards. You have the choice for a company, you can use or not use the standards. This is not regulation and obligations. This is financed by companies. You finance the production of standards and you have the ability or the choice to use them. So it's very, I would say it's very open with businesses and they can reinvest the ISO process to build up the standards they need. And the other thing is we could be very useful with a conservation organization to mix and to put together expertise in order to build standards which are dealing with attention of the moment. We want to work with the disclose. We want to build up the standards for biodiversity disclosure. So we work with TNFD, we work with GRI and all others to make sure we are compliant with that. So the message is just rethink the standardization, the international standardization, just assess the way it can be a huge opportunity for all of us. And the TC331 will be open to discuss with all of you in order to go that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mathieu, for this explanation. And I think it's of course a coincidence, but when you look at standards, I always find it very intriguing that it's part of actually Napoleon's legacy to say, what is a kilo, what is a meter? And today we can't imagine a world where, we don't have these measurement standards. And my hope would be that this work and also your collaboration with disclosure frameworks and approaches across the globe will lead to, an equal uptake, that people, see it as a kilo or as a meter, right?
Yeah. If I can just give you more details, ISO, it's 180 countries. Each country member of ISO can decide to create a technical committee. France decided in 2020 to create the TC on biodiversity. It has been accepted by the ISO organization, and 40 countries decided to be member. So if you look at this, you've got a matrix with 180 countries. What will be relevant to create a TC on which purposes in which piece of the world? You can answer this question with the ISO network. When a country creates a TC, he has got the management of the TC and he's got the chair designation of the TC. So you can be a country decided to invest a topic and you can manage it. And by this way, you can just say in this region of the world, that would be great to create this TC for these purposes and to have this kind of management or to have the chair president, which would be from different companies, I don't know. But you can work on geographical purposes, technical and thematic purposes, management purposes, and this is all which is possible with the ISO network. So it's a huge matrix to build networks. And I think we have to think about strategy. So we will work on this strategy. We decided with the TC331 that we have 2 years work to go deeper and maybe to have a proposal for strategy for biodiversity within all the ISO networks within 2 years.
Wonderful. Thank you again. Before I turn to the other side of the stage, I want to quickly turn to you in the audience, and I would like to see, are there representatives from real economy companies or financial institutions in the room? And if so, could you raise your hand? So a couple. I would be curious to hear if the IUCN measuring nature positive approach provides a useful approach to you, or if you have any questions about that. We have a microphone, so if you're interested to speak up to make the session a bit more interactive, feel free. This is your moment. Otherwise, we're going to an incredible example in Costa Rica. So is there anyone in the audience? The gentleman in the front.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. My name is Elvis, and I'm with Valley Base Metal. I have a couple of questions around the nature positive measuring tool. The first one has to do with baseline. I'm curious to know whether the tool allows for flexibility in terms of measuring nature positivity from the asset level, right? Is it default to the global biodiversity framework baseline, 2020 baseline, or it allows for flexibility? And the second one has to do with whether or not there's functionality in allowing for at a corporate level measurement of nature positive progress, right? Especially with mining corporations with operations across the globe, right? So not just at one asset, you're looking at probably 16 or more assets. And yeah, and the last one has to do with accessibility. When is this tool going to be available? Is it free or paid for?
Great questions. And you're from the Brazilian miner Vale. Is that
I'm
correct?
actually from the Vale Base Metals, the base metal unit of Vale SA. Yeah, we just.
Great. So question about baseline, corporate level measurement and access. I think it's to you, Frank.
Yes, thank you very much. Very good questions. So baselining is a very important issue. I think the point of departure for a company is that you have impacts that the company has been responsible for in a particular place that may date back into the past that you need to do something about. And potentially the baseline for where your actions are measured is the Global Biodiversity Framework baseline of 2020. But from a corporate point of view, you can divide the actions you take into historical remediation and future action. And you can attribute your actions, the results of your actions to those two things in order that you understand what it is you've done with the investment you make to change the level of threat to biodiversity. I think these are things which you're going to need to work through on a sort of one-by-one basis to ensure that you've covered what it is that happened in the past with what's going on now and what will happen in the future and how it is you account for those things in the nature positive framework. But when it boils down to it, what you need to do is to account for all three of those things measured against the baseline from the GBF. The whole purpose of the measuring nature positive approach is that you are able to screen any number of assets and decide which of those assets are the most important ones to act on quickly. So if you have 50 assets, you might do a screening using the star metric in IBAT and say, we've got 5 sites that are an order of magnitude more in terms of an opportunity to contribute to the GBF than all the others. Let's start there. Let's figure out what the threats that apply to those places are and get going reducing those threats. And that's where the confidence in a high integrity outcome comes. You know you're doing the right thing. It may not be the whole of the right thing, and you may need to add other assets afterwards, or you may need to address other threats, but you know you've started in the right place. And then you move forward, you start delivering outcomes, you measure how successful they are, and you add in other things as you go, or drop things if you know that you're not addressing priorities. But you have to get going quickly. This is a way of doing that. Access, this is a draft website. This will be launched in its fullest form at the World Conservation Congress in Dubai in October next year. But we're piloting it with a range of companies in the meantime, which could be Vale. So it would be very interesting to talk about this more.
Wonderful. Often one question sparks another. So if anyone else has questions for Frank or Mathieu, please raise your hand. Oh, you've got a question for Frank? Okay.
Frank, can you tell me how ISO could be useful for nature positive initiative?
Thank you. Yes. Well, the reason you're here, Mathieu, is because I think it is. The really important issue with the contributions, our ability to deliver the outcomes of the Global Biodiversity Framework is really, it's not the good guys who are the problem. There are people who are doing the right thing, who are delivering outcomes to the GBF. 80 or 90% of companies are not. And what we want to do is to increase uptake. So the reason we have web-based approaches because it's a very simple, easy thing for a company to get going on. But if there's an added incentive in delivering something which is consistent with an ISO, that's a much bigger incentive for a company to get involved. And gradually you're working your way down to the bottom where you've potentially attracted 80 or 90% of the companies who are making all the impacts on biodiversity because they are attracted by the idea of an ISO. That's a kind of simple answer.
Wonderful. Let's move to the other side of the room. So we've looked into the measurement component now first, and we're now going to look at the corporate and government responses. And we're going to start firstly with a significant study from Costa Rica, which ties together corporate and government ambitions around a nature positive contribution. So Tony, I'm very excited to hear about your example, and I think there are some slides.
Now, good, thank you. Yeah, I have a few slides to illustrate our findings on applying STAR, the Species Threat Abatement and Restoration metric, which, as Frank mentioned, is part of this metric as part of TNFD that corporate can use. So we applied STAR at landscape level thanks to the support of Nespresso, and we've collaborated with the Costa Rican government, which I'm speaking on behalf of. Now I'm work for IUCN, but we are working with the Costa Rica government in, sorry, next slide. We are working with them on this case because at landscape level, it is clear that one single company cannot solve it all and is certainly not an expert in using STAR. So calibration of STAR allows us to go to the baseline assessment. No? In the first box here, you can see how STAR can use to screen risks and opportunities at landscape level. But generally, this is based on the red list assessment of species that are made globally. These are not landscape specific. So this is why if you want to go to baseline setting and to really understand what is it that you can achieve to reduce threat to species and bend the curve, no, as the nature positive ambition asks us to, we need to go to baseline setting. So baseline setting means we need to confirm first whether these endangered species are in the landscape, and second, whether the threats that we mapped at global level are locally applicable. No, these are basically the two steps that I'm going to illustrate now. So this is the landscape to start with. Los Santos Valley, sorry about that. Los Santos Valley, so in brown you can see the coffee, no, which occupy a fair amount of the landscape, and then which is surrounded by forest, which are mostly protected areas. And this is why also collaboration with the Costa Rican government is essential, as they are the one working and managing these protected areas. So this is the landscape. And this is what we got from estimated STAR. So it gives us a sense of what are those threats that are affecting species in this landscape. So the usual suspects, no? First is annual and perennial non-timber crops, livestock farming, invasive species, and logging and wood harvesting. No? These are maybe the 4 threats that, according to STAR, are the most relevant at landscape level. And STAR also provides us a heat map, no, which help us understand where are these key areas where we could find these species and therefore reduce threat to these species. So in blue here, and actually where you had quite a fair amount of forest in the landscape, you can see that we have higher potential to recover species and by mitigating threats, and the threat that we were looking at previously. So this is the breakdown of how species are contributing to the STAR scoring of the landscape. because we are basically aggregating the potential to recover the species at landscape level. And we can see here that amphibians are the ones that have the highest proportion of star score because they are really endemic and highly endangered. So this is why we can see that they have a higher contribution to the total star score. But are those species present in the landscape? This is what we are wondering and looking at when we calibrate. So to do so first for the threat, we use remote sensing fairly to understand the land use change dynamic and how all these threats, such as roads, can also affect at landscape level. So this is the first phase, which is fairly remote sensing and literature review. Second phase is consultation with local staff of government agencies in protected areas that know about the landscape. This consultation is essential to understand those threats that we cannot map. For instance, hunting, you hardly have any good data set to understand whether hunting is prevalent in the landscape. And a third phase has to do with consultation with biologists, because how is it that this threat ultimately impact a given taxon? Only biologists knows about that. So this is why this first phase is also important. So basically, this is a recap of how we mapped and calibrated each threat. So in the first line, you can see all those threats that we assessed through remote sensing. In the second line, you can see the threats such as logging, wood harvesting, hunting, that we calibrated through consultation or with the government agency and of national registries, because there exists, for instance, a registry of environmental complaints that helped us understand the magnitude and prevalence of hunting. And also some other threats that are really taxon specific, such as invasive species that affect amphibians. For this kind of threats, we needed to use biologist expertise. So these are the kind of map we've generated for each threat. Also worth to mention that we leveraged on the GBIF data sets to better, because there were a fair amount of threatened species were already registered in GBIF, so that helps us confirm their presence in a quite effective manner. And this is the kind of map of species habitat that we ended up with, where you can see in the left the estimated AOH, area of habitat of species, which is fairly in the north of the landscape. And in orange on the right, on the map on your right, you can see where is it that the expert confirmed the presence of these species. So this really shows us the difference, and why we need to calibrate, because there is a strong difference between the current area of habitat and the estimated area of habitat. Last slide, this also gives us an idea of how many species were confirmed. Only 30% of amphibian species were confirmed through this calibration process, while 80% of birds and mammals that were found in estimated star are confirmed in calibrated star. So now what's left is that we need to set targets in accordance to the nature positive ambition. What is needed to bend the curve and mitigate threats to those species, and who should do what? And this is where we need also to convince stakeholders at landscape level, so that agencies in charge of protected areas, cooperatives, coffee businesses, can all agree on what is feasible, from their very own side, of the landscape. I will pause it here because I think I've exceeded a bit my time, but thank you.
Wonderful, Tony. And I think an example is always great to have, right? Because it gives much more color to what you're discussing. I want to turn to the audience if they have questions, but I have one quick question to you. You spoke about the involvement of other stakeholders, like experts from the conservation community and governments, but I would be curious to know if indigenous peoples were also consulted in that process.
Thank you. So we've consulted indeed the local authorities of municipalities, the government agencies, and all private stakeholders, most of them, not the energy sector, the coffee sector, livestock. There is no indigenous people in the landscape. So we didn't really find any way and justification, no? But that's a key point. And over exercises where we are calibrating STAR, it is done with the indigenous people organization as a primary stakeholder because these are indigenous land. So that's a very critical point. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that explanation. Before we go to the next speaker, I have a hand waving there in the front. If somebody can bring a microphone, I think it's coming to you, but it's going behind the wall and then it's popping up again. There she is, very quick.
Thank you, very interesting. Could I just ask you two questions? The first one, by the way, is not a criticism. I'm just very interested in your insight. We've heard from a speaker before about the good people, the 10%, I think was the term used, and you've chosen Costa Rica, who on most people's count would be right at the top. Is that because it facilitates a study more quickly, or is it just too difficult to go to someone who, and I'm not asking for any names, who would be more troublesome? So that was my first question. The second question is in relation to the second phase that you mentioned, where you consult locally and ask about severe threats. If I'm in local administration, I perceive there to be a big threat, but I'm wrong, does that come out later when you undertake the work? I think it does, but I just would like that clarification. Thank
you. Thank you. So we choose this landscape after an analysis of the whole portfolio of Nespresso clusters. And this was picked because this landscape was ranked very high, one of the highest, in terms of STAR score, which is the potential to reduce threats. And this is also connected because Costa Rica is part of the good. You have a lot to conserve there still. So this is the very reason. But yeah, within our regional office, we are about we will, as part of a JEF project, apply STAR in countries that are much more complex, no, and where you have really large deforestation, which is not the case in this landscape. It's always easier to start with the good. No, I think I would agree with that. On consultation and whether a given opinion is wrong and how could that affect, no? So this is why we use a combination of consultation with biologists, with local experts, and also through remote sensing. But that's not an easy task, no? To really make this, to weight, no? The severity that a given local expert provides versus another. So these are things we are still working our way through, no? Through these applications. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll go to our next speaker, which is Madhu. Data is obviously central, as we've been discussing, to realizing conservation outcomes. And we see increasingly that companies are interested in new financing instruments that are included into the GBF, like biodiversity credits, which included into Target 19C. How does data drive these opportunities?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to sort of provide a brief context in terms of why I'm here and why I'm talking about this. I'm a conservationist by training, and I'm coming to this whole issue around nature positive and biodiversity credits, both from a sense of concern and of interest, because I think there is tremendous potential, as we've heard from the previous speakers, in terms of how, the imperative to bend the curve, and for us to show positive biodiversity outcomes. And specifically, I'm coming at it from the conservation and protected area side of things, because at the end of the day, the GBF calls for a third of the Earth's surface to be protected and conserved. And if we want to define biodiversity credits, etc., I mean, they have to be relevant to this third of the Earth's surface. So that's where I'm coming from. And then I'm going to just dive into a few core issues that sort of cut to the chase on data. And the first thing I want to say, and I think all of us might know it, but I'm just going to say it again, is that there is no global standard to measure biodiversity, unlike carbon, right? It is very difficult to measure. There is no single standard. And I think that's a starting point for us. But we see lots of project proposals out there, in trying to define biodiversity credits. When we know that there is no single unit of measurement for biodiversity, it's genetic, it's species, it's ecosystems, it's processes, it's functions, etc. So there is a complexity element to this whole market that I want to bring up front and center. But what's interesting is biodiversity credits, if I just focus in on biodiversity credits, is that they are defined by a positive biodiversity outcome. And that's really, really important to bear in mind. Biodiversity credits as units of biodiversity outcomes, which have to be measured, which have to be evidence-based, which have to be durable, and which have to be additive. So there is a lot of context to that biodiversity unit that is the basis of the credit. But the other thing that is useful in how a biodiversity outcome is measured is the three elements of it. Is there an improvement? Is there a biodiversity uplift? Is there a reduction in threat, which is avoided loss? And the third is maintenance. Are activities being taken that just sort of maintain the biodiversity? And also the way, another angle to the whole biodiversity outcome is that there are ecological outcomes and there's management outcomes. And the availability of data for these two are very different. I mean, it's easier to measure management outcomes in terms of management effectiveness, indices, etc. And it's not so easy to measure what is, I think, at the core of biodiversity credits, which is the need to measure a change in biodiversity status. And therein lies the challenge of the whole concept of biodiversity credits. How do you measure biodiversity status or a change in biodiversity status? There is going to be lots of trade-offs between accuracy and usability. I mean, there is going to be a tendency to measure what you can measure easily. There is going to be a tendency to measure the management side of things. But there is hope in what we've heard from the other speakers. There is the STAR metric. So there is a fair bit of work to do, especially as we recognize that there will be a tendency to use proxies. And how do we define those proxies so that we keep true to the essence of biodiversity credits, which is we want to measure a change in biodiversity status. Not the measurement of threats, not just the measurement of other things, but at the end of the day, we want to be able to make sure we're showing a positive trend in biodiversity.
Thank you so much, Madhu. And I think we're joining the next speaker. Some applause from you, from the audience, which is, of course, always great. There's also work underway from the Biodiversity Credit Alliance, the AAPB, and WEF around high integrity principles for scaling markets for biodiversity credits, currently at about 8 million, but it could go up to, I believe, 4 billion by the end of this decade. So we have to really be careful there. Warwick, you've been waiting patiently, and I'm very eager to hear about the work where Anglo-American has been working with the calibrated STAR in one of your most important sites. You have a few slides about that, and I'm very curious to hear what that says about data availability and supporting the goals and targets of the GBF.
Thanks, Romy. If we can get to the next slides. Stand by. There we go. Not to take up too much time, thanks everybody. I think building on what Tony has presented as well, we've, amongst other companies, been using IBAT for many years. It's a fantastic tool. It's really helpful in terms of getting some of that biodiversity data at a baseline level. I think when it was initially announced, and obviously using the STAR metric, we looked at that as well, and you know, looking and working with the ICCA team, said again, it's a fantastic improvement and gain, but is it actually giving us the data that we need at a site level to be able to say, what do we need our management sites on the ground to actually implement in terms of getting action? And that initial STAR metric just wasn't there. So together with Frank and the team, we said again, a bit like what Tony was saying, let's actually test it. Let's take it through to a calibrated version. We used it at one of our mining operations in Brazil in Minas Gerais state. We've had a little bit of the analysis on the methodology, but effectively, again, what we're getting through is to say, what do we need to do to calibrate the outcomes of what we're currently getting off the STAR score, just at a desktop level, and that includes getting local site-based not only information on species presence, but also particularly around the threats. So you get on your analysis a whole range of threats that come out, but are those actually calibrated in terms of what the actual threats are within that landscape? Sorry, okay, you won't actually even get to that slide. I mean, I think the important point is that there was a really strong need for us to work together with the UNEP WCMC team, together with the ICCA team, and then, as I said, with our local experts, as well as on the mining operation within that region, to have a look at those scores. So I won't spend too much time on that. What's interesting is that on the right-hand side, you can see the amount and the variety of threats. And on the left-hand side, what came out, particularly in this region, is that we had not only within our, let's call it our mining lease area, we did an analysis at a watershed level. Because it doesn't really make any sense, and this is one of our concerns around it, is that if we got everything right just within our mining lease area, we probably wouldn't even have any effect on, particularly at a species threat abatement level. So it's critical that we get it at a watershed and actually within an entire regional level. So interestingly, what came out of the analysis is that there were 3 species on there that weren't necessarily on the site's, let's call it, radar list. We knew that they occurred in their area, yes, but it wasn't actually picked up in terms of some of our, to get back to the point around baseline that Elvis mentioned, to say. So how do we translate that analysis in terms of saying, so what is it that we need to do at our site level in order to get or to reduce some of those threats, and more importantly, to Mada's point, and actually, can we see an uplift? Can we see that either that species is increasing? Are we getting an increase in population size? Is their distribution range changing? But we're not going to get that if we just focus on the actual, the actual score. We've got to start looking at some of the mitigation. Interestingly, in the bottom there, you can see some number of the threats and just how that was analyzed. So 3 species, I won't go into too much detail. Hopefully we can get on the discussion. Again, essentially the point is around this, what do we need to do at a regional level that is going to help change the status of these species? And interesting, I mean, it's something that we've been speaking with the IUCN team. We think that not only on the threat abatement side, but on the restoration side, is potentially a really good opportunity where companies in the private sector can, perhaps that's where your actual action can go in, and it gets down to sort of habitat. So we've seen an area of habitat, but what is the action that we can put in terms of restoration within that habitat type or within that ecosystem type that then results in a reduction of threat, or then results in perhaps an uplift of that species? We know how long and how slow the red list assessment takes. So how do you know within a year to say, we've implemented a program of restoration or in threat abatement, but we're not going to see the change in that species until the next red list assessment, which takes a long time. What we can see is some of the efforts around restoration in terms of habitat. So, I think that's some of our takeaways. It's not it's still very much a work in progress. There's still a lot of work to do, But the point that what we've seen out of this, really useful exercise is that there is this collaborative effort that needs to be made within the landscape. It's not just what we can do and what we can implement. It's very important that we have that stakeholder engagement together with other mining companies, agricultural farmers, local stakeholders, because if we don't get that right, it doesn't matter that at an Anglo site level we can do everything right. We've actually got to look at that watershed opportunities. So let me leave it there, and then hopefully we can take some questions.
Thank you so much, Warwick. And I really like the idea of this watershed approach and looking beyond the strict limits of the site. I have one question, and then we need to quickly wrap up because I know that we need to close at 12 officially, or 1 officially. How is this example that you have from Brazil helping you in other sites that Anglo American has globally? And do you have the intention? Because I think there's always a lot about piloting, and piloting is of course nice, but ultimately piloting should be scaled, right? So is that happening?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but to Tony's point, I mean, we chose the particular site because when we did the initial desktop analysis, this particular site and area came out as high. It doesn't mean that we don't look at some of the other sites. I mean, what we want to see is how do we translate what can come out of this tool that is applicable and it works and it's verifiable, a bit to the point that was raised earlier about how do we aggregate up at a site level, at a corporate level. So we can say, look, okay, we've got a number of sites within Brazil. We've now got all of our operations globally. How can we aggregate that at a corporate level to say this is what we can do at a contribution at a corporate level? So it's critical that we can replicate this at other sites. We just want to make sure that we can get the methodology and the approach right, but in a way that obviously is going to give us those targets and those measures that we can work towards.
Wonderful. We have more and more people joining. Is there one question from the audience? Otherwise, we're going to wrap up. Yes, in the front.
Thank you so much. I learned a lot. One question for anybody. So from finance point of view, I'm not talking about the project finance, but the financial market or capital market point of view. How the financial market can reward, uplift, not just then avoid risk, but then how the financial market can actually find that which one is really uplifting the nature or contributing nature positive, and to get the resources to those, the actions, so that the fact is needed maybe from measurement point of view, and because I hear a lot about how to measure, but it's always a huge gap between what you are measuring on the ground and from financial capital market point of view to identify what are really the good deeds to be rewarded. So that's the question.
You want to take it, Frank?
Yeah, thank you, Naoko. That's a very good question. So the short answer to your question is that we need to be able to translate the results of what individual companies are doing in terms of their pathway down towards the delivery of nature-positive outcomes to the GBF in ways in which the finance sector can translate as, if you like, an assessment of investment risk in that company or the reduction of investment risk in that company. So imagine if there are 5 steps, 10 steps towards the delivery of outcomes for the global biodiversity framework, and Warwick is already on step 7, then you could give him a score of 7. And you could say, from a finance point of view, he's creditworthy because he's done this, he's reduced his impact on biodiversity risk, therefore we will give him a better rating than a company that's only on a score of 1 or 2 because they've just started their process. The other thing we can do is to say, Warwick has upheld the ISO standard. Great, get him in there, give him a good credit rating.
Yeah.
But these are all ways in which you can interpret progress down a pathway in such a way that the finance companies can react to that easily and quickly, rather than having to do all the due diligence on everything that the company has done, which of course for a portfolio of 10,000 companies is never going to be feasible.
Wonderful. I think your question, Naoko, sparked a lot of discussion, but we do have to close. From my side and my role within UNEP-FI, we often speak about the role of financial sector as an enabler, but I think we also need to look at their role as a trigger for change. So I think I'll close it with that. I've learned a lot around IUCN measuring nature positive approach and also how it can be applied in practice. I think all the speakers are around. if you want to have lunch with them or have a little chat. So I want to thank you for your attention and a little applause for everyone. And I have a request from the team here, if you can all leave the room. So if you want to chat to the speakers, maybe you can do it outside rather than inside of this room.
Bah oui, oui, j'ai un petit sursaut. J'ai pris des belles photos.
Okay. Sarah, we good? Okay. Is that too loud? Can you hear me okay? Welcome, everyone. We're going to kick off the next event now. Welcome to the panel called Synergizing Knowledge and Practices, the Role of Human Rights-Based Approaches for Biodiversity and Climate Action. My name is Stephen Woroniecki. I'm here on behalf of FOCALI, the Forest, Climate and Livelihoods Network, and I'm the Principal Scientific Officer at WWT, the Wildfowl and Wetlands Trust in London. So in this panel, we're going to be drawing on a process that we've been doing over the last year or so. So I want to talk about first who's involved as partners to that process. So this is a joint initiative organized by the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services Network Partnership, or BESTNet, which is a partnership driven by UNDP, UNEP WCMC, and UNESCO, Soko Gokkai International, the Climate Development and Knowledge Network, CDKN, SWEDBio, and FOCALI, as I just mentioned. And it's supported by the United Nations, OHCHR, and the Secretariat of the CBD. So we have a fantastic panel for you. I will introduce them to you now, and then I will ask them to come up at the right moment, if that's okay. So first of all, we have Vivian Sole Rivera from Coope Solidan, a cooperative for social solidarity based in Costa Rica that promotes the conservation of biological and cultural diversity. We have Nore Ignacio, Director of the Southeast Asia Regional Initiative, a CSO based in the Philippines that works on sustainable food systems and farmers' rights. We have Bethan Laughlin, if I got that right, Senior Policy Specialist at the Zoological Society of London, Amil Hari Kishan, Thematic Finance Lead for the Climate and Development Knowledge Network in South Africa. Ben, you just arrived. I'm just presenting you. Benjamin Shakhtar, who is Coordinator of the Environment and Climate Change Team at the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And last but not least, Sarah Alstrand, the Program Coordinator and Agroecology Theme Lead at SWEDBio. So before we ask them to come on stage, I'm just going to give a quick summary of this process that we've been undertaking all together. And it's really, really nice to see others that have been involved in that process also here in the room. So what we've been carrying out is along the lines of a shared vision for engagement in biodiversity and climate actions that is grounded in human rights-based approaches. And I put the emphasis on approaches because we're really emphasizing a plural perspective. So this is a process that has brought together, and this is the really critical bit, diverse views, knowledge systems, experiences, and practices of actors that span across indigenous peoples, local communities, youth, women, member states, non-government organizations, and research communities. So what we're trying to do here is practice this whole of society approach that we hear a lot about. And this was a collective sense-making process that we've been undertaking over the last year. So various workshops and dialogues have taken place. And now, just before the COP, we held our final dialogue workshop in which we drew all of those actors together and asked for that collective sense-making process. And this is all founded on the need to recenter people and their reciprocal relationships with nature. James, that's something that you were talking about yesterday. So yeah, before I bring these illustrious speakers on stage, I want to talk about the agenda. So first of all, I'm gonna invite Nori and Vivian to present, and they're gonna give us a flavor of what the issues at stake here by reference to some cases on the ground that they work on. And then I'm going to bring up the other speakers and ask them to comment on those presentations and specifically what kinds of institutional and international support are available to address the issues raised in the presentations. Then we're going to go through some questions that are more specifically focused on the COP, like what, what actors here at the COP can do to address these issues, why these issues are so critical for the debates and negotiations that are occurring here. And then finally, I'm going to open up to the audience for questions, and Sarah is going to close. Okay, so let's start off by welcoming up Nori and Vivian to the stage, please. Yes, fantastic. If one of you wants to sit here and one of you on the other side, is that okay? Thank you so much. Let me get you some microphones. Can I have... Can we switch to the third slide? 1 second, sorry. There are the speakers. And now it's time for your presentation, Nori. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm from the Southeast Asia Regional Initiatives for Community Empowerment. It's a small NGO based in the Philippines. And we work in some countries in Southeast Asia, mainly. In our work, we use HRBI approach in all the activities that we do. And what I'm going to share with you now is how we integrate HRBA in the context of smallholder farmers. For us, it's very important to use HRBA as a foundation of our work because it gives meaning to concepts like dignity, fairness, respect, and autonomy. So smallholder farmers, regardless if they are women or men or young farmers or old farmers, they all are marginalized. And they all experience vulnerabilities to climate change and to other issues that farmers are facing now. And so it's very important that we recognize the rights so that they can help themselves to get out of the situations that they are in now. We also believe, and we try to mainstream the concept that farmers are right holders. So if government or state parties help the farmers conserve biodiversity or produce food in a sustainable way, these should be treated, the farmers should be treated as partners and not as beneficiaries because it is their right. It is their right to have access to resources. It is their right to produce the food that they want. It is their right to choose the kind of production systems that they want. So the support that they will get from the state is rightfully deserving to be given to the farmers. And that's how we try to also engage state actors and telling them that the support that they're giving to the farmers is not a matter of choice, but it is their responsibility as the state. Okay. So because of that, it is very clear that we should not look at human rights or farmers' rights as a charity. It is inalienable, it is inherent to the farmers. And it should be based on principles of participation, non-discrimination, transparency, equity, interdependency of human rights, like the integration of health, food, and education. So in our work, we try to engage farmers right from the very beginning. For instance, on that side, is there here, you would see farmers doing diversity wheel to assess the diversity in their area. So this is a very important baseline activity that we try to do so that farmers are part of the assessment of what kind of interventions we will do so that they can continuously conserve biodiversity in their area. And then they are involved in experimentations, doing field trials of different varieties of rice, for instance, so that they can select what varieties are suitable for their conditions. And then at the end, we use farmer field school approach so that at the end there will be farmer field day and the farmers report back to the community. So farmers also have a sense of responsibility, not only to their own family, but to the community as a whole. So that kind of coexistence and helping each other is the things that we're trying to integrate in the work that we do. We also involve farmers in development of policies. Here, for instance, we were doing a workshop for farmers to identify the key elements of the ordinance that they want for a sustainable food systems. And later on, in the municipality where we implement this, the municipality was able to adopt an ordinance, a local ordinance, on sustainable agriculture. And now it's running for almost 4 years already. And our farmers get funding from the government for 1 million pesos a year. So for us, it's very important to link the work on the ground with policy advocacy and farmers doing the advocacy themselves. It empowers them, and at the same time, it helps the government officials, the state actors, to recognize their duty as state actors. With all the challenges that farmers are facing now, the only way farmers can continue sustained biodiversity is when their rights are protected and upheld. And for this, there are so many tools that are available already at the international level. And I will only mention one, which is for me very relevant when we talk of farmers' rights. And this is the UN Declaration on the Rights of Peasants and Other People Working in Rural Areas. Contrary to what others are saying, this is not about individual rights, because UN DROP covers both individual and collective rights. So it is very important that state parties, especially those who adopt and sign for UN DROP, should implement it at the national level. Finally, we declare that farmers' rights are human rights. And for us, what we mean by this is that when we realize farmers' rights, it leads to the fulfillment of the right to food of humanity. So it's not something that, because the argument that I heard in the last COP, they don't support it because they're saying that from collective rights, you are moving again to individual rights. But that is wrong. What we mean is, if we fulfill farmers' rights, then we fulfill the right to food of all humanity. I think that's my last slide. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nori. That was really informative. And now I'll pass the microphone over to Vivienne.
Mike, I think it's with me. Thank you very much for being here. I wanted to share with you our collective learning on issues related to the people of the sea. And I want to show you a few pictures first and think about your reactions about what we're seeing. These are mollusk gatherers from Latin America. The next. This is the fishers in a small association in the Pacific of Costa Rica, and that is where they live. This is a good day of fishing. And this is a community, a Garifuna community in Honduras, that are catching the jellyfish to sell to a China industry. Now let's put, how would you approach the same pictures with a human rights approach? What happens there? So if we see the mollusk gatherers, we immediately have to start thinking about the issue of the right for decent work. What does that include? It includes issues related to health. How different these women are affected by being in the mud for a whole bunch of hours, half full of mud. What happened for the childcare? Where were the kids of these women while working 3, 4, 5 hours a day in the mangrove? Are they selling their product in a fair way, in an equitable way, at the same price that the fish is sold, for example, that are fished by men? What about the knowledge they have to get such big mollusk from that place? Are they into participation and decision making? And how do young girls learn that work? Let's go to the other one and put our lenses of a human rights approach. Are those areas where these fishers lived and where these fishers put the fish, are theirs? Who has the tenure for that land? Where do they live? Is this a dignified way of doing their fishing? And what about food security? Are they taking some of that fish to feed their families, or are they selling it all? A good day of fishing, but what about access rights? Do they have a formality for going and access the sea? Do they have a fair market, or because they are non-formal and there's so much fish, then an intermediary will come and say, I'll buy it all because they don't have a freezer, but I have to buy it with less price. It's going to be cheaper. And so they would only pay probably maybe the gasoline, maybe the food for that day of work. So non-formality, access to the sea, it's a problem. And also governance. And let's go for the last. What about the economy impacts of a Chinese fleet that comes and promotes the selling of jellyfish? What is the impact of international industries when these communities have never fished, neither sell those species that are now of particular interest to one sector? We need to strengthen resilience and food security, but they are also an indigenous peoples. So something about culture, consuetudinary work, decent work, and free prior informed consent. So this is what we do. We have here fishers from different countries of the world, by the first time in some cases, to speak to us about this important perspective. But we need to explain what a human rights-based approach is, and I think the previous presentation and this gives us some hints in the hard work we have to go on now to find out how we're going to deal with these problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vivian. And thank you to both of you for presenting in such clear terms what it means to talk in human rights terms. It seems to me that these are fairly transformational terms that we're thinking about. And now I want to invite our other speakers up to the stage, please. So that's Bethan, Emil, and Ben. Yes, please. Yeah. So I want to ask each of those of you who have just joined us, who come maybe from the more international and institutional perspective, what kinds of support is available to address the rights issues that are being raised in these presentations. So, well, one question is, what kinds of support is available? And the next question is, if it's not available, what kinds of support should be available? Okay, who would like to go first? Amir?
I can jump in there, Stephen. So, of course, I'm the Finance for Resilience thematic lead for CDKN. So I'm going to frame this around funding and resources. Whilst I'm an ecologist and conservation scientist by background, I've been working in climate finance for the past 10 years or so. And whilst I know that's climate finance, being in this space and seeing the analogy or the analogous links to biodiversity finance are so crystal clear. And I think part of it is the safeguards that are put into place and how finance is accessed by states. So, of course, the Green Climate Fund, for example, the largest climate fund in the world, one of the operating entities of the financial mechanism of the UNFCCC, has what they call a safeguarding policy. So that's the Indigenous Peoples policy, their gender policy, and then a suite of environmental and social safeguards. Now, whilst those policies are in place, the execution of them, particularly in relation to how resources reach communities, like the ones that have just been presented, is patchy. And I think a huge part of the support that can be provided for advancing human rights-based approaches, or a human rights-based approach in relation to what we've just heard, is understanding how do we adequately finance the effective implementation of these safeguards. And so I think the sources of finance and how it is tagged and gets down to the ground is incredibly important. In terms of institutional support, more broadly than that, in the climate space, we have what we call locally led adaptation. And from what has just been presented here right now, it is so strongly tied to similar narratives in the climate space. The locally led adaptation principles, which you can search online, have been endorsed by over 100 institutions. And you'll hear aspects of climate justice narratives and discourse that so strongly link to this, and we need to find those synergies amongst the communities, or rather all of us here at the CBD COP, and what is a huge discourse in the climate space as well. And so tying the means of implementation is incredibly important. So recognizing first and foremost that local communities, indigenous communities, and traditional and indigenous knowledge systems have tremendous value, and recognizing that fundamentally in how resources actually reach these communities and these constituencies is incredibly important. But there is progress that is being made. As I mentioned, these principles have been put into place, and now we're trying to understand how to unpack that in all its granularity, and I call it financing complexity at scale. And just to say that we are not trying to create a different stream of funding. We are trying to understand the intersection of what is already in place and how we can put a very fine point in it by speaking directly to human rights-based approaches. But let me leave it there for now.
Thank you so much, Emil. Okay, now over to Bethan, please.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is Bethan Lachlan. I'm Senior Policy Specialist at the Zoological Society of London, which is an international conservation organisation that works worldwide, but we have our headquarters in the UK. Just to preface, my work within ZSL is I work across the UNFCCC and the CBD, so I lead a lot of our policy work there and work with my team. So engaging with this process has been fascinating and a true honour to be able to be part of these conversations as someone who's looking at how do we enable synergies to take place in a policy setting within the UNFCCC and the CBD, and to learn so much about the human rights-based approach and its vital nature has been fascinating. To answer the question on what should exist, I think is what I want to focus on. You stole my point on finance, so I won't repeat it. But I think there's a point to be said about how often it seems that the human rights-based approach feels like something that can be traded off for other things. And there's a central point in that when we're looking and working in negotiation spaces, both domestically in all of our countries where we live, and also internationally, that we need to understand that these approaches are in no way trade-offs that cannot be compromised on as a central point. I also think that actually an effective human rights-based approach will lead to more effectiveness of delivery as well, because people will feel empowered and encouraged. And I think an example that came to mind actually on adaptation within the UNFCCC, there's a new thing in the UNFCCC called the Global Goal on Adaptation, the GGA. And the GGA has 7 thematic targets, and one of them is culture. So the importance of the preservation of culture as something that can be threatened by climate. And obviously, when we're looking at the implementation of, okay, so how do you measure it? How do you ensure action? If we don't have the local people and the indigenous communities who are at the forefront of that loss at the table, we're doing it the wrong way. So it's about access, it's about representation. I think also the final point I'd like to make from an institutional perspective is that it's about accountability. So I work for an organization that's been around for 200 years. Conservation as a sector has a long history of colonization and problems with human rights-based approaches. And my organization, and I know a number of others, have been doing work for the last few years on how do we address that and how do we learn and listen and grow and have a level of accountability and move forward. And I think we're a relatively small organization. I mean, we work globally, but I'm here at the UN, so in comparison, we're relatively small. But there is a huge amount of accountability and listening that's needed in order to take those next steps. So yeah, I think a few thoughts on the local level and on the institutional level, and then a few higher up.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Last but not least, Ben, please.
There we go. Okay, greetings everybody. Ben Schachter with the United Nations Human Rights Office. It's been our pleasure to be part of this ongoing dialogue, a series on biodiversity and climate change and human rights-based approaches. I want to start maybe in terms of the tools with the most obvious thing, and that's simply the instruments themselves. So you mentioned the UN Declaration on the Rights of Peasants. Of course, also there's the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the UN Charter, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, 9 core human rights treaties, a whole ecosystem of regional treaties and other instruments. So these are legally binding obligations, and I think that's, you know, that's important. That's the sort of starting point for me as a human rights lawyer. But importantly, they also come with sort of ecosystem of mechanisms that support them, right? So within the human rights system, the human rights treaties have human rights treaty bodies that are responsible for their monitoring, implementation, providing advice and guidance and recommendations. The Human Rights Council has its special procedures mechanisms. So the Special Rapporteur on Climate Change and the Special Rapporteur on the Right to a Healthy Environment and the Special Rapporteur on Toxics, they all have a role to play. They can carry out country visits, they can receive communications, they develop tools and guidance. And of course, my office, the United Nations Human Rights Office, develops a wide range of tools and materials to support a human rights-based approach to biodiversity and climate change. And in fact, the first norm that we often talk about in this context, right, is the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, which was recognized by the General Assembly and the Human Rights Council. And I want to raise that here particularly because this discussion was about the synergies between climate, biodiversity, and human rights. And the right to a healthy environment encompasses all of that and much more, right? So climate, a safe and stable climate, healthy ecosystems and biodiversity, a non-toxic environment, clean air and water, safe and adequate food, the right to participation, access to information, and access to justice and environmental matters, protection of environmental human rights defenders, so on. As you can tell, I could probably talk way too long about all of this, and I know I'm not supposed to. Let me just highlight a couple of other mechanisms quickly. Most countries have something called a national human rights institution. And national human rights institutions or ombudspersons or other mechanisms that work on and support both monitoring and providing technical assistance to governments with respect to the implementation of human rights. So it's also really important that they be part of that network and providing support. And the other speakers referenced finance, and that's really critical. There will be a discussion of finance here at COP16, in fact. It's really critical that finance be consistent with human rights obligations. If we don't have that, we have a very perverse situation where work that's being done to protect the environment can potentially harm people. And actually, it doesn't protect the environment as well either. So we know, for example, from the work of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, that rights-based approaches lead to more sustainable and effective environmental outcomes. So I'll stop there for the moment.
Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate these insights that you're giving, and I feel like they're really complementary as well. Ben, this discussion of the resolutions and the mechanisms that are available brings to mind this recent resolution on human rights and biodiversity, and folks in the room might not be so aware of that. So do you just want to quickly introduce what has just happened recently so that you can inform them about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. So the Human Rights Council meets in Geneva 3 times each year and sometimes has additional sessions. But it's responsible for the global human rights system. And the Human Rights Council, at its last session, which concluded earlier this month, adopted for the first time a resolution on human rights and biodiversity. This resolution notes that the biodiversity loss and decline in ecosystems has impacts for the effective enjoyment of a wide range of human rights, including the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. It specifically encourages the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to cooperate with a wide range of stakeholders, including UN, but more importantly, rights holders, in order to advance a human rights-based approach to biodiversity action. It makes directly a linkage to the work happening here in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which is so important because there are certain governments that come into these discussions. The same government will say at the Human Rights Council, this is no place to talk about biodiversity. And then here in the environmental negotiations, they'll say, this is no place to talk about human rights. Which really raises the question, where is the place that you can talk about human rights and biodiversity? And what is all this talk about the need for policy coherence if there are governments that are actively trying to put up silos? We're working really hard to break down those silos to promote policy coherence. This resolution, I think, is a very positive direction, positive step in that direction. It calls upon the office to provide technical assistance and support at the regional level. So hopefully there will be more help on the way from OHCHR in terms of the support that we can provide in the work that we're trying to do around the world, working with rights holders, supporting the environmental justice movement, and just working to make sure we can advance that coherent approach that protects both people and the planet, because those are shared objectives in all of these spaces.
Thank you so much, Ben. We really appreciate you informing us about that. And now I want to bring Nori and Vivian back into the conversation. So if you could get a mic, if that's all right. And just to reflect a little bit on what you've just heard about these institutional and international forms of support, if those are adequate, and if they're not, what do you think the people that you work with need to live these flourishing lives in harmony with nature? Nori, do you want to go first? Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ben has mentioned a lot of tools and instruments that are available already. And our 2 speakers, there's also mentioned a lot of opportunities that we can tap. The problem is the way we think, especially in countries where we have weak government or weak governance. So even if they know and even if they are aware that these tools and instruments are available, they continue to do the same actions. And the influence of some business sectors and private sectors always come first in many countries, especially in the countries where we work. So it's very important for advocates, not only farmers, not only peasants, but also civil society organizations and other development organizations to come together and work harder to really change the mindsets and the thinking, especially of governments who can do more and who has the capacity and the mandate to do more to achieve this human rights-based approach in biodiversity and climate actions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. I am going to be very honest. And I'm afraid, very afraid, that a human rights-based approach will be another fashion for biodiversity conservation. And for the more experienced of us that have seen how biodiversity has moved throughout decades, we have passed through a lot of concepts and a lot of things that could have been managed more simplified in a way that could really reach the change. So I think we should be watchdogs that this is not going to be another fashion, because we don't have another decade for the people that are there. And we know that the only way to implement the global biodiversity framework is at the national and local level. And at the national and local level, people are fighting, defending their territories of life with no success. That means that we are losing the battle with an economy that has changed its characteristics to become a monster that is really facing us with a strength, but with values that are no longer for the majority of people. So if we are all knowledgeable of that, if we unfortunately have to have such expenditure of money to discuss issues that will have to go back to the territories, I think one simple thing that we need to do is to empower civil society, to empower the movements of these groups that have to defend their territories. That is why we have close to 30 small-scale fishers here, and we are very proud of that. Because the only way that we're going to be able to save our seas and our coast is if they're able to win the battle to defend their territories. So I'm one of those more experienced, and I have lost faith on what is happening in that big meeting over there. And I've hoped never to lose totally the hope with United Nations, but I am this close. And fighting for human rights might be the last line to believe of the possibility of agreeing all that this is truly important. Because if we're not able to save the last small-scale fisher folk that is close to come to be the last one, we are gonna be, how do you say in English? We're gonna never forgive ourselves that they are gonna be gone and lost.
And I mean, I think we want to get to the point, right, where it's not unusual for fishers and farmers and other small-scale resource users to be here in these spaces. So one of the things that we've done as part of this multi-actor dialogue process is bring together these different actors from indigenous peoples, women, youth, member states, NGOs, researchers. And I'm very happy, and it's an actual privilege to be sharing the stage with you all who have been part of that process. And I would just like you to, now that we have about 10 minutes left of the session, to invite you to share one insight or lesson that you have learned from this dialogue process that you think needs to be broadcast to this arena. And as we have only 10 minutes left, I'd like you to keep your answers, if possible, to 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
For me, I think the dialogue process has highlighted the vulnerabilities of IPLCs, regardless if they are fisher folks or farmers or pastoralists or what have you, forest dwellers. They all face the same vulnerabilities, and they are the very ones affected by biodiversity loss. And despite of the fact that they have maintained biodiversity for thousands of years, they remain to be marginalized, if not totally ignored, in biodiversity and climate actions. And that has to change. So it's very important to have this kind of dialogue, because I think it gave opportunities for different stakeholders to come in an open and respectful space where they can openly speak to each other as equals. I just hope that there will be more representatives from state actors if you're going to have another process like this. It's very important that they are there and part of the whole process.
Thank you again. So first of all, I think, Vivian, it's great to interrogate the system and the effectiveness of the system that we have in place. So really appreciate those comments. I think the reality is that it is the one we have, and we've got to be working at all levels, right? And that's what a dialogue process like this really reveals. Right, you know, it's important to get the decisions here at COP16 correct, but you also need a whole of society movement to bring people into these discussions to help the negotiators get things right, to bring the decisions that are made here into operations at the national level. We've developed, for example, a guidance on integrating human rights in national biodiversity strategies and action plans. Well, the first thing you have to do is include people in the development of the strategy and action plan, right? It's pretty simple. It's not rocket science. The reality is it's not often done. So, you know, going back to that idea of coherence across the multilateral international system is important. It's just as important across government ministries. It's just as important across local to national to regional to global. So I want to say that, and then I just want to say quickly on the actual decisions here, right? The things that need to be prioritized. There's an opportunity here to operationalize or take steps towards further operationalization of a human rights-based approach to the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So discussions on finance and marine conservation and climate change and biodiversity and health and the monitoring framework, all of these have text. Article 8J, all of these have really important decisions to be made about the text that will relate to people's rights. So encourage all of you to go out and work towards achieving those constructive outcomes that will protect people and the planet.
Thank you so much, Ben. And I'm sorry to rush this discussion because it feels like we could talk for so much longer. It's so rich. But I also want to give the mic to Sarah at the end just to round off the discussion. So if you could be as brief as possible, and I apologize.
No worries at all. Ben articulated the point that I wanted to make around just the scale of the importance of the negotiations here. Something I just think, like this afternoon, we're going to see negotiations on agenda item 13, which has direct language on IPLCs and human rights-based approaches, like unbelievably important. So just advocating for that. I also think the thing that stuck out to me the most from, well, there were many things that stuck out to me during the course of the workshop, but was just, there's a term we use a lot in climate and nature policy, which is the whole of government approach. And we use it a lot, and that's a good thing. But it's very rarely with a lens of human rights-based approaches built into a whole of government approach. Sorry. So I kept thinking that over the course of the few days about how, and the months that led up to it. And then I think the final thing is that something that we're doing in my organization is thinking about how can we not just ensure that the conservation work we're doing is based in community, but it's led by community. And it's a pretty transformational shift for conservation organizations. It's a long time coming and it's incredibly exciting. But something that I'm eager to see for policy is that we're not just seeing policy that's being consulted on by local people, but that it's being led by local people. So we move from locally based to locally led. And we don't just consult, but we enable and give space vitally.
Great, thanks. And very quickly, I think a key outcome from the dialogue for me was really moving beyond participation and engagement and ideas of inclusivity towards co-creation. And I think this requires strong intentionality and directionality and dedication towards outcomes that are not just achievable or feel co-owned, but create a sense of belonging. And it's a very nuanced point around that. And I think we really need to be listening to voices like Nori and Vivian around this as well. And specifically as well on the financing out of the dialogue, we need flexible, patient, predictable, and easily accessible finance to enable this empowerment to take place. Thanks.
So very fast, dialogue is something we have never have to leave behind. It is important. It is something that we need to keep having hope in. We had 2 small-scale fishers in this dialogue, and it was great because they could share all the long way of the small-scale fisher movements to propose the voluntary guidelines for the sustainability of their sector, which has emerged a human rights-based approach. So I hope that this dialogue and the opportunities with the Colombian government that was there saying, what is the message that we have to leave, brings this message back to the governments. We have a decade since those guidelines were signed, and it was a lost decade. So we have to bring it up now and put it on top of the priorities of our governments for having small-scale fishers on the line again.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Really rich insights here. So last but not least, I'm going to welcome Sarah Elfstrand to the stage to just give some closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Stephen. So on behalf of SwedeBio, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all the participants in this dialogue process who contributed their time, knowledge, and insights to this process. And we also want to thank all the co-conveners, BESNET, Soka Gakkai International, CDKN, and FOCALI, as well as the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights and the CBD Secretariat. As a program on biodiversity and equitable development, SwedeBio work in close partnership with a network of diverse actors and partner organizations to address this increasingly urgent biodiversity and climate crisis and the existential threat that these pose for humanity, leading to deepening inequalities and undermining of human rights. And we are guided, I think what we've heard today, others also say today, the conviction that the most strategic and effective means to conserve and sustainably manage biodiversity and ecosystems while also addressing the climate crisis is to depart from a human rights-based approach as an entry point. And we also truly believe, as Vivian also pointed out, that equitable dialogue processes underpinned by principles such as respect for diversity, trust, reciprocity, and equal sharing is an important enabler for a whole-of-society approach. And so this multi-actor dialogue process has been a significant process for collectively advancing the understanding of how a human rights-based approach is conceptualized, co-designed, and applied in biodiversity and climate action. And we're very grateful for the collective process co-creating this together. We look forward to continue this work together now during the COP and beyond, but we also want to stress that more resources, more actors need to be engaged. A clear message from the process, and that we've also heard today, is that an urgent call for further action is, So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And essentially, human rights is the foundation for integrated climate and biodiversity action. Thank you so much for coming. Please give a warm round of applause to these speakers and also to all of our dialogue members who are here today.
Hello, everybody. Please take a seat. We will start the OECM forum very quickly. Please take a seat. I think we can start now. Yes? Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your coming for the OECM forum at COP16. My name is Peng Hui, work for Global Environment Institute and also China Society Biodiversity Alliance. Thank you so much for your coming because we Alliance come here and organize this forum for all of the world. It's not just for the Chinese non-state actors, it's for all the non-state actors. Yesterday, we know, according to the opening remarks, we can say people say we cannot just sit here to talk. We really want to implementation for the GBF. Kunming-Montreal GBF gave a very good start for our ambitions. But now we can start our implementation. OECM may be the most important tools, one of tools for the protection for biodiversity and just hit the biodiversity loss, right? So today we are very honored to have very distinguished experts and our guests right here together to discuss this OECM system. So first of all, I'd like to invite our honored Mr. Wang Yi. He will just as a moderator for the opening remark. Mr. Wang Yi just come from China National People's Congress. He's a member of Standing Committee and also professor of Institutes of Science and Development Chinese Academy of Science. Let's welcome Mr. Wang Yi, please.
Thank you, Dr. Peng Hui, for your introduction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Wang Yi from Chinese Academy of Sciences. I think first of all, I would like to congratulate for this forum. I remember in 2021 in Kunming during COP15, the first phase, Kunming, Peng Hui and other NGOs of China also organized a similar forum by the non-state actors. But that time is a very broad topics. Today, we only focus on the OECM and also the whole of a society approach. I think it's very important to contribute for our future GBF targets. Today, in this session, we have 6 keynote speakers to give opening remarks. And I hope, because of time limited, I would like to ask all the speakers give an address within 4 minutes. So now we also want to invite the first speaker, Ms. Shikeo Sadasuna. She is Secretary of CBD and also Senior Program Manager Officers. So, Ms. Sorry for my pronunciation. Yeah, you have floor, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. Apologies from Ms. Astrid Schumacher, Executive Secretary. She was invited to speak, but she unfortunately has many other commitments, and so she asked me to come and address you this afternoon. So Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, distinguished participants. It's my privilege to address this forum, which plays a pivotal role in achieving the goals of the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, particularly Target 3. The GBF marks a historic moment in global environmental governance. I think we all agree about that. And particularly Target 3, which calls for the conservation of 30% of the world's terrestrial, inland waters, coastal and marine ecosystems. And OECMs, as we know, provide a complementary path alongside protected areas to help us to meet this target. Since their introduction at COP10, OECMs have gained prominence as a tool for conservation, which allows diverse actors, including indigenous peoples and local communities and non-state actors, to contribute to the protection of biodiversity outside of traditional protected areas. Achieving Target 3 is a global endeavor, and it demands a whole-of-society approach. We need cooperation from governments, from civil society, the private sector, but most especially indigenous peoples and local communities. This forum is a testament to the critical role that non-state actors can play. By leveraging OECMs, we can integrate biodiversity conservation into the broader landscape of sustainable development, and we can ensure that conservation respects the rights, traditions, and livelihoods of indigenous peoples and local communities. OECMs are not just a mechanism for expanding protected areas. They embody the principles of inclusivity, respect for local knowledge, and where relevant, the sustainable use of biodiversity. As of today, the global OECM database has recorded 6,253 OECMs in terrestrial and inland waters and 211 marine OECMs. But we have challenges. And what do we do about those challenges? So while OECMs hold a great promise, we do have challenges. They include clarifying governance structures, ensuring equitable benefit sharing, and aligning OECMs with national and global biodiversity strategies. And I'm very happy to see Harry in the front seat because IUCN WCPA has done a lot of work on guidelines on OECMs, building on the previous work that was done on the criteria for identifying OECMs. So looking forward to hearing more about that. So today's discussions, they provide us with an excellent opportunity to learn from various national and local experiences, to share best practices, and to identify practical ways to accelerate OECMs worldwide. I urge all the stakeholders today to deepen their commitment to biodiversity conservation through OECMs and to together foster partnerships that create enabling conditions that allows all of us to contribute effectively. I extend my gratitude to the organizers of this forum and to all of the participants. Your insights, your contributions, your actions are all valuable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sakahill. She's the name of the executive secretary of the CBD secretary. She also mentioned about the importance of OECM and also the non-governmental actors' contribution, especially from local society. Thank you, Ms. Now we over to next speaker, Mr. Wang Jinnan. He's an academician of Chinese Academy of Engineering and also the former Director General of Chinese Academy of Environmental Planning and the Ministry of Ecology and Environmental Ministry of China. So Professor Wang, you have a floor.
Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Thank you for invitation from Global Environmental Institute. I'm very happy to participate in this side event and discuss with you the effective methods and the tools to promote achievement of the goal of the KM framework. With the deepening of the mainstream of global biodiversity, the international community has gradually reached a consensus that the adoption of the whole society promotion approach is critical to the achievement of the framework. OECM as an inside conservation method outside the natural reserves has also received more and more attention and promotion. Since the COP15, China has actively promoted implementation of KM framework. In January of this year, China has updated the revised the China Biodiversity Conservation Strategy and Action Plan. So this action plan goes to the 2030. Makes the promotion of biodiversity mainstream a top priority area to ensure the broad participation of the whole society, and will innovatively adopt and promote OECMs and strengthen the inside protection of the wildlife habitat outside the natural reserves as a priority action measures to achieve the goal. Focus on the strategic vision of the building a beautiful China, where people and nature coexist harmoniously. China, guided by the Xi Jinping's thought on ecological civilization, allowed to participate to give priority to protection and green development. 11. Biodiversity protection to a national strategy and gradually forms a mechanism of government-led universal participation, mutual and government and win-win cooperation, which has promoted China's biodiversity protection to continually achieve the new results and made outstanding contribution to addressing global biodiversity challenges. In this field of site biodiversity protection, China has innovated the ecological protection red line system. They matched the ecological protection red area of about 3.04 million square kilometers across the country, cover more than 13% of the land area, include the most grassland, important wetland, coral reefs, and marginal seagrass beds, and other important ecosystems. Establish a natural protection area system with national park as the main body, and primarily complete the optimization and adjustment of national natural protection areas. After the adjustment, there are more than 6,700 natural protection areas of various types in the country, with a total area of 1.85 million square kilometers. Demonstrate the 22 protection priority areas and 3 marine protection priority areas, and the typical ecosystem. National key protected wild animal and plant species, endangered wild animals and plants and their habitat are fully protected. Actively explore special needs management in the process of national parks construction, community livelihood, and have been continually improved, and a number of the livelihood projects have been implemented to promote the win-win situation of ecological protection and economic development. The Chinese government has coordinated and promoted the international protection and restoration of mountains, rivers, forests, farmlands, lakes, and grasslands and desert, and implemented 22 mountain and water projects across the country to carry out the whole project protection, system restoration, and comprehensive management of the mountains, lands, and underground land, sea and upstream and downstream of the river basins, with a total area of more than 100 million Chinese mu completed. China's mountain and water project was selected as the first batch of the World Ecological Restoration Flagship Project during the COP16, which laid a solid foundation for the protection and restoration of the habitat outside the natural reserves. Under the guidance of the Kunming framework and MBSAP, some Chinese universities and research institutions have actively explored implementation of the OECMs in China, strengthen multi-party collaboration and with the government, enterprises, and social organizations, and promoted the joint effort of the whole society. The promotion of the OECMs has achieved certain results in China, and a number of the difficult practices and cases have emerged. I believe this will sure play an important role in promoting China's biodiversity conservation and realization of the 13 goals. We hope that we can take the COP16 as an opportunity to strengthen discussion and exchange among all parties, keep the channels of the dialogue open, promote cooperation through the exchange, promote win-win results through cooperation, and jointly contribute wisdom and strength to build a global life community and building a beautiful homeland where people and nature coexist in harmony. Finally, I wish this event a complete success. I wish you all good work and a happy life. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jinan, to give a whole picture about China's strategy and action plan for ecological conservation, including China's upgraded MBSAP, and especially for the role of the OECM. Thank you, Jinan. Next speaker is Mr. Carlos Eduardo Marilo. He's from Brazilian Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, and also the chief of the staff for the Secretary for Biodiversity, Forests, and Animal Rights of the ministry. So, Carlos, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. The presentation, please. No. Good afternoon. I would be speak in Portuguese. So in the slideshow, I order to you access this QR code to automatic translation for your language of your preference, please. This QR code is for translation to phones or for your cellular. Okay, the next slide, please. Então, nós vemos aí um gráfico de barras que mostra a condição do território brasileiro em cada um dos biomas coberto por áreas protegidas. Esse é um slide que ilustra para nós a nossa condição com relação ao alcance das metas 30-30. Hoje nós temos uma condição onde o bioma amazônico já alcançou essa meta, assim como a zona costeira, mas todos os demais biomas brasileiros estão numa situação bastante diferente. E isso nos mostra uma condição que não é diferente de muitos países do mundo, de que se nós continuarmos na linha de trabalharmos somente com áreas protegidas para alcançarmos as metas de 30-30, muito vai faltar para a gente conseguir alcançar essas metas. E aí, diante disso, a importância das outras estratégias para a conservação de áreas. No Brasil, nós temos considerado muito a importância do diálogo entre as outras medidas efetivas para a conservação e um conjunto de políticas públicas que dialogam com muitas áreas. Isso tem a ver com as áreas de produção, tem a ver com as áreas, com a área social, com a área econômica e também com a área ambiental. Aqui a gente tem uma lista de alguns entre os principais programas e políticas do governo federal do Brasil que dialogam com isso, mostrando que a visão do governo brasileiro com relação às medidas efetivas para a conservação baseadas em área, elas vão muito para além daquilo que são ações ligadas à conservação da natureza. Nesse momento, e no que nós entendemos que é interessante para o debate nesse espaço, algumas questões ainda estão em aberto para tudo aquilo que a gente vem discutindo. E algumas das principais perguntas estão colocadas aí. Quais os mecanismos e vínculos sociais e econômicos junto aos objetivos das medidas efetivas de conservação baseadas em área? Quais as formas de uso, as atividades e os limites dessas atividades que podem ser compatíveis com uma área reconhecida como uma área com medida efetiva de conservação? No caso do Brasil, onde nós temos um código florestal para trabalhar florestas, áreas de vegetação nativa especialmente protegidas, para além das áreas de proteção, para além das áreas protegidas, a questão é o quanto o cumprimento desse código florestal seria suficiente para qualquer bioma e o quanto isso poderia estar relacionado com essa questão das outras medidas efetivas. Se a questão da restauração e a recuperação de vegetação nativa pode ser um ativo de futuro para a conservação da biodiversidade em áreas reconhecidas como OMEX, ou seja, teríamos aí então uma outra categoria ou modalidade para o reconhecimento dessas áreas, trabalhando então com ativos futuros. A importância também de discutirmos desafios da delimitação das potenciais áreas reconhecidas como medidas efetivas para a conservação em territórios ocupados por povos indígenas e comunidades tradicionais. E, finalmente, a questão dos espaços de governança coletivo e as relações entre esses espaços para que essas áreas com medidas efetivas de conservação possam contribuir da melhor forma para os seus objetivos. São questões muito relacionadas ao que é a realidade do Brasil nesse momento, mas eu acredito que, diante da perspectiva inovadora e do início dessa caminhada de todos os países aqui reunidos com relação a essas medidas, são pontos que ainda precisam de muita atenção e muito debate por todos nós. É mais ou menos nessa linha que nós vamos trazer a nossa reflexão. Muito obrigado.
Thank you much for Mr. Carlos. So even I don't understand Portugal. Yeah, I just came from Brazil, but I think you do a very good job. And also, I also mentioned about OECM's question and challenges. We must face these challenges and resolve the problem. Thank you again. Now we move to next speaker is Mr. Naomi Inoue. It's from Japan. It's a director from the Ministry of Environment of Japan. So you have the floor.
distinguished delegates, distinguished participants, experts, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. 下午好。我今天能够有机会出席本次研讨会，我十分感到荣幸。Sorry, just to show that I'm trying to speak. I'm studying. Okay, sorry. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Ecology and Environment of China and the GI and other organizers for having me here. It is my great pleasure to say a few words about what we are doing, what our government is doing for achieving the 30 by 30 target. In Japan, 30 by 30 roadmap has been developed prior to COP15 in order to achieve that 30 by 30 target in Japan. The roadmap has been incorporated into NBSAP in Japan. Japan has also initiated a scheme which certifies the areas where biodiversity is conserved through voluntary efforts of private sectors as nationally certified, sustainably managed natural sites. A bit long, but this is what we call. 253 sites have been certified so far. Areas which do not overlap with protected areas have been registered on the world databases as OECMs. Japan has many areas in which biodiversity have been conserved through a variety of human activities. An example would be Satoyama, which means areas where people live in harmony with nature throughout traditional practices such as farming and coppicing trees, providing habitats for diverse wildlife species. Japan believes it is important that a wide range of land use and management methods that contribute to biodiversity conservation should be considered in developing OECMs. In order to promote concrete actions, Japan has launched the 30 by 30 Alliance for Biodiversity, which is a multi-stakeholder platform, including businesses, local governments, and NGOs. Total of 837 organizations so far have been joined in this alliance. In fact, various entities of Alliance have applied for registration as nationally certified sustainably managed natural sites. Throughout these systems, we will engage non-state actors and accelerate the whole of society approach, not only to achieve 30 by 30, but also to further expand the participation of and partnership with those non-state actors in biodiversity conservation. Of course, Japan has a challenge as well. And we have just started this initiative, and then we are sort of in a state of a learning by doing. What we have learned and what we are doing in detail will be introduced by my colleague in the UNU IAS, Professor Nishi. And we are sort of, challenge. It was such a challenge as how to increase the registration and the certification. And then how to give the incentive for them, because otherwise there will be nobody who take care of those sites. And then, as I mentioned, the good way of a human intervention on the area is a key, we believe, for the maintaining the wildlife species, secondary ecosystem. But because of the depopulation in Japan, we are facing the most serious issue in Japan. That leads to the degradation of those secondary ecosystems. We are now on the verge of losing it. So how can we deal with this system? This is a big challenge. So I hope that this event will provide us for Japan as well to have a learning and then share experiences and challenges we face, leading to better policy making and actions for the involvement of a whole of society approach toward the world in harmony with nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Noemi, for introducing Japanese government agents, the actions on especially the contribution to the GBF 30 by 30 target. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tim Scott. He's a senior technical advisor of the UNDP. So over to you, Mr. Tim.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Wang Yi, Ms. Lilinchena, Mr. Wang Jinan, Mr. Marinello, Mr. Inuit, Mr. Lambertini. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United Nations Development Program, let me begin by recognizing the leadership of China, and in particular the Ministry of Ecology and Environment for your role in the organization of this forum, the successful CBD COP15, and its follow-up, including the Kunming Biodiversity Fund, as well as your path-breaking national policies for biodiversity and nature conservation. Let me also recognize the strong leadership of the government of Japan and the government of Brazil for advancing conservation at all levels, including by the 30 by 30 Alliance. UNDP also fully supports and appreciates the ongoing collaboration with all partners, NGOs, civil society organizations, and other non-state actors in contributing to this forum and implementing the global biodiversity framework, including CBD Secretariat, our sister UN agencies in the GEF, but also, of course, the Global Environment Institute, IUCN, the Nature Positive Initiative, and WWF, among many others. The whole of society approach is indeed essential to accelerating progress on the biodiversity framework and our 30 by 30 goal. And for this, the role of OECMs and local community action is equally important. Through UNDP's Nature Pledge and Climate Promise, UNDP supports inclusive, meaningful stakeholder engagement and dialogues in the design, monitoring, and implementation of NBSAPs and biodiversity plans in over 140 countries, as well as through other initiatives, the GEF Small Grants Program, support for indigenous peoples and local communities, among many other initiatives. So, with a view to post-COP action, collaboration, and follow-up, UNDP also fully supports the goals and expected outcomes of this forum, successful whole-of-society approaches to implement the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the 30 by 30 target, successful promotion of OECM and bottom-up action, especially from local communities, indigenous peoples, and other non-state actors, and, as we heard, the sharing and scaling up of OECM solutions, including through South-South and triangular collaboration supported by China. I wish all of us a successful forum, and I would like to close by reiterating UNDP's commitment to working with all partners here to achieve our common 30 by 30 goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And I think for achieving our 30 by 30 target and also OECM, we need to employ the whole of the society approach. And also, I think we need to hold the stakeholder involvement. Thank you, Tim. The last speaker is Mr. Michael Lambertini. He's now the president of Nature Positive Initiative, and also the former president of WWF International, and my colleague from CCSCED. So, Michael, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
女士们、先生们，感谢您的邀请。
你好。I'm learning, but I'm fascinated, by the way, by the events that you're organizing, because it is about one of the many challenges and ambitions of the GBF. We know, we heard many times before, this is the most comprehensive, the most ambitious, but also the most measurable agreement on biodiversity ever adopted by humanity. And 30 by 30 in itself is a significant ambition. That means almost doubling the protection on land and freshwater and almost tripling the one in the ocean. So it is a challenge, and OECMs is an exciting opportunity and option amongst many, including the traditional protected areas designation, to achieve this goal. OECMs is a fascinating concept, and it has two dimensions which are super important. One is captured by the O, other, meaning more creative, more out of the box, more innovative approaches to protection. But then there is a second word, E, effective, which is super important. And I want to highlight that in particular, because we are here talking about changing a paradigm which is moving from looking at protected areas, potentially OECMs, as a set-aside areas from development, and somehow being, in some cases, even accused of slowing down development or creating foregone opportunities for development, to actually looking at protection, conservation, restoration, whether through protected areas, whether through OECMs, as an investment in development, and an investment in the productivity, the infrastructure of nature that provides so many benefits to our economy, to our social cohesion, to our well-being, to our health, to the stability of our society. So effective is equally important, and this is what my message is about today. In developing on the ground examples of different ways of managing land, freshwater, and marine with the purpose of conserving biodiversity and beyond, as the title say, with all the benefits that generates for society and the economy, we need to make absolutely sure that the effective word is fulfilled. The OECMs are delivering measurable, demonstrable biodiversity outcome, contributing to the vision, to the mission, first of all, of the GBF, halt and reverse biodiversity loss, the nature positive goal, and to the vision of a nature, of a community and society that lives in harmony with nature. So, exciting moment to be creative and innovative, but also let's remember the responsibility, being effective in delivering conservation outcomes. Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you, Michael, for your very good address for this purpose of this forum on the OECM and also the whole of the society approach. Thank you, whole the 6 speakers for your very good address and also introduction, your experience and the lessons, and also how to resolve the problem. I hope this forum could achieve a fruitful achievement through the coming following sessions. Thank you. Also, I move to the next session.
Thank you, Mr. Wang, and thank you all the opening remarking speakers. You are give us very, encourage us to do OECM. But the next session is very important because we want to let people know what's real OECM is, why we need OECM is here, what standards, what criteria, what's the status of the OECM. Today, we are very lucky to invite some designers for the OECM guidelines and also their implementation, what's the criteria, how these people at different directions to do the OECM. So first of all, I'd like to invite Mr. Harry Jonas. He is from IUCN OECM expert and WWF conservation areas, and he's the director of that. And Harris is a very important person for OECM because he just designed the guideline for IUCN. So please, Harris, welcome.
Very much. Thank you. Friends, I'm looking out on a full room, and my sense is the reason you're all here is because you know what I know, and that is that OECMs offer this genuinely momentous opportunity to better recognize and support conservation, rights-based conservation occurring outside of protected areas. And as you've heard from these introductions, it's exciting, it's interesting, it's new. It's leading to changes in the way we think about, even talk about conservation. That's what's so interesting about it. As a caveat, Dr. Peng, thank you very much for that introduction, but I want to be a kind of an inclusive approach to this, is to say, whilst there are definitely some people in this world who know a little bit more about OECMs than others, this area is evolving as we speak. And so any of you in the room could be and should be playing a part in the development of this framework going forwards. So if you're not fully engaged yet, let's become involved because it's really changing fast. So friends, I've been given the task of giving a quick overview, high level overview, and then many other speakers are going to come this afternoon and we'll be providing greater detail on all of these issues to you. I'd like to begin by just saying that whilst the OECM phrase was first included in the Aichi biodiversity targets agreed in 2010, it was in fact only in 2018 in Sharm el-Sheikh CBD COP14 when the CBD definition and those criteria were fully agreed. There is a longer legal definition of an OECM, but to boil it down, it's as simple as this. An other effective area-based conservation measure is simply a site outside of a protected area that is delivering the long-term in situ, to quote Marco, effective conservation of biodiversity. It's as simple as that. That's the crux of it. The CBD parties also agreed 4 core criteria for identifying an OECM. You have them here. The site should be outside a protected area. It's super important. You can't be a PA and an OECM. It's very much an either or. The site should be governed and managed in ways, as I said, that deliver the long-term in situ conservation of biodiversity. And lastly, friends, and this is really important, whether ecosystem services, they should be conserved, and where there are local values, well, they should be fully respected. I really hope, if you don't remember much else from my presentation, that this image is something you take away from you, because I think it really underscores, to me at least, the power, the importance of this other framework that we've developed. Once upon a time, if you go back 20 years at least, really the way the international community looked at landscapes and seascapes was through the protected area paradigm. Those with the green polygons on national maps, that's what it was. But friends, were those the only places in your respective countries where conservation was occurring, where people were living in harmony with nature, as we just heard, where people were coexisting with biodiversity? Of course it wasn't. Of course it wasn't. And so the increased focus on indigenous and traditional territories and the increased focus on other effective area-based conservation measures leads to us looking at landscapes in much more integrated ways. And that is critically important. It's more inclusive, it's more rights-based, it gives us more options, and ultimately it delivers more connected, more integrated conservation systems. So let me talk a little bit about what an OECM might look like, and then I'll talk a bit more about what an OECM might not look like. All right. So at the governmental level, so I should first say, we don't normally say all of these areas are OECMs, or all these other kinds of areas are not. At WWF and IUCN Specialist Group, we're really promoting a site-by-site assessment because it's so fundamental to understand that those sites are either conserving or not conserving. You could have 2 forests and they could be doing two very different things. So, but you can generalize at sort of areas that might be more like an OECM than less. So at the governmental level, governmental forests, watershed protection areas, a range of things you can see on screen, including interesting places such as military areas. Some military areas may deliver conservation benefits, they do. And where I come from, the United Kingdom, we've had a lot of wars with our neighbors. We have marine military graves that are very off limits to anybody going in there and fishing. They happen to conserve biodiversity very well. So what you've already heard is that this framework is non-denominational. It's not saying you have to dedicate your area to conservation. Conservation may arise as a byproduct of the way that you're using that area. Indigenous peoples and local communities, of course, many of their territories, many of their areas are delivering conservation outcomes. Whole territories, or maybe parts of those territories, can be identified and reported as OECMs. There are private entities, and I'd like to spend a little bit of time picking up on our Japanese colleague just now who was speaking about private entities. And I think there's a really, really important opportunity for the private sector to really step up here and either have areas that are already conserving, such as HCV areas, riparian reserves, forestry set-asides, no-go fishing areas to be identified, or to create an OECM by saying, well, this area is currently degraded. We will work to enhance, to restore that area, and then what we'll do from there is we will identify that and report that as an OECM. So that's a beautiful, I hope that's an incentive for the private sector to get more involved in conservation and ultimately, of course, be recognized for the work that they're doing. There are areas, friends, that will blatantly not meet the criteria of an OECM, and most of them, as you can see, are essentially areas that are being industrially used, okay? And the important point I want to make here is we have a GBF target for sustainable use areas. It's called Target 10. I would like to say, my colleague Lucia and I, she'll speak later, we think of it as a rather unloved target. You know, Target 3, the 30 by 30, gets all the attention, and Target 10 less attention. But personally speaking, Target 10 is super important. And we need to invest more time in ensuring that these kinds of areas are managed sustainably and that those areas are, are reported against Target 10. I'd like to show you a bit of data quickly. We just run the first assessment of OECMs. There are now, as you heard from Sakila, 6,500 OECMs in the world, covering almost 2 million square kilometers. That's 200 million hectares. And in the interest of time, because I've just seen, one of the things I'd like to add, for example, is that it's really adding to these conservation networks. Connectivity is up in every country, and eco-regions are being recognized in countries that simply are not covered by the protected area network. Particularly for my freshwater friends, I want to underscore how important this framework is for freshwater. What you're starting to hear from our introductory speakers is that we need enabling conditions in countries, all of these based on a rights-based approach to OECMs. We need enabling conditions, and then we need collective, participatory, inclusive processes that bring people together to move through the stages to identify, to report and monitor OECMs. That's critical. I would really like to underscore how important that final step is. If we identify a site and if we report it and we monitor it, that's great. But what that site really needs, ultimately, they need greater strengthening, support, legal recognition, financing, technical support, and, dear friends, when those sites are being threatened, they need support to be defended. At the IUCN WCPA, I'm looking across here and I'm seeing a good number of people in this room who've contributed to these tools. I'm good. We have the site tool for identifying OECMs. You can download that and you can use that at the local level to identify sites. And I am very, very pleased to say that we are about to launch an updated version of the guidelines on OECMs, and that will be launched at an event that is a QR code for that event. If you would like to join us there, it would be wonderful to have a bit of a celebration. Friends, that is me. What I would like to underscore where I leave is the first point I made, that this is evolving fast. We need bright, young, old, female, male, indigenous, non-indigenous minds engaging with this issue. So please see it as a beautiful opportunity and please get involved. Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. Harry just let us know what's real OECM and just the guideline. You can say Harry just designed about that. That's we're honored to be here and for this. Actually, we should give 1 more hour for him. But he said yes for that, right? Okay. Okay. Sorry, we just have 8 minutes for the speakers, so we have more speakers will just give their insights. So next speaker, let's just welcome Miss Audrey Control, or he just the deputy director from High Ambition Coalition. You know, everybody now knows 30 by 30, right? So we know High HAC already. So Mr. Audrey will just introduce why the OECM can contribute to the 30 by 30. So please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for this invitation. It will be really complicated to speak after you, but my speech will be completely different. It's not a speech of an expert explaining what are OECMs, but it's to give you a flavor of what we hear during our events and what our members are saying about OECM. So perhaps just for those who don't know, the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, that's a coalition of countries. We have 120 countries which are now members, and and the aim of this coalition is to continue to push the political mobilization on the 30 by 30 topic, but in relation with all the other targets, and also to help our members to implement the 30 by 30. So we are really on this topic. So for that, we are organizing several events, workshops, trainings. We have several tools, but I won't go in details. That's not the topic today. Just to tell you, for example, that we organize with the CBDs, the Argonne regional workshops. You see, not in every region of the world, but in a lot of regions this year. And what I want to tell you now is what we heard about OECM during these workshops, what the country are telling us, and also what we heard in what we read, not heard, in a survey that we just did with our members. And there is also something on OECM. So, no, c'est là. The fact, it comes to what you said. The key fact is that we heard very often, I was, for example, in DRC in June, and a regional workshop with 10 countries of Central Africa. We were in Madagascar in September and so on. And we see that there is a very limited, if I can say, appetite to increase the classical protected areas. Yeah, because, and that's, honestly, that's what they said in Central Africa, for example, there is no economic return. Yeah, so it's also something, and that's something really, really interesting to hear, because that's real life, I would say. So the main challenge that these people said, so it has to be taken with some nuance, because it's not always the same things in all the region. But nevertheless, the main challenge that they saw in the extension of these classical protected areas, if I can say that, conflict of use with private-owned territory, for example, with all these areas that you mentioned before, which are managed by other type of actors. The insecurity in some countries, some obsolete management objectives, sometimes no more management, in fact, fragile protected area business models because they are financed by the international finance. If there is no more international finance, what will happen? And that's a question that we see more and more arriving, which is really interesting when you hear also all the discussion about Target 19 and the resource mobilization. It affects also the 30 by 30. And the respect for human rights, because in the classical protected areas, that's sometimes not so inclusive as it could be. So what we hear very often is that OECM are seen as one of the solutions for achieving the 30 by 30 objectives. That's what everyone today said. It's not new. And to recognize the existing conservation initiatives that are already in place, and you mentioned a lot, so it's not useful to repeat. So as I said, a lot of attention on OECM, in our workshop, in our internal surveys. That was the first topic. What is important for you? OECMs, always. So, but it's seen as a way to have more inclusive protected areas, to enhance existing initiative. I am a bit repeating. To have an easier, faster, and less expensive process. I don't know if it's, yeah, you are the expert, you will perhaps tell us. And to also interact, and that's also what you say, between target 3 and the other targets of the GBF on sustainable use. So same thing. But what we see, and that's surely the most important in this workshop, is that there is a limited knowledge about OECM. People and countries need more information, definitions, and capacity building. So we are organizing some capacity building events, but there is a need of more. There is a need of reports, but I would say a part of reports really going on the field and explaining what it is or what it could be. There is a need of legal framework, but for that, it varies from a country to another. For example, in Central Africa, in Madagascar, what we heard is that no, don't begin to develop a new legislation because we'll spend 10 years. And that will be an excuse for the government to not advance on that. So look at what we have, if we can use and validate what we have, and after that we'll see if we need some other regulations. But in Costa Rica, for example, that was the contrary. They wanted to have a regulation. So it depends on the country. But what we can say is that there is a need of something. Let's see how to manage that. There is a need of an official national recognition, status or label of OECMs. It depends also of the country. Some want labels, some don't want to hear about label, but an official status is needed in order to incorporate that either in the NDP SAP, but above all in the accounting of the 30 by 30. And as you said, also there is a need of a dedicated governance, monitoring and financing of these areas, which are different from the protected areas, as you know. So I wrote that, but I'm completely wrong, so I stop here because what you say. And thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Adler. Save time for us. So thank you so much. It's very important for the 30 by 30 and the nature conservation. So, yep, we will have more opportunity for her to learn from her about high ambition coalition for that. So thank you very much. And the next speaker, I would like invite Ms. Masa Kananina. Masa Kananina is the senior official of the Pew Charitable Trust. She's very experienced about the OECMs. Please give us your insights.
Thank you, Dr. Peng. It's okay. Harry. And also just to the organizers of this forum, I know it was an effort to pull this together, and you guys did a great job. I'm already learning so much. Thank you. I am sort of an expert, but I really am here to represent colleagues that inform this presentation, that I consult with because they are in the regional fisheries management spaces. They are working at the national and regional levels on fisheries policies. They are helping implement the UN Fish Stocks Agreement because they are liaising with governments. And so I am not a true expert. The clicker, maybe, yes. It's okay. But I will do my best. Okay, so what I'm going to cover is a little reminder of the mission of the GBF. I think it's important to set the scene. I'm going to talk about Target 3 in relationship to the remainder, the 70% sustainable use, sustainable management, OECM's this is the crux of my presentation. So what are some of the emerging topics in the fisheries sector specifically? And I'll provide an example from Norway, and I'll hopefully, if I have time, talk about a wider context that Harry previewed, mentioning Target 10. So the mission. I'm bringing this up because we should remind ourselves what we're working for the period up to 2030 toward a 2050 vision is to take urgent action to halt and reverse biodiversity loss and put nature on the path to recovery. So every OECM measure that is recognized and attributed should be ultimately contributing to this mission. So if you are just relabeling an existing measure, what is the likelihood that you're actually contributing to this mission? So we need not only additionality, but additionality should be a large part of the solution. Target 3 in the context of the 70%. I just think it's an important reminder. So yes, like Harry said, we're laser focused on 30 by 30, but it's in the context of the 100%. There are folks here from the Ocean Panel talking about the 100% Alliance, sustainable ocean plans. So what we're doing in the 30 by 30 is in the context of the greater. And if there are examples today that I give where this is maybe not a fisheries marine OECM, that is an area we can attribute under the 70%. That's an area we can count under 5 and 10. It doesn't mean those efforts don't matter. So I'm gonna first preview, I will not talk about this, but I want to draw your attention. This is the FAO handbook on OECMs. They are better placed to give guidance and details, but I think it's important to share this with you, and you have the QR code there. What I'm going to focus on is actually a technical note that was recently published with some frequently asked questions on marine OECMs, and you can also get that document here. So let's dig into it. Key criteria, Harry covered some of this. Same for marine areas as terrestrial. Geographically defined, important biodiversity values. Institutions and mechanisms exist to govern that managed site. Conservation is long-term. This is really key. Governance and management achieves or is expected to achieve in situ conservation of those values, and the governance and management is done equitably. What is meant by effective conservation? So in OECMs, it's understood to mean that this area conserves or is likely to conserve the important biodiversity values for the long term. And that management, therefore, should demonstrate the threats or pressures in that area are known. Is there bottom trawling? Are there regular cruise ships passing through important whale migratory pathways? And the threats and pressures that we know, are they being addressed within that marine OECM? Are there place-based management measures in place? Has the trawling been prohibited? Are the cruise ships being rerouted? And the result is the maintenance and enhancement of those biodiversity areas. So there needs to be a positive outcome. Okay? Just like MPA's, OECM's recognition and creation, it's a journey. It doesn't happen overnight. So there may be areas you are encountering in your government context, like fisheries closures, that right now only partially meet the OECM criteria. So maybe they're not there just yet, but through additional measures, they can get there. What are some of those additional measures when we speak about fisheries closures? Shifting seasonal to long-term closures. Sorry if that was loud. Clearly defining a boundary that was previously undefined. Ensuring an area is free from other non-fishing threats, which requires cooperation among ministries. And so let's expand on these closures as OECMs. We've seen attempts to claim single species measures as OECMs, and that's problematic for us. By definition, OECMs should result in outcomes for in situ conservation, protecting species in their natural habitats, in the whole ecosystem. Single species closures, that still allow industrial fishing. Ideally, or they're not going to be an OECM. That is not the goal here. So what should count? If a fishing or extractive activity in an OECM is at low, non-industrial levels, If it is compatible with the ecological values, that's a good candidate. And a good example, community areas managed by traditional management systems. And rare Indonesia is here. I don't know if Hari is somewhere here. There is Hari. Guys, please pay close attention. I think that's a wonderful example. Vertical zoning, also problematic in marine OECMs. This is a 3D environment, much more than in the terrestrial realm. There is ecological connectivity between benthic zones and pelagic zones. They are not well studied. It is difficult to administer spatial conservation that is vertically zoned because we cannot fully guarantee that we're avoiding impacts in that benthic space. Let's say these are deep water corals. We don't know. So can we be sure? Not frequently, and therefore not a good candidate. We should be avoiding vertical zoning. And then I will share this, and then I'll probably run out of time, but how much time do I have? Maybe a minute? 2 minutes, perfect. So in Norway, here's what happened. The government reported to the parliament that it has protected 44% of its EEZ in OECMs, and they shared some preliminary candidates with the parliament. Local NGOs, scientists took a look at these candidates and they're like, I don't know. I don't think I agree with this assessment. And they did their own independent review. You can find that review here. Of those proposed sites, here's what they found. 36 of the lobster reserves that the Norwegian government was proposing didn't meet the CBD definition or criteria. 14 of the coral reef protected areas didn't meet the CBD definition or criteria. All the bottom fishing restricted areas didn't meet the CBD definition and criteria. And the Svalbard protection zone, not yet, but maybe. Why? Of the lobster reserves, none of the 36 were shown to achieve positive and sustained long-term outcomes. The vast bottom fishing restricted areas, which is nearly 30% of Norway's EEZ, only protected a subset of biodiversity from one single threat, bottom fishing. And by the way, those areas overlapped with petroleum facilities, and in some cases, areas that were being opened up to deep sea mining. So these were not great candidates. But here's the good news. Norway heard this message loud and clear. They've reviewed the candidate sites and they said, that's right. We're only at about 4%. So they went from 44 to 4 thanks to this independent assessment. And so this is the way that they carried out the assessment. You can see it in the study, like a very simple, does it do this? Does it do that? And the wider context, we talked about it. We have these other targets. If you are not meeting an OECM, the OECM definition or criteria as a fisheries management area, you're probably meeting some of these other targets. So please don't forget, we want your reporting under these targets. You guys hopefully have access to my presentation. I'm not going to go through these in details because we do have some thoughts on what should count toward target 10. I'll just briefly share that with you guys. You know, it's about bycatch. It's about ensuring that the catch limits leave food for for the whole food web. And that's it. And then we have this nice report on ecosystem-based fisheries management. And I will end it with that. Thanks, everybody. All right, so now I do a song and dance. No one's here.
Hi, last. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mercy. Yes, thank you so much. This is Lemmy Low, the OECM for Marine. This is a very pretty new, but very challenging for China, also for other countries, OECM in Marine. So thank you so much. The next speaker, I'd like to invite another one. Sorry, let me. Yeah, let me introduce first. Okay. Okay. I would like to introduce, invite Mr. Julian Credom. He's come from he's a national programming specialist of UNESCO MAB San Jose. He will maybe talk about UNESCO MAB protected area or other areas related to OECM. Thank you so much, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Payne. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you, and it's a pleasure to have been invited to this forum. So thank you so much for all the organizers of this forum. I was a bit confused, so I will give the presentation in English, but the presentation will be in Spanish. So I hope it will be okay for all of you. Well, this is very important for UNESCO. Well, this is kind of the content. It's a big guide. I will talk very briefly about the program, the MAP program, and the Biosphere Reserve, the international context very briefly, the characteristics of the OECM, but very briefly, and then the relation between the Biosphere Reserve and the OECMs, some challenges for the integration of the OECMs and the Biosphere Reserves, and some conclusions and recommendations to the forum. Well, this is one of the programs that UNESCO is running. This is called the Man on Biosphere program. You know that UNESCO designates 3 sites. One is the World Heritage program and designating cultural and natural sites. Then is the Biosphere Reserves, and then is the Global Geoparks. But in this case, well, is the MAP program is what is most important for the program is to have a scientific base to really improve the relation between people and what is surrounding. And this is one of the main topics of this COP16. I mean, bringing people and nature together. And this is on the vision and the mission of the MAP program. What is important as well, and as you will see here, is there is a big component between nature, culture, and the social development in the basis of the MAP program, the Biosphere Reserve. And well, what is important as well in UNESCO is, for us, is very important. We work a lot in building networks and bringing different expertise from different regions and countries together. And so the World Network of Biosphere Reserve is made up of 748 sites in 134 countries, and out of 24 of these places have a transboundary recognition. I mean, they are recognized in more than one country. And we also have thematic networks and also regional networks to strengthen this program. What is important in the Biosphere Reserve, they have all the Biosphere Reserves, they have to meet 3 criteria. They have to meet 3 functions. The one is the part of the sustainable development, the part of the learning and inspiring as well, and the part of preserving, the more known as the core areas. And in each of these Biosphere Reserves, not just these 3 functions, but each of those areas has to have the 3 zones. The core areas, what we call the core area, is what is more the protected areas as we know them as usual. I mean the Biosphere Reserves, in the core areas, they have protected areas. Then we have the surrounding areas that are, we call the buffer zones, so the amortiguación, the areas of amortiguación, where there is a kind of a buffering system between the main threats and what is happening around the core areas, to really have a transition between what is happening in the core areas and what is the important areas to be protected, and in the transition zones. But all the Biosphere Reserves have to fulfill these 3 functions and the 3 zones. It has to be, and this is very clear in all the management guidelines of the Biosphere Reserve. The contribution and the discussion that is really ongoing, as the precedent people were saying, that this is a process that is not a fix. I mean, the Biosphere Reserves are contributing, as we were saying, there is a part that is protected areas, but it's also other parts of the Biosphere Reserve that can contribute to the OECMs as well. And this is a country-driven process. I mean, it has to be decided in a case by case because the situation may be different in Costa Rica, that in Peru, that in South Africa, and you know, as part of an intergovernmental institution and part of the UN system, I mean, we have to follow what the country is saying about this area. We heard that these are the four main characteristics of the OECMs. This part of the management, the conservation, the governance, and how to integrate this part of the culture and nature, which is also a very important and critical part of the biosphere reserves, as we will see. This is a kind of a very quick overview and just checking the different four criteria of the OMEX with the different criteria and the technical guidelines of the biosphere reserve. And it's very clear that this one, you know, the criteria A, I mean, whether the core area obviously doesn't fulfill to be a OECM, but in the case of the buffer zone and the transition zone, it's in principle compatible and depending on what is the different countries saying at the country level. Well, this is just to show you, well, this is the kind of analysis that we are still working on. This is one case in the biosphere reserve in Kruger 2 Canyons in South Africa. And you can see there, well, very, very clear, the dark green is the core area, then is the buffer zone, the light green, and then the other part is the transition zone, the main populated areas. And you know, the kind of example and case study that was done there, just to see what was the situation and what was the proposal in this area to contribute or not to contribute to the OECM. Well, this is the case in the MAP program. There are already 71 biosphere reserves that are implementing this OECM process. If this is the data, if you see the core areas are covering 18% of the total surface, so you see there is still a big part that can be recognized at OECM at the country level, up to 82%. In some cases, the buffer zones are also recognized depending on the country as protected areas, but usually not is the case for the transition zones. And then, well, what is very important as well is this fourth one about the OECMs that what is the management, and important to have the different stakeholders participating in the management of the OECM, and this is also the case in the biosphere reserve. It's one of the very important criteria in the biosphere reserve. Is part of our challenges as well in the program to really consolidate this system of management in the biosphere reserve. That is particularly important, this participatory and inclusive governance in the biosphere reserve. And you will see in different events that we will have during the week the importance of the indigenous peoples and local communities and how they are participating and integrating in the biosphere reserve. This strengthening the management of all the territory, and in particularly the local management committees of the biosphere reserve. There are also national management committees, and then we integrate them in the regional networks and also in the world network of biosphere reserves. And then, well, the system, we have a monitoring system in the MAP program as well, that we call it the review program. Every 5 to 10 years, there is a thorough review of the criteria of the biosphere reserves, and if the areas are meeting the 7 criteria for fulfilling and meeting the criteria to be part of the biosphere reserves. Some of the key conclusions and recommendations. Then, well, that we see the OECMs as a tool to extend the conservation, and that's very clear. We need to have the conservation and the conservation with people in protected areas, but also beyond protected areas, and this is the very clear case in the biosphere reserve. And you see, well, this is some of the figures, the 60% of the land surface evaluated as OMEX. So within the biosphere reserve, so there is a big potential of the biosphere reserves to contribute to the OECM. Then the strengthening of the governance of the management, that for us is very critical to have this sustainable management in the future, in the very, very long term. to really have prioritized areas of high biodiversity within biosphere reserves. According to the data that we will present during the week, around 1/3 of the key biodiversity areas are overlapping with UNESCO designated sites. So there is still a big room to include other important areas within UNESCO sites, biosphere reserves, global geoparks, and World Heritage sites, and well, how to integrate this in the national policies, to include this in the NAPSTAs and all the at the policy level that these areas are contributing to the targets of the CBD and the Common Montreal Plan. So that was my contribution. I hope to be in time, and it was very clear for the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jim. You let us know how the diverse of the OECM, and we should maybe more collaborate with UNESCO for the OECMs. So thank you so much. And the last one for the keynote speeches, we'd like invite the special from expert from TNC, Cornelia Hazy. Yeah, Ms. Cornelia Hazy is a senior policy advisor from TNC. So we know TNC is the biggest, maybe private conservator all over the world. So you have much experience about the OECM, our private land conservation. Please, let's welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I watch the... Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for the invitation to be part, and congratulations for organizing this event. The issue of being like 10th in line to present is that most of what you plan to say has already been said. But anyway, I'll try to cover something that, or maybe put that in another way of saying, in a box. Anyway, so as Harry said, OECMs is new to everyone. So I was introduced as an expert in protected areas, but I could not say that I'm expert in OECMs because we are all learning, right? So I think in a way there is no super expert in OECM apart from Harry, which built the whole idea, right, with colleagues. But anyway, oh sorry, that was hard. My presentation today, or my intervention today, will focus on some questions that I have been hearing around OECMs. Being a new-ish tool to protect biodiversity through area-based measure, we are still, let's say, challenging or struggling a bit with so many questions around the globe. TNC operates in 70 countries, and I have the privilege to engage with colleagues across the world. And common questions arise. And one thing, before I go to the questions that I have been hearing, I'd like to mention one thing. Sorry, I thought it was one thing that I hear very commonly, which I wanted to bring our attention to, is let's create or recognize OECMs to achieve the 30%. And that is something that I would invite yourselves to think collectively, because OECMs should not be a way to achieve a 30%. OECM should be a way to achieve conservation of biodiversity and contribute to the 30% of the target, which is the global commitment. So the objective, the motivation, should not be achieve a percentage target. The motivation should be achieve conservation of biodiversity and halt biodiversity loss. So I think that there is lots of inversion on the way we are talking about OECMs, and I see that across the board. And maybe some of the questions that I bring here speaks to this concept, which somehow I think we should start inverting. So, also the questions that I'll bring here will somehow relate to protected areas, because as OECMs is a new-ish concept, it happens that there is lots of confusion with protected areas, the management categories of protected areas, the governance of protected areas. So one of the things that I hear is that, OECM is much better to create than protected areas because they don't need to be public run. They don't need to be established in public land. And we know that according to IUCN guidance, protected areas can have different land tenures. They can be public, they can be private, they can be set in communal land, like indigenous peoples and local communities' lands, and they can have a shared tenure. And the same thing I hear for governance. Oh, OECMs, let's create or establish an OECM here because it can be governed by a non-public actor. Likewise, OECMs in protected areas can be governed by a government entity, by a public entity, by indigenous peoples and local communities, so communal entity, and can have a shared governance. So again, it's a bit of a misconception, or maybe, let's say, reminding ourselves of the guidance that IUCN has provided us, and then the possibilities that we have to work with protected areas and also OECM. So they should be complemented, and OECM not being seen as the only way out when we are talking about private lands or communally governed lands. And I'm not, by saying that, I'm not saying that we should discard. OECMs are very valuable tool, but just to clarify that there are possibilities, and according to the circumstances in your country, there are different pathways in which we can follow in different tenure and governance types, protected areas and OECMs. So this is a question that comes up very, very frequently. The other one is about human presence. All right, OECMs, we're not going to protected areas because OECMs is the only type of pathway within Target 3 that allows human presence in the boundary, which again is not the case. Also, protected areas allows human presence. And we know, of course, that there are in some countries or maybe some regions even, there is a history of protected areas neglecting people or displacing people. We want to avoid that completely, of course. It's not protecting. And even the term protected area is understood as protecting biodiversity from people, which again is a misconception. Protected areas means protecting biodiversity with people eventually. We know that there will be some protected areas that will be a reserve, protecting an endemic species or a very rare species, but there are many protected areas in many countries that do count with communities inside the boundaries of these protected areas. Again, I'm bringing here that protected areas and OECMs can have and can allow people in communities to live within its boundaries. Size. Okay, I have been asked once that, can an OECM has 1 hectare? Can it be very small? Okay, there is no guidance about size. There is no like 1 hectare or 20 million hectares of protected areas OECM, and the same thing for OECM. I think what we need to bear in mind is that the area needs to be as big already. Wow. The area needs to be as big as it allows conservation of biodiversity, the biodiversity that triggered the designation, the nomination of that area. What else? Productive activities. Again, I think it's a misconception that we have been hearing. Okay, so any productive activity can be an OECM. Let's get an agriculture area, fisheries area, a temporary fishing closure as an OECM. Again, this is not the case. Productive lands should be reported against Target 10, not saying that no type of production can be taking place in OECM. It does, it can. However, it needs to be compatible with the conservation goals, with the conservation objectives, and it should be small scale, right? So it should be sustainable, it should be small scale, no industrial activity, because it needs really to be compatible with the objective of conservation. And I think I have just 1 minute and see what else I can say. In permanence, again, that was said before, I've heard many colleagues or stakeholders saying, I'll create OECM because then it can be a temporary tool, and then we tick the box, we have the 30%, but then we think about it, what will happen after. Again, this is not the case. OECMs as protected areas should be set for long-term conservation. It needs to, what we are expecting is that it contributes to conservation outcome, and it comes with long-term management measures in place. And I think my time has finished because my clock here is ticking. So that's why it's good to have a mobile here by me. And that was it for the moment. Thank you so much for being with us today.
It's very good, very good. Thank you so much. Save time for us. We're so very impressed about the OECM mobilization. That's really impressed us. So thank you all the speakers, keynote speakers. You just show us what's really OECM and it's how diverse from different aspects. So different regions, different measures, different places. So that's very, very important for our countries, our nations can do the OECM systems. So next session is very, very interesting for most of the people because we invited some speakers from different countries. This is people just maybe give praise to the governments or the really experts for the country's OECM system. They come from Japan, from Colombia, from China, from which country? I think it's Brazil. It's many countries here. How their systems looks like. So I'd like to invite my colleague Dr. Wang just to moderate this session. So please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome to Section 2, Governance of State and Non-State Actors Twin Goal 30 by 30 Target and OECM. My name is Tian Wang, and from GEI, I will be your moderator for this section. So it's a pleasure to guide you through this insightful discussion on the strategy and action taken by various countries and organizations to achieve the Target 3, 30 by 30. So to kick off things, we have an expert from Ministry of Ecological and Environment of China, Mr. Gao Jixi. Mr. Gao will share with us China's biodiversity strategy and the ecological red line system. Please join me. Welcome, Mr. Gao.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I will give a general introduction what is the ecological conservation red line. For the slides, need a long time, but only give me 8 minutes. So I will introduce the first part. For the second and the third part is quite technical. I don't think you are interested. So what is the ecological conservation red line? This is the definition. Means the area with most important ecological function in the ecospace, which should be protected strictly. From the definition, I don't think you know what is the ICCA, so I will give some case study. You can understand more what is the ICCA. In China, in 1998, a huge flood occurred in the Yangtze River. But for this flood have three characteristics. First is the medium amount of water. The second is high water level. The third is huge disaster. So why the rainfall is not strong, but caused the huge disaster? After analysis, we know that because the destruction of the ecosystem is the most reason, including the overgrazing, reclamation of steep slopes, and the deforestation, and the lake and the wetland reclamation. This map, this figure, you see the change of a lake that is quite famous in China called Dongting Lake. You could see in 1949, the size of the lake is quite big, but to 2000, the size shrink greatly. That means the ability of mitigation to the flood is decreased sharply. So how to avoid this phenomenon? We must protect this area. So after the huge flood, we find that in China, many areas are quite important, should be protected, but not meet the standard of established nature reserve. So we need to have a new model to protect this area. So based on that, we developed the idea of the ecological conservation. That means on the basis of natural reserve, we should protect other important ecosystem, mainly including two parts. First, is some area have the very important ecological functions that ensure the supply of ecosystem services. The second is some area is ecosystem quite fragile. If destroyed or degradation will cause the sandstorm or serious soil erosion. So this area should also be protected. The purpose is mitigating the disaster and ensure the safety of human settlements. So we, based on three parts, we formulate the ecological conservation guidelines, including natural reserve and the ecological function area and the ecological sensitive area. We actually have another part. It is quite similar OECD, including the important wetland, the slow mountain, and the habitat for the small population. Besides the mainland, also for the marine area, we also delineation of the ICCA, including marine ecological red line and the important estuaries, important coastal wetlands, and specially protected islands, and other areas. So, for the characteristic of the ICCA is quite different from the natural reserve. First, is the key area for ecological protection and protect the ecological environment, and the key areas of natural security. The second is replaceability of space. That means for any animals, they have the special distribution areas. You must protect these areas. The third is support the development of economy and society. This is quite important because for any local government, you only protect the biodiversity, maybe they are not interesting. But you see, you protect these areas, we will support the sustainable, they are interesting. So for the ICCA, we actually protected the animals, plants, and the human beings. That's the difference from the natural reserve. The fourth is strictly management. The fifth is form the basic framework of ecological security for the national and the regional. So for the second and the third part, I'll just go through very quickly. How to eliminate first the scientific assessment or evaluation, then we will specify the under already existed protected area, and third, balanced economy and social development. This gives you example. This is the model to assessment which areas are important. This we will verify all the important areas should be included in the ICCA. And we will also balance the social and the economic development. We consider this some areas are left for economic development. So we will quite consider the community. So for the ICCA delineation, we will coordinate with the local people. So you could say many departments are quite interesting to the ICCA. So this other area quite similar to the OECM. This give example for this kind of bush. We have the 3 selection. If the area quite big, they are including maybe the local development, but the security of the for the large areas, we will protect the birds quite good, but maybe infect the social development. So we give the different size. We will balance how to protect the birds and how to balance the economy. We select the medium size. So this is the final results. We will have the text, maps, written form, and the technical report, and the database. So after delineation, we will mark the distribution area. They give an example in Nanjing. We finished the ICCA. We marked where is it distributed and water and ecosystems are protected. So the ICCA, I think, is quite important for the biodiversity conservation. Now I will say if we reach the 30% target for the community mature only based on the natural reserve, that's quite difficult. So the ICCA maybe take a new model for natural reserve and can reach the target. Now China has finished the delineation of the ICCA. The area is more than 30%. Actually, we give the different design and after the different development stage, we can have the different area. So this is the final. I will say the ICCA not protected for the present. Actually, it is protected for the niche. So it allows for regional sustainable development and the future sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gao. I think a lot of friends and colleagues feel very interested with China ecological red line system. Thank you for your comprehensive to introduce this system. And let's shift our focus to Brazil. Our speakers from MOE or Brazil and the Secretary for Biodiversity, Forest and Animal Rights or the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change of Brazil, Mr. Carlos Eduardo Moreno. So welcome.
So, good evening. One more time. I invite you to access this QR code to automatic translation for your language. Como que no Brasil nós temos observado e discutindo o que envolve a questão das OMECs, das outras medidas efetivas para conservação baseadas em área, com foco na sua regulamentação. Nós temos aí os 3 principais objetivos de criação das OMECs, os resultados da conservação da biodiversidade, a manutenção dos serviços ecossistêmicos e também a conectividade ecológica e o papel dessas áreas para a conservação. No Brasil, como foi colocado aqui anteriormente pela Carolina, nós temos vários exemplos de tipos dessas áreas. Nós temos as áreas públicas, as áreas privadas, incluindo tanto aquelas áreas que são de regime particular de uma pessoa, como aquelas que são de entidades, de organizações e empresas. Temos aquelas áreas que são coletivas, ocupadas por grupos, e aquelas que são individuais. Temos ainda aquelas áreas que são de propriedade, as que são posse, uma área que foi ocupada por um grupo ou uma pessoa, e aquelas áreas que são concedidas para um determinado tipo de uso. E ainda a variação das áreas com e sem potencial de produção. Soma-se a esses princípios outros critérios que nós temos observado e discutido no caso da realidade brasileira, que é, além desses 3 primeiros objetivos para o reconhecimento, também as capacidades de conservação dos diferentes atores sociais e a integração disso e de responsabilidade com outros níveis de governo, então nacionais, subnacionais e também dos municípios, os poderes e a sociedade. Nessa linha, nós temos discutido junto aos diferentes setores da sociedade quais são as vantagens, o que é importante de ser considerado para que as outras medidas efetivas de conservação tenham um papel importante, um benefício para essas pessoas, para que elas sejam diretamente beneficiadas e tenham vantagens. A gente tem aí algumas vantagens que são relacionadas a questões mais políticas, como a facilitação de benefícios e o acesso a políticas públicas, mas também questões como, por exemplo, facilitar entraves no reconhecimento de áreas conservadas. Mas temos também outros que são mais na perspectiva ambiental, como, por exemplo, um olhar atencioso aos territórios conservados, a visibilidade à conservação feita por povos e comunidades tradicionais e a promoção da priorização de processos e políticas, além de responder a demandas que os territórios têm para promover essa conservação. Mas a gente pode falar também, ainda que tudo envolvam as vantagens e os benefícios sociais, as questões relacionadas à parte cultural, como, por exemplo, o combate ao racismo ambiental, a promoção de uma mudança na cultura que pode construir as perspectivas, as noções de territorialidade e o reconhecimento dos modos de vida tradicionais. E, finalmente, numa perspectiva mais econômica, poder facilitar vantagens como a aquisição de créditos de carbono e de créditos de biodiversidade. Próximo, por favor. Bem, nessa linha, e considerando as urgências nesse sentido, desde janeiro desse ano, o governo federal, o governo do Brasil, vem conduzindo uma série de reuniões, de fóruns, de conversas com os diferentes setores da sociedade para a construção, para reunir os subsídios que são importantes nesse processo de regulamentação das OMECs no Brasil. A gente começa, então, com um primeiro documento base, que é esse que a gente está vendo aí a fotografia, que ele traz um conjunto de informações importantes para iniciar o processo de sensibilização daqueles grupos, daqueles segmentos dos setores da sociedade, com pouco conhecimento sobre o que são as medidas efetivas para a conservação baseadas em área. A partir daí, nós promovemos uma série de diálogos com diferentes setores entre os meses de fevereiro e maio. Em abril, nós demos início a um primeiro ciclo de estudos de caso para analisar as áreas que, nesse momento, têm maior potencial para contribuição e reconhecimento como OMECs. A partir daí, já pensando nos parâmetros importantes, principalmente relacionado a questões de biodiversidade e serviços ecossistêmicos, nós começamos os trabalhos dentro de um GT, um grupo de trabalho, com foco em entender melhor quais seriam esses parâmetros, qual a importância e qual a maneira que eles seriam aplicados. E entre os meses de maio e junho, nós atualizamos esse documento para usar ele como referência para um evento que foi relacionado no mês de junho. Nesse evento relacionado no mês de junho, nós fizemos uma oficina reunindo diferentes setores e segmentos, com participação também de algumas representações internacionais, tendo por objetivo discutir os principais desafios que tinham aparecido até então com relação ao que envolve o reconhecimento e os processos para regulamentação dessas áreas. Nesse momento, no Brasil, a gente está iniciando, então, o processo de trabalhar nessa regulamentação dentro do governo. Isso significa reorganizar todos os instrumentos e as normativas que são necessárias para que isso seja um instrumento reconhecido pelo governo federal e assim possa ser aplicado. Então nós temos a partir daí um conjunto de próximos passos para acontecer, que envolve a apresentação dessa proposta em espaços públicos, coletivos de governança que existem no Brasil, envolvendo diferentes setores, e a partir daí fazer a abertura disso para uma consulta pública em âmbito nacional, totalmente aberto, para que a população possa ter acesso ao que é essa proposta e também colocar lá suas opiniões. Então, o que a gente vem buscando fazer nessa perspectiva de que as OMECs tenham um papel importante junto aos diferentes setores, segmentos, tipos de área, características dos territórios e também os diferentes tipos de vantagem e benefícios, é um processo mais aberto possível para nós podermos apresentar as nossas propostas e recebermos retorno, visões e enriquecermos a leitura sobre os papéis que essas áreas podem vir a ter no Brasil. Eu gostaria, para fechar as minhas palavras, dizer que essas apresentações que foram feitas aqui até esse momento são riquíssimas e eu acho que todas as apresentações, as falas que foram apresentadas aqui, para quem tem acompanhado os debates sobre as OMECs, mostra que nós vimos aqui um conjunto de pontos, de elementos muito diversos que foram trazidos, mas que eles convergem para coisas muito comuns. A gente tem ainda coisas importantes a serem consideradas sobre as interpretações do que são e como vão funcionar as OMECs e as relações entre isso e as metas da CDB. A gente precisa considerar o papel, como foi apresentado pelo Juan, das reservas da biosfera, fazendo a conexão entre essas áreas e considerando também as áreas protegidas, os territórios indígenas. Catalina apresentou para a gente o desafio com relação ao olhar para o sistema vertical, quando a gente fala das OMECs em ecossistemas marinhos, e ao mesmo tempo tantas coisas comuns nisso tudo que a gente está discutindo. Eu acabei de falar para o Dr. Peng da importância de que essa conversa que nós estamos iniciando hoje, ela não pare por aqui e a gente tenha uma continuidade para seguirmos avançando nesse debate. Muito obrigado, boa tarde a todos.
Thanks, Mr. Carroll. Thanks for your introduction for Brazil's national OECM policy. And now let's shift our focus to our neighbor, Japan. My friend, Ms. Michael Nishi from the International Partnership for the Satayama Initiative will present the development path of OECMs in Japan, including their process, evaluation standards, and certifications and incentive mechanism. Welcome, Ms. Nishi.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to share the brief story of the development path of the OECMs in Japan. I'm from the United Nations University Institute for the Advanced Study of Sustainability, based in Tokyo. Here, as a country introduced, we are hosting the Secretariat for the International Partnership for the Satoyama Initiative, IFC. And here we are promoting the socio-ecological landscape, production landscape, and seascape, SEPOS. Given the similarity between the SEPOS and OECM, I would also like to share some insights into the relevance of the OECM to the Satoyama Initiative. Okay. So toward the development of 30 by 30 target, Japan hosted the Japan joined the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People hack in 2021, and also in response to the G7 2030 Nature Compact, the Japan developed the 30 by 30 roadmap in 2022. So given that our protected area in Japan accounts for 20.5% for land and also 13.3% for sea, the policy is not only to expand the protected area and also improve the quality, but also develop some flexible system for OECM so that the multiple stakeholders can also engage in the process. So as a trial, Japan also developed some scheme in 2022, and then in the actual implementation, over 100 sites were targeted for the OECM. And then based on some interim assessment to be conducted in 2022 and 2026 and 2027, the 30 by 30 target, 30 by 30 target would be achieved, expected to be achieved in time. So as a key supporting measure for this 30 by 30 roadmap, 30 by 30 Alliance for Biodiversity was established. So this consists of 23 core members from industry, private sector, and also government. And also now 837 participants are joining this multi-stakeholder platform to effectively promote the voluntary action of each stakeholder. So, for example, our network within Japan to promote the Satoyama Initiative is also one of the core members for this multi-stakeholder initiative. So the definition and also criteria, so the study committee is consisting of about 10 experts was established. And here they confirmed that the various places outside of protected areas also contribute to the biodiversity conservation. For example, improving the ecological connectivity. And also, even the private sector initiative within the protected area also contribute to the 30 by 30 target. So with this understanding, the OECM in Japan was defined as the area that contribute to the biodiversity conservation as a result of the initiatives by the private sector and other stakeholders. So the criteria for this Japanese OECMs also developed with the reference of IUCN methodology. And there are 4 categories like boundaries and named governance and values of biodiversity and conservation outcomes. And for example, on values of biodiversity, there are 9 criteria. in connection to area and species and functions. So at least one of these types of values should be also identified for the designation of OECM. So with the understanding of the even the private sector initiative within the protected area can contribute to 30 by 30 target. Japanese OECM include the areas even within the protected area. But for the designation in the international system, the area excluding the overlap with protected area is registered for the international recognition. And our certification can be renewed every 5 years based on the submission of the materials showing the status of these sites, including monitoring results. So far, three rounds of screening were conducted, and in total, 253 sites were certified as Japanese OECM. So as you can see, in Japan, OECMs were recognized from north to south. But as you can see, actually the OECM sites can be more found in some metropolitan areas, like some Tokyo area and also Osaka and Hyogo areas. And building on this, this year, a Biodiversity Promotion Act was established to further promote the activities by the private sector and other stakeholders to further promote this initiative. So under this new law, there are main measures, two main measures. One is the certification system to institutionalize the Japanese OECM, as I mentioned previously. So there are two schemes. First is the private sector entities can develop a plan for biodiversity conservation to be approved by competent ministers. Secondly, local governments, in collaboration with other local entities, can also develop a plan for biodiversity conservation to be approved by the competent ministry. So previously, only the second scheme was available, but now the initiative only independent by the private sector can be also supported through this scheme. And also the places with the biodiversity conservation can be also recognized as OECM to maintain biodiversity. But in addition to that, under this new law, continued activities for the biodiversity conservation can be recognized, so that not only to maintain the biodiversity, that can also support the restoration and also generation of the biodiversity. So the other measure is the agreement system. So for the second scheme, local government in collaboration with other local stakeholders can make some agreement with the landowners. So in many cases, landowners are not directly involved in the conservation activities. But based on this system, so the landowner can be also somehow included for longer term and stable biodiversity conservation activities. So there are also some incentive measures, and I'd like to highlight some matching support and also certificate of support system. So there are a number of incentive measures can be provided throughout the application certification and incentive implementation processes. So here, of course, the OECM certification system can support performer or implementers to kind of recognize the initiatives. But also there are supporters who can provide some financial and technical support for the OECM process. So there is also now a matching system is being developed, like for example, portal site is being developed, and some model of the matching system is also being tested, so that the needs from the performers and also seeds from the supporters can be also coordinated. And also there is a support certification system. So through this system, the certification of support can be provided to the supporters who can also provide some financial and also technical support. So finally, I'd like to also mention some relevance to the International Partnership for Sustainable Initiative, IPSI. So as some of you may know, this is some initiative jointly initiated by UNU and also Ministry of the Environment Japan to realize a society in harmony with nature. So here we promote the concept of socio-ecological production landscape and seascape CEPOS. And then to operationalize this initiative or concept, so the international partnership was established at the CBD COP10 as a global platform to promote networking and synergies. And this partnership has been continuously evolving, now consisting of more than 300 member organizations, including government and non-government organizations, private sector, and academia, and also IPLC. So as a secretariat, we have been collecting the case studies on the CEPOS management from the member organization. So in addition to continuously developing our case study database available on our website, we have been publishing our annual series of a case study compilation. So particularly the fourth volume, published in 2018, focused on the sustainable use of biodiversity in CEPOS and its contribution to effective area-based conservation measures, particularly to contribute to the biodiversity target 11. So here we found several types of CEPOS in connection to OECMs. So some of the CEPOS are fully or partially within the protected area, but there are many potential OECM sites, or also they could be also effective buffer or connectors between OECM and also protected areas. So here we can see like already 12 sites managed by the IPSI members are designated as Japanese OECM. So they are the sites managed by the private sector and also university and local governments. So the IPSI partners are really dedicated to realize society in harmony with nature. So there could be a potential to further promote the OECM process and also 30x30 target processes. So IPSI also are dedicated to further share the exchange lessons and knowledge on the CEPOS management, also to contribute to the 30x30 target. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Nishi. Until now, we have known the China ecological red line system, and we have known the Brazil's biodiversity policy, and we know the Japan's OECM roadmap. So we change ideas to another field. We talk OECM, we talk 30x30 target. 130 is focused inland, 130 is focused in marine. So next speaker will share his job and his lessons from OECM system in marine conservation system. So I will introduce the next speaker. Is from Rio in Indonesia, Mr. Hari Kushadato. And his presentation topic is OECM system and marine conservation in Indonesia. So welcome.
Is my slide ready? Yes. So yeah, good afternoon, buenos tardes, ni hao. I'll be talking about OECM in Indonesia. And we actually have worked closely with the government of Indonesia and together with marine NGOs. Actually, we have helped the government of Indonesia to produce what we call MPA and OECM vision. So as of July 2024, we have in Indonesia about 29.5 million hectares of protected areas. This is actually quite huge. And if I ask everyone here how close we are with the 30% target, can anyone guess? How close? 29.5 million hectares? This close? Actually still far way to go. It is only 9%. So we have still like 21% to go. And that's why for this 30 by 30 target, the government of Indonesia actually modified the target to 2045. And it is why in Indonesia, we call it 30 by 45. Because it is still a long way to go and very complex actually process to undergo. The map that you are seeing here, actually the map that we, together with the government, produce, that shows how we achieve this 30% target. This is not final yet, but you can see here the black polygons actually illustrates the new MPAs and how we achieve the 30% target. And where is OECM here? Where is OECM here? There is no OECM yet here. Because number one, and actually this applies to many countries, including in China, Indonesia is a state-owned property regime country. Everything is owned by the government. So OECM by concept doesn't exist. Because OECM actually gives away rights or maybe ownership to local people. And in Indonesia, it doesn't exist. The same in China. The same in many countries, right? The terpeng. And how we work with that kind of situation? So we basically convince the government that OECM can work in the country. We do not need to change the constitution. We do not need to change the whole legislative system. We can just work with the system, and maybe it is not giving away the ownership to the community, but maybe we call it co-manage the area with the government. So the government and community, they co-manage the area. OECM doesn't exist yet in the country. However, in August 2024, the government enacted what we call Law number 32, 2024. This is the revision of conservation law in Indonesia. And in this law, the government recognizes OECM. It is called as preservation area. However, the work is not done yet. It is very complex system, and we have to have subsidiary legislative. Because again, the law only says something about this preservation area, and we have to, elaborate everything. And we work closely with the government of Indonesia to produce this subsidiary legislative, including the ministerial regulation and so on. Still way to go, and we hope by next year we can produce something that can be used as legal basis for OECM. Why it is important? OECM, if it doesn't have legal basis, we cannot sustain in the long run. We have to have the legal basis for OECM, so we can then have OECM on our spatial map. Otherwise, OECM can easily be modified or maybe easily can be converted into something else. We work with our colleagues from other NGOs in Indonesia to basically to map out what is the potential OECM, the contribution to 30 by 45 target. And we learned that from our recent study, we learned that OECM in Indonesia can contribute 10.2 million hectares. It is only 3.3% of this 30% target. So the government has to find 27% from somewhere else. However, this 3.3% is very important Because number one, we protect the biodiversity. Second, we also protect and sustain the livelihood of local people. This is actually in contrast. If the question is, which way we go, MPA or OECM? MPA can be bigger compared to OECM in size, but maybe I can say very complex ecosystem. OECM can be very simple. In our case, I can show you later. In our case, OECM maybe has only two ecosystems, mangrove and maybe coral reef. But for MPAs, it has very complex ecosystem. It has the mangrove ecosystem, it has coral reef, it has maybe seagrass, it has so many things in there. Because it is very complex, sometimes it is very difficult to manage. Even in Indonesia, we already established over 120 MPAs. Can you guess how many actually manage well? Less than 5%. So the government of Indonesia, they also have issue with management effectiveness of MPAs. OECM can be small, can be smaller in size, but actually it can be very effective. In our case, in our work in Indonesia, because it is small and managed by the local communities, it can be very, very cost effective because everything is actually managed by the community. And on the other hand, the benefit can also be then, received by the community themselves directly, different from the OECM. Normally, resource use conflict very high, and the government doesn't have money and also resources to tackle those conflicts. In OECM, less conflict, easy to manage, and cost effective. This is just to show you what we do in Indonesia. So this is one province in Indonesia. We have 38 provinces. This is one province in Indonesia, Southeast Sulawesi province. You can see the yellow polygons. They are actually already established, the red polygons, they are already established MPAs. And then the yellow polygons, will be established MPAs. And the blue polygons, actually our OECMs. It is the fishery-based OECM. So you can see here that the OECMs actually fill in the gap or the space between those MPAs. So this is what we call maintaining the corridor, biodiversity corridor of important marine habitats in Southeast Sulawesi. If we overlays this with this larva dispersal map, you can see how this MPA and OECM system can hand in hand protect the biodiversity in the area. So we are hoping, even though we are only contributing 3% for the 30%, but we can then fill in the gap and we can protect very important areas in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Harris. Thank you for your introduction for the OECM in marine conservation. As we know, OECM is very hot, and in China, the situation is similar in China. So, as for the China NGOs, we cooperate with UN experts and we cooperate with other countries' experts to explore China OECM system. So, in the next part, Dr. Peng from GEI, my colleague, also representative as alliances of civil protected area and representative as civil society on biodiversity conservation, will introduce the China OECM system roadmap and strategies. So let's listen to Dr. Peng's presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Presentation? Yes.
Thank you very much. I come here again, and I'd like to give a very brief introduction about China's OECM. It's not a really OECM system. It's really an idea, just like a concept of OECM, because in China, there's no any OECM system at all, from the government, from the civil society. So, but now we try to do that. Look at this picture, maybe Ms. Michael is very familiar with this, because this is the last month we have a delegation went to the Japan, just learn about how Japan just built their OECM system. We get a lot of experience, but just one thing very impressed me is from this old man. This is Satayama, one of that. It's the OECM. When we ask that why we need the OECM, it's not because of 30 by 30, they answered us. It's because of, he just said that, it's mobilized by the nature, because this place was to conserve. Not because we have meet the 30 by 30 targets. So we very impressed with these answers, why we need to do that. So I'd like to introduction about this kind of condition in China and what challenge from China. I also, on behalf of Civil Society Alliance for Biodiversity Conservation, it's NGO together and foundations and some NGOs, international NGOs working in China. So actually, we also, before China want to do the OECM system, we also want to do lots of research about different countries' OECM. So some colleagues will really show the demonstration. For example, there are, this is, or you know very well, what the background of the OECM globally. But you know, this is the global overview about just by October 1st. So this account for more than 1% of territory and also 0.1% of marine by OECM covered. So actually there's some countries, they do start their OECM system already. For example, the Canada, Australia, South Africa, Mexico, Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. They do have different OECM systems. They do have their own criteria. Also some other, you know, standards, guidelines, just local one, just how to say, according to the IUCN guidelines or so. So that's just a little bit different. But the protected area plus OECMs in their countries, this percentage is really changed. So that is right now. So this is the difference from South Africa. We can see very complicated, you know, systems, certificate systems by the government and the local. And Japan, just Ms. Michael just told about their 自然共生, we call it as natural synthesis sites. This is a very good concept for them. And we do also want to have a Chinese terms for OECM. What's OECM? Nobody knows that, so, but we try to do that. And this is Japan's, and we will also do some research about Canada's OECM recognition criteria framework. They do something, but we also know there's some problems, but they do have the design support tool. I think this is very useful for us too. So comparative table for the international cases, you can see different countries have their own way. We think this is really necessary for themselves. Not that the OECM is one thing. It really means medicines, right? So that is really different. So that is our, you know, give us very good experience how we China can do that. So for the Kunming-Montreal biodiversity framework, China really responds to that according to protected area system and also OECM. We try to do that. The first, they released the updated NBSAP last year, just the new one, and as the first group of the world. And the second one, we joined the HAC, maybe you know that very well, last year at COP28 for the climate change. So we also just meet the 30 by 30, and we try to do that. And we also launched Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Action Initiative. So GEI was be part of them. And also, Mr. Gao Ji just talked about the ecological conservation red lines. That's a good sense, but it's also a challenge for China. I will just tell you why it's a challenge for OECM in China. And we also have integration, implementation, and adjustment of national protected area right now. Just last week, we adapted so the PA protected area account for 19% of Chinese land so far. Yes. So as this challenge, I will just talk about a little bit about the Chinese protected area system. You can say this is the Chinese protected area, PA system. It's very complicated over there. And we can say PA just count 19% of that. But we also have priority areas, 29% of our land. And we have ICCA red line area, about 32.8% of that. So just people talk about, we have so much more than 30% of our land. Why we need OECM? We already achieved to the 30 by 30 targets. That is our problem, our challenge so far. When we just go to the people, go to the government, say we need OECM, they say we maybe already achieved the targets. So why we need that? That's a really challenge for us so far. That's very interesting. But we also just want to build national park systems. In the future, we have about 49 national parks by 2035. That's account more than 10% of our land or so. So this is national, we have lots of this kind of red lines, but this is, I just mentioned about much more, much larger than the 30%. So why OECM in China? Because we have the red lines covered 43 of our, not just in the protected area. So, and we have 15% of white groups out of red line, actually. So they haven't been protected. And we have 42% of land are wildlife. It's the biggest, largest wildlife maybe in China. We just do the new research so far. That's very important. And a few areas and biodiversity in key corridors, agriculture, urban areas, it's not a red line. It's not a protected area. And also we have millions of local people. Their well-being really depend on the biodiversity and culture. But how about these people? How they can just deal with the nature? So I think we need to do the OECM in China. We try to persuade the people why we do that. So we have NBSAP. Fortunately, we have NBSAP updated that. We have a priority on C2 program about OECM. We input that so far. So, but we don't have the system. That's the purpose we can do. So now we know national OECM police and the governance system yet. That's why we try to do. So what's the strategy? We talk about a lot about the China's the OECM system, especially from a civil society or top way. Maybe it's a good way for us, not just top down as a protected area and the red line system. So you can see we do lots of work, include the IUCN in China. They translate lots of guidelines and also to Chinese and let people know what's the OECM. And we also need some, programs or analysis to do together to push this system to different stakeholders. How can we do that? And we also go to the Japan and other countries to learn about their experience. We do have an example from other countries. Why cannot do that? And we also now, we have OECM forum right here, collaborate with the initiative. So we are lucky with you guys. Later here, discuss this. And we can do it together in the future. But actually, from civil society, China's civil society, we just right now have some OECM actually, but it's not a how to say, confessed by the government. It's just bottom up. We have 51 OECMs, potential OECMs, we say. As is account 0.1. It's a long way to go. So we have that, you can see. Very important places, but all this is just done or managed by the NGOs and also maybe the local people, our local NGOs, CSOs, so they can just manage this. So we have two, we think we should have two just strategy. You think about just maybe we can get more idea, good idea from you guys. First one is just Mr. Gao just talked about the red lines. If option one, we can have some non-protected area, red lines are recognized as OECM. This is one way. And because in the red lines, these regions, there's lots of area cannot be protected area. So how this area can be become to the OECM directly? So the government knows this is important already. So how can we do that, implement that? This is one way we can maybe do that. From the top down, let people do that. But there's a challenge too. Just the question go back to. We have red line system. It's maybe very good to think. Why we need more? Why we need to take it as OECM? OECM is better than this? Maybe not. So that's we get some answers from them. So another way we can have established the OECM outside and separately from the red lines. Because there's lots of corridors, small habitats, very key critical habitats and wildlife just live outside of the red lines, especially from the urban area, the agriculture area, who just care about the biodiversity in this land. So we have another one like this. So we try to figure out how we can do that. This is the way we may just suggest to the government and the other stakeholders. The first thing we should identify another government department who can just collaborate with NGOs and civil society, can do that together. It's the first thing. It's very important for China's government and China's OECM. If we cannot do that, that's really hard for us to do. And the second one, we should define Chinese term for OECM. What's the term? It's OECM? Nobody knows OECM in China except for us. If there's experts here, nobody knows that. If we go to the local government, local community, we say we want to do OECM. What's the OECM? They have no idea. So we should have a Chinese name for that. So coexist places or something like that. So, and the third one, we should analyze OECM's potential to 30 by 30 and other goals, which try to persuade people. That's important. That's why we will do that. And we should establish the expert committee and Paris can help to do that and do the certification. And we create recognition criteria and the certification process. We have done that so far. And 6, we should evaluation and certificate. Who can do that? It's by our alliance, by GI. That's maybe not a good idea. But we can do an alliance from bottom up to do that first, and then go to the government. So that's this, I think, the next step. And then we go to monitoring and incentives. Who can monitor this? OECM. What's the performance? What the effectiveness for the OECM? And who just support this? Companies and other resources from governments and other resources. That's this challenge for us. We should have a reporting this OECM to government, and they can report to IUCN, WCPA data set. So how can we do that? And finally, we should operation demonstration from the local one firstly. If we don't have a demonstration, nobody know that, and the government don't want to do that at all. So we should have a good example, say this place is very good. People just are very interested about this. So we can do that. We can help to do that. Maybe they can have this example and then go that way. So that is our work about idea. We do lots of work with our partners right here and also many other partners. And thanks Jerry Mew, Yuan Peng, and Xiao Yang. They just work from Duke University in Queensland, and they do lots of research about our OECM together. So we want to just collaborate with all the stakeholders and partners in the future. That is why we just invite you guys come here and work with us together. So yes, that's my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Pang. Thanks for your briefly introduction for the compare research on different countries. Thanks for your strategy outlook on China OECM and your site on China OECM's roadmap. To conclude our section, we will look at the application of OECM framework in Colombia. Our final speaker, Ms. Anna Britis Bologna from TICA OECM, will share her country's process. Let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Bologna.
Okay, buenas tardes, good afternoon. My name is Marcela Santamaria, and I come from the Colombian Network of Civil Society Nature Reserves. So, are you in your call there? No, I know. Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for this opportunity to present some of the main approach and results of the OECM framework application in Colombia. For us, the OECM framework was an opportunity for conservation initiatives beyond protected areas, and I'm going to concentrate particularly for the framework application in private and community areas in Colombia. So we are talking about governance C and D. And this OECM legal framework gives great validity to efforts to conserve biodiversity outside protected areas in Colombia, especially for private and ethnic and community areas and territories that have existed for decades. And we are going to see that when we check the timeline in Colombia, because there is certain particularities that occur in the countries like in Colombia, and here in this timeline, we have something that happened in 2010, and in 2010, categories defined for the national system of protected areas occur, and many areas that were supposed to be protected areas, legal protected areas, were not anymore protected areas. So during several years, more than 8 years, we, all the country, many actors, many people involved, NGOs and not NGOs, governmental organizations, were put a lot of efforts to strengthen what we call the complementary conservation strategies, which means those areas that were beyond protected areas. So we spent a lot of time with a lot of efforts to identify those areas. And at that point in 2018, a big effort was made to legalize these efforts, but it didn't happen. And at that point, the decision 14.8 arrived. So it was special and very, arrived, yeah, in the right times, yes. So in 2019, we have the guidelines of IUCN were published. And at that point, the small grant program with the GIZ, the German initiatives collaborations, and other partners, we were able to apply the OECM criteria to the Colombian context and to see in practice how it could work. And we have the time, and we have already a lot of work done in identification. And after that project, at the end, we have an OECM guide for Colombia that were completely aligned with the decision 14.8, but also with the IUCN guidelines. And then came in 2022, the Kunming-Montreal Global Framework of Biodiversity. So when we're talking about governance C and D, what we define in private governance were that many areas with landowners, there were around 800 sites identified that they were not protected areas. And this is low. We still believe that this is a low number. And from the governance D, the ethnic and local community governance, we knew already that the indigenous reserves, the Afro-descendant territories, and the Campesino reserves were not included in the national system of protected areas. So it was a huge opportunity to apply the OECM framework. And so what we did, and when I said what we did is the effort of many people and organizations, etc., is that already we had done a lot of work in the identification of potential OECMs. And very clear it was that the governance decision to report an area, to report an area as an OECM depends from the governance, the area that is doing the governance. Then we apply the criteria with right holders through a bottom-up approach. And always the right holders were the people that were applying the OECM criteria, and as the projects and the people that were supporting all that process was done as facilitators. In many cases, we realized that a strengthening process was required in order to comply the OECM criteria. In others, there was the possibility, and I'm going to show later, that for Colombian case, we have a nomination moment, and then we can report to WCMC. So after the strengthening process is done in certain cases, they can go apply again the criteria, or adjust the criteria, go to the nomination, and then to the report in WCMC that verifies, and then the government, all this process is said by the Ministry of Environment in Colombia, and then is checked in WCMC in order to be included in the report of protected planet. So very briefly how we did this. First, and I'm going just to talk about especially with the application of the criteria in private and ethnic and community governance. And the step one was doing the construction of talking maps with the people, the right holders of the area, to understand what was going on in the area, which was the motivation, what was the zonation, and other important basic data. And then the OECM criteria was applied with this methodology called Metaplan, and we use the criteria, subcriteria, as I mentioned before, of the decision 14.8, but we established some guiding questions according to each criteria and subcriteria. And now, as people have mentioned here this afternoon, this is something that is learning, and we are learning by doing, and we have realized that certain questions should apply and some others shouldn't apply, but it depends on the type of governance of the area for which the criteria is applied. After that, the right holders apply what is called the traffic light application in order to validate if they comply or not with the criteria. So if it's red, it is not an OECM, and it happens. Even if we can check before that is not overlap with the protected areas, several things can happen, especially with limits in Colombia, that we have a lot of problems with the land tenure and the legal way to define the areas. Yellow requires strengthening actions, and green complies and can be reported. But this application of the traffic light also highlights, and we see later on, what are the needs that be required by the area. In certain cases, these workshops were realized with several areas, so we have a socialization moment to explain and see how the exercise worked. And the second point was that when people were applying the criteria with this methodology, the strengthening issues were identified. So here we have a methodology in order to have these strengthening plans, and certain topics are like planning and conservation agreements, good productivity practice and water management, ownership and sense of belonging, nature tourism, visibilization of conservation process, governance, and other things. So this is the main point when people apply the criteria. And then if the area is complying the criteria, it comes the nomination and the report. So here in Colombia, since October 2020, we have what is called the integrated managed system. It's run by the Colombian Ministry of Environment, and they are responsible because they are the focal point of the CBD. And we have like very general 3 steps. That is, the first one is the nomination, and the one that is responsible of a nomination is the one who exercises the governance of the OECM. So this really stresses the idea that we are doing a bottom-up. And if they really want to report, especially for ethnic and community areas, we are making sure that they really want to be in the Protected Planet report. Then comes a moment of evaluation, and this is not done only by Ministry of Environment, but also by the facilitating group and external evaluators. And now we have the confirmation of the advisory OECM working group. We are around 18 organizations supporting the work that the Ministry of Environment is doing, and then the report. And the responsible is the Ministry of Environment and the Chancery, that are the ones that send all this information. And finally, just to mention a case just very close to Cali, in the Pacific coast. This is the Afro-Descendant Community Council, El Cedro. So they have, in this council that is run by, they include around 800 hectares, and they have this zone that is in red, that is the zone 5, that is mainly for conservation. And they decided, this is the board of directors of the council, and they apply the criteria. They also apply the ICCA procedure, and they will decide in January in an assembly if they want to be an OECM for Zone 5, and within and in the large area also an ICCA. So they decided that the Zone 5 they want to be, but they have to check that with the whole community in order to be sure that the prior consent is working. 3 main messages, just to finish. Colombia has made important progress in identifying OECMs that involves public, private, and community actors at local and national levels, but capacity building is needed to apply OECM criteria. We need to do a lot of work to monitor the biodiversity outcomes, as Harry, you mentioned before the report, after the report, and keep strengthening the governance processes, because it's the only way that the long term is accomplished, and is the way that people will keep in their effort to continue and to advance and have positive outcomes on conservation. And many important, and I think Dr. Payne just mentioned before, is that apart from report and accomplish the target, the application of the OECM criteria involves a self-evaluation and a self-reflection that allows or enabling the identification and aspects to be strengthened by the required funding and support. And we keep telling in Colombia that is very important not only to apply the criteria to report, but we have to keep doing these strengthening plans and efforts that in order to advance with this process. Thank you very much. I think that was 8 minutes? Okay. Thank you. And just to mention that we have been working for a while with several organizations in the Latino American OECM collaborative agenda. We were in Peru, and this is some of the people that have, or the organizations that have been working, but there are many that we are involved in all this process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you, all speakers. Thank you all for your invaluable contribution to this section. With that, I declare this section closed. And the next part is the panel discussion. So we prepare tea break, so you can feel free to take food and come back to attend our next panel discussion.
Yes, we will just continue to the panel discussion, and the coffee break, you can get some slack over there. You can just take and come in, and we just arrange this right now. So please, first of all, I'd like to introduce Professor Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi is a very famous, is the most famous conversionist and scientist in China, because we call her Mama of Panda. So he's very famous here and really do a really good job in China. And he will just as our moderator for this discussion. So please, all the panelists, please come here, and it's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Peng, for the introduction. And I would like to invite all the panelists to come up on the stage. And these panelists are, let me read. Sorry. Okay. Hari Kushadanto. Hari Kushadanto, Mr. Hari, please. From Rare, Indonesia. And Mr. Xiao Nengwen from Environmental Academy of Environmental Sciences. Please sit here. And Shi Xiangying from Shanshui Conservation Center. Xu Jiayi from Green Hub. And Mr. Harrison Noko Gaji. Do I pronounce your name correctly? Okay, Nobukaji. Okay, the topic of our panel discussion is accelerate non-state actors' actions for GBF and OECM. Just now we have listened, we have heard many discussions from the concept to policies to cases in different countries on OECM practices. Indeed, it's a real, very rich experiences already accumulated on OECM. I think OECM, I guess among all the 23 targets for 2030, the target 3 got most attention. It was most eye-catching. And within the target 3, OECM was actually the hottest topic, both new for many people as a new concept. In the meantime, it also introduced different ideas and thoughts and introduced the controversy also. So with that in hand, I think many countries have developed the NB subs, and many have included OECM with or without very clear understanding or guidance. Nevertheless, we listed OECM in our NB subs, including China. China's NB subs also included OECM as a concept. But how to operate, how to practice OECM on the ground. In addition to the examples we have heard in the previous sessions, this panel would like to further explore from different backgrounds. Like Mr. Hari already shared his examples from Indonesia, and some of us have not. So I would like to, because given the time limit, I would like to pose 2 questions, perhaps go 2 rounds of questions for each person. And each time, everybody, please keep your answers within 2 to 3 minutes. The first of all is, in addition to what we have heard from previous speakers, what's new you could bring on the table, to the table, to share with us from each of your own background? Okay. 我就是想让大家从各自的角度来分享一下 OECM 除了我们刚才听到的那些东西以外，还有什么新的东西？ That's the first question to everyone, to each of you. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe number one, we need to find champions in the government, because again, OECM is well spoken in NGOs, but not so well spoken with the government. So it is very important, number one, to find champions in the government. And then secondly, it will be easy to sell the idea of OECM if we have so many examples on the ground. In our case in Indonesia, because RERO already has so many examples in Southeast Sulawesi province, it is very easy to show the government what OECM looks like. And when we show the government that this is OECM for Indonesia, they understand and they can then grab the idea easily. And then lastly, it will be good if we work in a consortium, because in Indonesia, only few NGOs working in OECM. Many others, they are still working on MPA. So it is very important that we work closely one each other with all NGOs to show the government that OECM is also important as the MPAs.
But with the marine areas, it's so large, and how do you, OECM's the boundary might be a difficulty.
And that's why it is important in our case. We actually have helped the government to produce Indonesia definition of OECM. It is almost like the IUCN and the FAO guidelines, but not exactly like those, but we already have our own definition. We also have our own criteria for OECM.
Yes.
Number one, it has to have a spatial feature. It means it has to be outside of the MPAs, and it has to have definitive boundaries for the OECM. Second criterion is it has also to have governance system. It has to have management unit. It has to have in situ biodiversity function, and it has to bring benefit to local people.
Yes, very well. And the champion government and good examples to show what exactly OECM is in the specific region or in a country would be very important. Yes, please, Mr. Xiao.
Thanks. I'm glad to speak here today to explore how we can future implement the GBF. I will spend some major country. Chinese have been actively work to promote biodiversity conservation through a whole of state government and a whole of social approach. In terms of whole of government efforts, China have established a standard control mechanism for stringent biodiversity conservation. These mechanisms have effective facilitate coordination and cooperation. However, we still face some changes. Countries will lack a platform that can bring together various forms to participate in biodiversity government. OECM, with its flexible approach, have the potential to become a platform for the participant of all stakeholders in biodiversity government. As a national environment protection research issues, the Chinese Research Academy of Environment Science is willing to cooperation with all partners joint building this platform. We will leverage our research strength to work with government agencies, business, social organizations, and the public to establish Chinese OECM status and recognition process. We believe that through our joint effort, we can make a great contribution to biodiversity conservation. Thanks.
Thank you. Indeed, OECM opened a new door to many countries, including China, that presented opportunities to promote bottom-up conservation approaches. Although it also poses challenges because, for example, in China, there's no governmental department is in charge of the OECM. So, but in the same time, that actually leaves enormous rooms for civil society to create a process and examples of OECM. Actually, there has been bottom-up conservation cases, extensive cases in China. So let's hear what Xiang Ying from Shanshui Conservation Center in China, an NGO in China, can share with us.
Okay, thank you. I think from the civil society perspective, actually the OECM is a good news for us. Actually, early this year in the NBSAP of China, the term of OECM is first mentioned in an official policy document in China. Actually, we have the term to reference to, and actually it's related to two policies called the key habitat policy and also the small protected area policy out of the protected areas. This is good news for civil society and private sector because in the past, we don't have an official way to recognize community conserved areas or private conserved areas. Now, to be recognized, the OECMs offer an opportunity to be recognized in a China context. So early this year, we formed the IUCN OECM China Working Group. And we talked a lot about the guidelines, how it can fit into Chinese context. And also, just in July, we launched a campaign to collect potential OECMs under the support from the Department of Ecological and Environment from the MEE. And with partners from Huatai Foundation and the China Environment Protection Foundation to collect potential OECMs. And 90 cases come up from campuses, from university campuses, community conserved areas, private industry parks, and also some other non-state actors. I think this is a good sign that people are excited to be recognized as OECMs, and we are looking forward to the progress on the policy part of Chinese government.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, it's important to learn by doing and to understand what are the potentials and also the challenges, and with the real cases to push for policy changes. That's always your useful path. Now I would like to introduce Jia Yi from Green Hub from China, who is the organization has been focusing on policy promotion to share her thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu. That it's really challenging to find more ideas based on previous excellent presentations. But I do have maybe 3 cents to share with audience here. Maybe the first one is about the financing issues. We do find OECM might be another innovative or option for financing and also private sector to invest into conservation areas. For example, in the past, maybe we have really stringent regulatory and other approaches that happened in the conserved areas like PA or national parks. But maybe for OECMs, it will be more flexible and attract more fundings. And the second is regarding the term of OECM that maybe it's applied to ocean and marine conservation issues, but actually the majority of the sea covered on this earth is in high sea. But OECM is more like a national determined approach, but for high sea, something that really shared with all the different countries really need something like OECM and other terms to have regional coordination to better contribute to the high sea conservation. And the third and my last sharing is about the policy that we're making at the moment. It's really inspiring to learn about the process and how different government bodies working together to working on the whole OECM process in other countries. But I think in China, maybe in the future, we do need to find out how different government bodies and also NGOs, different sectors can work together and to make sure the system that function well in China. So that's my 3 thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think especially the high sea region, how to collaborate among governments to create certain effective conservation measures would be very, very important. We haven't heard a lot about this. And Harrison? Please.
Yeah. You know, when experts like Harry and the rest have spoken, it becomes very challenging to contribute. But I think Cameroon, where I come from, happened to be one of the countries that are gradually emerging with this OECM idea. We have to understand that the concept of OECM is still very new. And we need to do a lot of work to build not just the capacity, but raise awareness, both at every level, every stakeholder. Because if you look at the situation with other protected areas, you look at the situation with key biodiversity area, most governments accept it just because maybe they want to fulfill the, global conventions that they have signed. But in reality, it's not practical. It's the same with protected national parks, where you have national parks, and today some governments are declassifying the national parks for agro-industries. Now, we need to think further on OECMs. What are the safeguards we are putting in place to protect, preserve these areas? I come from a country like China where the government owns all the land, except you have a land title. And even when you have a land title, you could still be compensated when the state's interest is at stake. Now, Africa needs to develop. So, where protected areas are in their numbers, if I take for the case in Cameroon, you have so many protected areas. We came with key biodiversity area, which was to some extent resisted by the government. And now we're coming with OECMs. The word conservation is still there. So we need to think on innovative ways of getting this passed through, because for the communities will gladly accept it, because conservation has been like a rope on the throat, because it has not really brought development to them. To some extent, that's what community people think. And that's why there is the notion of collaborative management, collaborative and all of that. But OECM brings the community right into the protection. But now we need to see how, like I said again, safeguarding it. And that is why you talked about, the question you asked about, what are we bringing new? Or what do we see that is different from all that people have said? And I think that for us to effectively push the idea of OECMs and make it clear and make it well safeguarded, the aspect of planning, communities should be effectively planned. We should do national planning such that we identify these areas. That is why one of the activities I'm doing in Cameroon now on OECM is where I'm looking at the different protected areas and mapping those corridors. linking the corridor linkages and making sure that these are hot spots for biodiversity, that where the communities are living, but at the same time making sure that they effectively participate and they see the need. Because if we take the top bottom, the government accept OECM and you push it down the throat of the community and we pretend that it's the community that is managing it, it will still not work. Though we talk about the criteria, we're talking about governance, but we need to be sure of the governance structures that we are putting in place to manage OECMs. Thank you.
Thank you. You pointed out a very important reality that basically who owns the land, who may decide on the use of land. Protected areas governed by governments can also be changed, turned into an industrial park, as you just mentioned. That's happened to a lot of places in the world. So it's important that landowners and users actually decide on what the land is supposed to be and how conservation should be done on this land. So I absolutely agree with when Harry started the earlier made the earlier point that the OECM is a right-based approach, very much so. And I would also like to add a point. Given there are many gaps existing in current protected areas, there's a chance to make up the gaps based on sciences and based on evidences that when we create OECM, really protect or conserve the important territories not being protected by current protected area system. Thank you for the first round. Now we have encountered a practical issue actually. After hearing all the examples that OECMs practiced in different countries, we more or less applied IUCN standards in our practice. How do you feel about this standard? Do they fit into your own situation or not? What are the difficulties? That's my second question. Could you also share?
Yeah, well, again, learning from our experience in Indonesia, actually the definition and criteria set by IUCN and FAO and CBD actually fit well with our country. But we have to understand the local context of OECM in each country. So even though we adopt the definition and criteria of IUCN and FAO, but we make some adjustment. So to make the definition and criteria fit well with the local context in Indonesia, something that I already mentioned in my presentation, in Indonesia, we have to understand very clearly that it is not easy to give right to local community. However, the government is open if they would like to co-manage the area. And that's why when we sell the idea of OECM, we are not selling the idea of giving power 100% to local communities. Instead, we are telling the government that how if we co-manage the area, so the communities, they can also get the benefit directly. The government, they also, maybe they don't need to spend a lot of money to protect the area. Because now the community, it is like the movie Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. If the community has the power and also, like control over the area, they will also have responsibility to protect the area. And that is the very important thing that we sell to the government. By having this local context into the definition and criteria of OECM, actually it is very easy for the government to then integrate OECM into the system.
Exactly. Rights and responsibilities are connected together. And Mr. Xiao. Okay.
Okay. I want to mention that taking the China context, one thing we want to discuss about the standards is how like agriculture fields and some other lands like some of the green space in the cities can be considered as OECMs, because actually some of the species, they have adapted to a human environment, and they may rely on some of the food resources from the agriculture, and they can treat the agriculture as its important habitat. And some of the biodiversity-friendly agriculture actually provide the important habitats to many species. And also in some of the green spaces in the cities, actually that will encourage many people in the cities to participate in the OECMs. They want to contribute, and some of them can serve as the corridors of different protected areas. So I think this is one I want to discuss about the standards. And also we think for the certification systems, actually the civil society can serve a lot of contributions. So maybe not only the government be the judge, and maybe academia and the civil society can also contribute to the certification process. Thank you.
Indeed, for example, agriculture is a word, but actual agricultural practice is very different from place to place. It can be eco-friendly, or it can be industrialized, monopoly practices, monoculture practices. So just to say agricultural land shouldn't be an OECM may be too simple. It has to be verified and clarified also. Thank you. And Jia.
Yeah, I think when we are at the China OECM expert group working on this issue, that we do find IUCN standard mostly fit into China's current situation from the policy and the governance structure. However, I think maybe there are two things, especially from marine perspective, we do put question mark on it. The first one is that whether the seasonal fishery disclosure should be included into China's situation as one of the most strongest marine conservation that as a policy tool in China. So it is area-based, and it is conserved, the effect conserved so far as well. However, it is not a long-term, more like a seasonal approach that doesn't fit into IUCN standard. And however, it is based on the effects, actually, it really received some good results. And the second one, I think, is about how, also related to marine. From the policy research area, that when we look into the name of the policy, it usually is already entitled with ecological friendly, or conserved, or like from all different dimensions, with a very comprehensive conserved plans to produce single species of fishery products. It is more like a contradictory to what is listed in IUCN. Oh, and I just remember there's a last one that IUCN gave a lot of cases and more like a kind of set of policies to be categorized. However, I think in China, the practice is more like a case-by-case situation, not like, for example, the fishery and agriculture, as Dr. Liu mentioned, they are all different kind and varied from cases to cases. So we cannot use the standard to apply to different set of policies. However, we need to pay attention to case by case. But it really spent a lot of time and energy to work on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there is a line between sustainable, vague, or actually a continuation between sustainable use and conservation. Conservation. How you draw that line? I think we also learned from Japanese cases how they can create wisely their own system. I guess there are rooms for adaptation as well. Actually, Carson, I would like to ask you a different question. Sorry. In the target 3, we have actually 3 parts. Protected areas OECMs and indigenous territory. And you mentioned a lot about local communities and indigenous people in your previous question, answer to the previous question. And how do you? I know that some of the indigenous groups actually voted against the OECM because it might introduce problems to indigenous rights to local, to their land. How do you feel about this, and how you? What's your interpretation to the OECM versus indigenous land?
The first thing I want to emphasize here is we need to make sure that in the process of accelerating or advancing with OECM, it should be a win-win situation.
Mm-hmm.
If it is not win-win, if the community, we may sing and say OECM is more indigenous friendly, but if it is not, if the community and the indigenous people do not see it as beneficial to them, it will just be OECM on paper, like we're creating paper national parks. So we need to make sure that it's a win-win situation. At the same time, we're talking about a bottom-top. A bottom-top approach in the sense that, like for example, what we're doing now in Cameroon, we're making sure that we're informing. That's why the government is not rushing in developing a strategy. We are already mapping OECMs in the 5 ecological areas in Cameroon: agriculture, forestry, ocean, mountains, such that, like she rightly said, there is no one fit all. The IUCN guidelines, like we said, guidelines, it's guiding the process such that we can contextualize. And contextualizing it, we're talking about indigenous people. Indigenous people in A is not the same in B. So we need to contextualize it and make sure that while some indigenous people are saying that we don't want OECM, it's because of it. We have to understand that we're coming from far. We're coming from areas where community people have suffered from early capture. In Cameroon, we started community forest programs and the rest. And before you notice, elites with the resources could get community forests overnight, but using the banner of the community to acquire the community forest. We stand the risk having that with OECMs. The good thing is that with OECMs, we have private ownership. We have all of that. But at the same time, people will may still use. That's why I think we need to contextualize, we need to structure, we need to be sure that there is transparency. And to end it again, it must be a win-win situation.
Great. That's the key word for OECM, win-win situation and inclusiveness. I guess that's the difference between protected areas from OECMs from protected areas, inclusive. So I guess we have talked a lot, but there are more who could be talked about. But given the time limit, I was flashed by Dr. Peng on the time limit. We have to close the session, but I think, although we have heard a lot, our discussion actually indicated more to learn, more to practice, to establish each country's OECM system. Not even in each country, if the country is so large like China, and the sectors also like ocean versus land, maybe more flexible. I guess inclusiveness is not only applied to the concept of human versus biodiversity, which should also be applied to guidelines, the processes and the standards. So after all, our purpose is to have more lands being concerned and conserved for people and for biodiversity. So and the target 3 is also connected to all other 22 targets. So it's should be a dynamic process. Thank you. And thank all the panelists who actively participate and have a lively discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Thank you so much for your great work for this moderation. Thanks. And I'm so sorry, it's really serve over time for our session because we have more speakers who want to talk because I think everybody wants to talk more about OECM as we do need more opportunity for that. So next session is about implementation and upscaling of OECM governance by multi-actors. I'd like to invite our expert from Africa CSO Alliance, the director, Mr. Yami Catering. Yami Catering is a really specialist for the conservation and professor, and also take charge of the Africa's CSO, biodiversity CSO, right? CSO biodiversity alliance. Sorry for that. So he's also very experienced about the local people, indigenous people, and also conservation. Please, Yami.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peng. Do you guys want to stand up and stretch your legs a bit and your arms or your... Yeah. Yeah? So, use your body to spell OECM. So, O, E, M. Okay, we can sit down. All right, we can sit down. Thank you. Okay, so this is session 3, and unfortunately, we're running out of time. So we're going to ask our speakers to be economical with time, but not with facts. We have 6 speakers, and I'm going to invite each one of them to come up here and to share their perspectives. And as Dr. Peng said, we are starting to look at a range of actors that are implementing and upscaling OECMs. So the first speaker that we have is Mr. Yang of the SEE Foundation, and he will be speaking on the voluntary contributions and actions on OECMs by Chinese non-state actors. And this is important because non-state actors can make a contribution to the implementation of the global biodiversity framework. So, with you. So please.
Okay, thank you. It's so cold, and I try my best to use 10 minutes to finish my presentation. Yeah. I try. And a lot of people from the government and the GEI and the Sensory have shared with about the OECMs in China and from the different aspects. And now I just, from my part, use the SE Foundation's practice and involve our alliance of civil protected areas to share our experience about OECM in China. The first short introduction about the SE Foundation. We arranged from the Inner Mongolian in Alasan area from at the 2004 by the Society of Entrepreneurs and Ecology. And 2008, the society founded this foundation in Beijing. This is our organization strategy. Our core value is reverence for nature sustainable development. Our action strategy is from the urban to the nature, use governance, mitigation, and enhancement to do our project. This is our lot of direction from the different projects. But for the SE, we like plan 4. We involve different stakeholders from government and the industry and the public and the research institution involved together to do our different projects. And also we do the fundraising from the different sources, put this plan 4 to support a lot of local organization and institution to conduct different projects. So the past a lot of years, we have do a lot of fundraising, or totally is more than 256 million US dollars in China. And this is our 5 strategy. from the desertification and to the ecological conservation, and about climate change, marine conservation, also support the local organization to development, and also this are the bond of our project in China. If you next time you come to China, see the bond is belong to us, so welcome. And yeah, this is our project achievements. And also, as the Foundation in China, we also involve different international membership, such as the observers of the three different initiatives, and also participate a lot of another aspects, such as IUCN and AVPN. For our OECM work, it's a lot of practice, such as the first one is we manage the different civil PMs in China, totally more than 9 area protected areas, and this is 4 belong to the OECMs. And such as we do in the Xinlong, in the Sichuan province, this we found 6 wild cats in this area. So we through the habitat restoration, patrolling management, monitoring, and sustainable community development and communication education work in conduct these OECMs in Xinlong area, and we also work with IUCN and TNC to have published the OECM's reports in China, and also have organized a different meeting, also have shared our appearance in the Thailand this year, just last month. And also we have used public birds different data, and also is include ourselves to find the gap of the conservation of the important habitat for the migratory birds in China, and that is area in the future we can conduct the work and to become to the OECM. Also, we have do the marine conservation beyond the MPAs in China, and my colleague have shared with the focus meeting, and also is our priority of the OECM in the marine protected area in the future, and a lot of them will change to the OECM in the future. And also, as the co-chair of the Alliance of the Civil Protected Areas, and we have organized a lot of different organizations together to contribute to the 30 by 30 aims in China. And Peng Kui have shared a lot of experience. And also we have worked with the Alliance, have made this OECM's website. Although in China, we didn't have government to have charge of the OECM, but for the society, we have already do our website, and through website, every organization and local people and organization and NGOs, they put their OECM practice in this website, and sure, we will translate to the English, and I think maybe in the future we will talk with the WCPA, maybe have work with them to have contributed to our practice to connect with them together and to contribute to a totally home of the world 30 by 30's aim. Yeah. Okay, it's very quick, and that's all. And for the SE, we're always a better future together. So thank you all. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was a quick tour, and I think it shows how broad this whole topic of OECMs is becoming, and the potential for many stakeholders to make a contribution. So let me call on the next speaker, Miss Lucia Ruiz. She's with WWF Latin America, and she's going to speak about the Latin America OECM Collaborative Agenda, 2025 to 2030. This was mentioned earlier, I think, by Colombia. So welcome. And
can you hear me? Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Lucia Ruiz. I'm from WWF US, and we have been working with Latin American countries to put together a collaborative agenda on OECMs. So what has happened is, who from here has attended CBD meetings or hack meetings on Target 3? Don't be shy, it's okay. Okay, so many of you have attended those workshops, either ECOWAS, Asia, Latin America, Caribbean. And what has happened is that many of us have had the opportunity to actually discuss what are the issues that we're most worried about related to Target 3. And OECMs keep up being the first issue that we are most worried about. What are OECMs? How do they taste like? How should I eat them? What do they look like? So the most important thing is that even if we don't have final answers, we're trying to come up with them from a collaborative, innovative, and also surprise approach. So in this context, we decided to build not only a community of practice for Latin America since last year, but also to make sure that we're having conversations to discuss those questions that the governments are trying to respond with their peers, with their partners. And this is how last year we had a first reflection on what were the issues that we were worried about around OECMs. I'll tell you about it in just a minute. But stop doing diagnosis. We already know what we are worried about. We already know what are the questions. So now it's time for action. This is the COP of implementation, and we need to bring concrete actions to the table. So that's why we decided to build this collaborative agenda on OECMs for the period of 2025-2030 for Latin America and the Caribbean. This meeting was attended by over 90 people, including civil society, indigenous organizations, funders, and also individuals. So if we go to the next slide. And we were able to present, just as today, more than 10 study cases. We were able to build a journey because a lot of you have done the simile of OECMs. It's not just about capacity building or understanding or having a top-down approach from the government. It's also about the journey that we are trying to tell. We had interviews. We would love to show you and share with you the video that came out. And most importantly, we were open to say, this is an OECM workshop. But if people want to talk about indigenous and traditional territories, we need to remain open. It's not just about imposing OECMs. It's actually about discussing what are the different pathways to ensure long-term conservation outcomes beyond the figure of 30%. So this is the final result, a vision that allows for Latin America to identify, recognize, and strengthen OECMs through effective, equitable, and inclusive approaches in collaboration with protected areas and indigenous and traditional territories. And this was also a result of, I was telling you to raise your hand, because we also wanted this to be a follow-up from the meetings, from the workshops that we had with HAC and the CBD. So what were the nine topics that we are discussing? So we're having a timeline between 2025 and 2030. We know that is our timeline to reach not only the target, but also to deliver the halting of biodiversity loss. And we only have 5 years, but we know that with a collaborative approach, we can make it. So probably you can't read, but I just want to show you enabling conditions and capacity building. It's not only about building capacities to civil society, to partners, but it's also building capacities for the government, because the government have a lot of questions on also, how do I make it inclusive? How do I do this bottom-up approach that our colleague from Cameroon was mentioning? The legal frameworks. The legal frameworks, what does already exist? Do we really need a new framework? Or is it just one article or just one thing that we need to change or we need to add? what is the value added of that legal framework? Do we really need a legal framework? And it's not because we are questioning it, but because it is important for us to be fully informed of the options before going ahead with developing a whole new legal framework. Then something very interesting is that there were over 17 people participating from indigenous organizations. And one of the topics was free, prior, and informed consent. Has anyone done here a process of free, prior, and informed consent on the ground? 2, 3. Okay, so some of us have been involved, but it's not that many people who have been involved on the ground with free, prior, and informed consent policies and processes. And the most important thing is that it's a process. It's not just a sheet of paper that you sign off and you say, okay, everyone here agrees. Okay, let's take it then to the Ministry of Environment and then it will be an OECM. It's a process, and as such, we need to be respectful. So that was for us very important, and also to discuss safeguards. Marine OECMs, Masha already talked about it, so I won't go into the detail, but we also discussed the importance for Latin America about fresh water being one of the main environmental services for the region. Finance and non-financial incentives. We cannot talk only about the financial incentives for people to get involved with the OECM framework, also about the non-financial. And I think that Brazil has put an excellent example of what you are coming up with as options of non-financial incentives. Governance. It's not only about identifying the type of governance, if it's indigenous peoples and local communities or private, it's also about continuing that governance and how do you strengthen that governance to be truly equitable. Monitoring of the results. How do we, if we're looking for long-term conservation outcomes, how do we make sure that the long-term conservation outcome is actually being monitored? And finally, one thing that we added at the end was dissemination and communication. If we're not being able to explain what an OECM is, we are failing to nature and we're failing to the mission of actually the GBF. So we need to make sure that we are able to disseminate and communicate correctly OECMs. Just as an overall result of this, we will be doing a state of art for Latin America in the next 6 months, and that will be the first deliverable of this collaborative agenda. So here is the document. Please, if you are interested on reading it, currently it's only in Spanish. We would love to translate it into Portuguese, but please visit the QR, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Lucia. I love the energy. We need action, but let's not impose. So I'm going to call the next speaker. We're under serious pressure for time. And I'm going to invite Mr. Giovanni Reyes. You around? So he's going to speak on the ICCA's and Target 3. Yeah, thank you so much.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the Global Environmental Institute for the privilege to participate in this event. Let me start by saying that even before the adoption of Target 3, which includes the language of OECM and protected areas, and now we have indigenous traditional territories, or ITTs, we have already been implementing the indigenous people's governance practices even before the target was approved. And I'd like to state here that indigenous peoples' community conserved areas are portions of the indigenous traditional territories that many indigenous communities would consider the heart, or it forms the heart of the ancestral land. In other words, it's like the heart of a body that when you harm it, then the body will collapse. In the same way that when you harm the ICCA, the ecosystem will collapse. The spiritual and cultural values that indigenous peoples attach on these lands are the reasons why we still have few forests and rivers left. That is also the reasons why the CIFOR, the Center for International Forestry, the World Bank, the Outlook report came out with the findings that indigenous community areas or traditionally governed areas have higher biodiversity levels than protected areas. Now, so that is the ICCA, and over the last decade, we have identified and mapped them in the case of the Philippines, and the role of government and the role of NGOs was purely facilitative and technical. It was a human rights-based approach in the sense that the self-determined process by indigenous communities are to be respected. So in line with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the mapping was utilized to translate indigenous knowledge into its physical dimension in the form of a map so that indigenous communities will have evidence-based planning. It's not just oral presentation of practices, but at least they will show to the government that, Mr. Government, here we have, look at the map and look at the location of our conserved areas. So this was this was a small scale model, but with a global impact, because after 5 years, the Global Environmental Facility designated it as a best practice during its 7th assembly in Vancouver of last year. So it did not only address the mapping of indigenous community conserved areas, did not only address biodiversity and indigenous people's rights. It also addressed climate change, because after we have submitted the results of our mapping to the Washington-based World Resource Institute, they found out that the 100,000 hectares that we mapped and identified has the capacity to absorb 12.5 million tons of carbon, or that is equivalent to the gas emissions of 7 million cars annually. But that is just a small segment of the 7 million hectares in the Philippines. So we tried to scale this up so that the UNDP and Myanmar government came to the Philippines and studied how we did it. And the finding was that the Philippine model of ICCAs pushed the Philippines at the forefront of inclusive conservation, so that in Asia, this is going to be the model. And I would suppose that the OECM would add a layer of protection to what we have mapped already. So I end with that. We are so much time pressured. So thank you very much.
Giovanni, thank you so much, and we appreciate you keeping to time. So if you harm the ICCAs, the ecosystems will collapse. Okay, thank you. So our next speaker, Pedro. Is Pedro here? Yeah, Pedro. Menendez? You're going to do it. Okay, please, welcome. And you are? Okay, so you will speak on the same about the trails.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. This is work. So thank you. I'm here, Renata Gatti, from the Ministry of Environment of Brazil. So I'm going to talk about how long trails can benefit all ECMs. So if you can put. Yeah. Do you have the PowerPoint? Yeah, in Trello. In Trello. In Trello, no? Yeah, Trello. No? Oh. Well, the it was saved. Yeah. Sorry. It was in Trello, sorry. Okay.
Can we go to the? Can I take you after? Take someone? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So we have a technical glitch. We're going to sort out a PowerPoint. So what we're going to do is we'll move to the next speaker while they're uploading the PowerPoint. So we're going to invite Mr. Wang, the Chinese. No. Number Renata. Yes. Renata Gatti. That's you. You guys have confused me. So
Who is that? For instance, Wang Qian just show here, right? This one.
yeah. So he's helping with it.
Yeah. So this, we don't have a long time. We go to Veranda next. They will give 2 minutes. You ready?
Done? Ah, good. Sorry, Renata. I have it.
Hello, so it's working. Yeah, well, so sorry for technical problems. I'm going to show you that trail corridor, if they are managed and designed to conservation outcomes, they can contribute to landscape connectivity, and so it's related to the benefits from OMAX. This is a proposal from long trials from Brazil Network, the World Trails Network, and the specialists from WCPA, and also from Pan American Network Trails. How can I use? So this is an international task team. The proposal is to bring together the conservation and the trail, the recreation experts together to enhance the contributions the trail can make to conservation. So the proposal is the result of this task team is to publish 2 papers, one of overviews, one of connective, to do some discussions here at COP, and a resolution to IUCN Congress in next year. So it's based on the recognition that trails as pathway to connected habitat. So are lots of studies that prove that trails can deliver conservation results if they are managed and designed to do. So the studies is about the definition and the roles in species, movements, and the wildfire corridors. So they are an opportunity to trails to facilitate species range. Basically, it's to show that it's a shift to trail corridors to conservation trail corridors. So basically, to recognizing that the buffer zone in the both sides of the trails can deliver conservation connectivity. So that's the proposal. just to show that it doesn't need to be homogeneous. It can be just a few meters or long kilometers. The definition is true. Conservation trail corridor incorporates additional zones of intact habitat and advanced landscape in their each side, so it can be designed and managed for conservation and connectivity purpose, enable the movement of diverse species, including flora. So that's the a definition proposal for the trail conservation. It also can be organized at networking, so it can combine ecological corridors, some mosaic corridors or landscape corridors, and stepping stones. So in a network, it can be even more effective. There is a case, for example, so the Appalachian Trail mega transected. So I'm not to read this, but just to show that there's a definition to a system too that is very important to not just to conserve, but fostering cultural, spiritual, socio-economical, and other relevant values from the trails. This one is the Appalachian Trail, just to show that it was bringing efforts from civil society, and they start to restaurate the orange areas are private protected areas. So it can be the corridor trails can be a support to research and monitoring. So it can be a space to facilitate the researchers. It can be designed to promote the connectivity and the durability. So, but it needs to be carefully designed and based on sustainable practices. So, in conclusion, so we need to align the existing trial to enhance the ecological connectivity and the public awareness. So the trials that already exist, then they can be improved, and we can also call for to help us to motivate the conservation trail corridors recognized as a protected area or OECM, because of that they can be durable and sustainable. And so if you want to join us, there's a Pedro Cunha email. So the next step is to publish the white papers and to propose a resolution to IUCN Congress, and in accordance with H Parks, establish a Pan-American Trail Conservation Networking, and increase the research to enhance the knowledge about the conservation results. So that's it. Thank you.
Renata, thank you so much, and apologies for the confusion at the beginning, but we appreciate you sharing, your perspectives on the role of trails as pathways to connectivity. So thank you so much. Okay, so colleagues, we had one more presentation, but because of we've run out of time, and we need to conclude everything. So Ms. Wang was going to make a presentation on barriers and roadmaps for biodiversity conservation by CSOs. So Here you are.
Thank you, my friend Yemi. Sorry, time limit. I just showed the topic of my presentation. If you feel interested with our research, please contact with me, and we will share the PowerPoint and English versions report. So if you have any question, please feel history with contact with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yami, you want to close this session? Oh, sorry. Sorry for that. It was several overtime for that, but we have several minutes left. But we have two speakers, but as the schedule, we have a round table, but we have no time. So we'd like to invite our guests to come here to give 1 to 2 minutes introduction about their work. This is a very short one, please. First one from Scourger, Scourger group, right? Brother, so you can introduce yourself. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. So I will be very fast, and thank you. So probably I'm the only guy here from the private sector. I mean the private companies. My company is CTG, China Tree Guards. Okay, we are the biggest clean energy generator in the world, and we have operations in China and more 40 countries. So Brazil is our main operation outside of the China, and just to contribute here, I think everything we discuss here is quite important. And there is an opportunity to companies like my company to support this kind of actions. So, as you know, in Brazil, we have too many hydroelectric power plants, and companies in Brazil are responsible to take care of the banks of the reservoirs. Okay, so these banks are currently a protected area. So. As the last presentation we have here, we in Brazil, CTG Brazil has one opportunity to create a specific corridor connecting the protected areas with each other. Okay, so this is called, in our study, we are using Sucuriú River. It's a very important river in the Paraná Basin to make this corridor. So for us, for private companies, now we have this opportunity to understand more, because I know those things are under discussion right now, but we have the opportunity to support and contribute as a private sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you so much for the time for us. We have a last one. Mr. Dean, please come here and introduce yourself, please.
Testing. Okay. Thanks for being invited here. I'd like to give a very brief introduction to let you know who we are, what we are doing, and leave you some questions. Okay, I'm Ding Wen from China Harbor Engineering Company. My mother company is called China Communication Construction Company Group. We are the biggest international contractor in Asia, and we are the third largest, biggest international contractor in the world. And we build highways, ports, and airports, everything for it's called the infrastructure. In Colombia, in Bogota, we are the largest concessionary building the Metro Line 1 project. So let's say, let you know who we are. But I'd like to leave you some questions for the topic. So your job is to for the conservation of the fauna and the flora. But our job is to cut trees, to replant trees. And let's say but we use the plastic material to run the quarry to acquire the rocks. So it seems it's a kind of a damage to the environment. But we do everything following the contract requirement. Behind the contract is related to the regulation and the law. That's why in our organization chart we have a lot of we have the department in Colombia is called the environmental department and the social department. We make the harmony of the society. let's to say, we do everything following the supervision of the authority and following the contract. This is our job. Our target is to build the metro line within quick time to make the citizens to live a better life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lin. So we go to the last one. We'd like to invite Mr. Ma, Chaode Ma, who's come from UNDP channel, and he can give a wrap up this session. Thank you so much. Please, Mr. Ma.
Okay, thank you. So I think it's really a challenge for me to summarize the 4 hours session. There's so many tremendous presentations and from different organizations. But I try to share my observations to some takeaways from the 4 hours discussion. Firstly, I think for this study event, so there are diversified stakeholders, including government officials, including UN officials, including NGOs, private sectors, and academia. So lots of perspective for OECM and for the joint actions. Secondly, I think there's a diversified dimensions. For example, most of our colleagues shared the challenges and also the common solutions and also innovative thinking how to achieve the OECM, how to achieve our targets. And I think there are many colleagues shared their practices and also lessons learned. For example, some very good practices like from China, the redlining policy and practice, really good approach and align with OECM. And also the practices like the corridors connect between different protected areas and between different ecosystems. So I think we can learn from them. And also the colleagues also shared the strategic thinking for resource mobilization, like how to do the baseline and benchmark, and how to do the gap analysis, how to change the nature negative to nature positive for resource mobilization. And so to achieve that 30-30 conservation target, I think it's really the whole society actions and approach that's aligned with our thematic of today's discussion. And how to raise the public awareness and how to take the joint actions by different agencies using the different platforms for the alignment, for the synergy. So I learned a lot from all of you, and I hope this is just start for our joint actions, even for ours. Maybe in the next 40 years, we need joint actions in the future. Last but not least, I think NGOs plays very important role because NGO is very active and very innovative and also very flexible from a protocol perspective and also easy to communicate with the local communities and easy connect with the local communities and also willingness to share, to use various platforms to share. So I hope in the future, all the NGOs, whether international or national NGOs, will play more and more important roles in the future. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Mr. Ma. So, yes, thank you guys for your patience. It's super over time, and of course, after this, we can have time to over there, and we can continue to discuss if you are interested. And we will send the email to us, and we will have lots of events. We'll just continue. So, thank you so much. I'd like to finally, I should thank the National Palliative Initiative. They afford these spaces, very nice spaces, and all the experts you are here and give us insights. Thank you so much. Thanks our volunteers here. Thank you. Have a good night, good evening. Thanks.